The standard rotation is finally here, and with that comes a brand new metagame. This weekend, our competitors will pilot their way through the unknowns of Edge of Eternities as they define the format's future. 16 Pro Tour invites, 2 World Championship qualifications, but only one winner. Welcome to Arena Championship 9.
It is a
Arc-like Phoenix.
It's an Arc-like Phoenix.
off the top.
No, that's GG there. Kazuhiko. And look at Miko just jumped out of his chair there.
That is gonna be that. Kaboom!
Oh no!
He says,
There
I'm just
it
going to go
is.
for it. If you got it, you got it.
I am the arena champion.
What's cracking, everybody? Hello and welcome to coverage of Arena Championship 9. I'm your host for the weekend, Ailey Loney, and we are going to be bringing you all of the action here. We have 37 players, $250,000 to give away, Pro Tour invites, World Championship spots. We have the whole shebang, and it is going to be so cool indeed, and all in the space setting. But you know what? It's a little lonely in space, so I need some friends. Let's get some friends. Hello there, friends. Corey, Baumeister, DeQuan Watson. You guys are going to be joining me here this weekend for round number 1. Rotations happened. Corey, what are you looking forward to this weekend, bud?
You know, it's kind of the David versus Goliath story this weekend. I'm excited to see, really what happens if the Cauldron decks, end up taking over, or if one of these other decks, is able to take it down. I'm really excited though, Ailey. It's going to be a blast.
Well, speaking of some new decks, DeQuan, is there anything that you're looking out for in this weekend's metagame?
Yeah, really, I'm kind of the opposite of Corey. I'm here rooting for all the underdogs, right?
Yeah.
All the other things that aren't running a Cauldron is what I'm going to be pulling for this weekend. Because there's some actually pretty sweet decks we're going to see throughout the weekend that are hidden kind of through the cracks. If you squint real hard, we can see some other fun stuff happening. So hopefully we get to see some of these decks really show off a little bit, despite the big VV menace that's running around.
Oh, yes, indeed. Sharing the booth with these two gents this weekend, we have Hayuyu and Arya Karamchandani. Going to be jumping in alternating rounds with Tan and Grace handling all of our interviews for us, so keep a lookout for them. If you're big fans, say hi, because we like it, and, it's nice to have someone say hi to us from time to time.
That is true. Hi,
That
Ailey.
is true. Hi!
There
How's
we
it
go.
going, Corey? Thank you. You made my day. Anywho, let's talk about this weekend, because that's what everyone here in chat is here for. How is this weekend gonna work, Corey?
All right, so the weekend overview here, it's going to be 7 rounds of Swiss here, standard all weekend, and it's kind of a different, format that we've done before. It is going to be either 4 wins, advances you to the playoffs, or 4 losses, and you are immediately eliminated. If there are 16 or more players that have 4 wins, we'll be doing some extra additional qualification matches, aka 16 plays 17, 15 plays 18, to get that nice round number at the end. And then all players in the top 16 playoffs qualify for the Pro Tour here in Atlanta. That's, not that far away, a good 6 weeks or so.
It's not. It's very close indeed. So a lot of these players hoping for some vacation plans shortly.
There we go.
DeQuan, as we mentioned, standard has rotated. So what does that mean? A bunch of these old sets from 2022 and 2023, they've gone. We don't have to worry about them anymore. So get those out of here. Tell us what standard looks like right now.
Yeah, so now it means we have all of these sets from the last couple of years, and we just added in Edge of Eternities to still go with Foundations that'll be around even another couple of years beyond these sets. But this is the first major event we've gotten to play with these. So this is actually pretty cool to get to see what people put together, get to see what the impact of Edge of Eternities is on the format. And, I think some people might be a little bit surprised on how some things play this weekend.
I'm super looking forward to seeing if anyone has an answer for a little Vivi or Nitier. So let's take a look at our schedule then, Corey. What can our viewers and our players expect for today and tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. So standard, like I said, all the way down here, starting with day 1, rounds 1 through 7 today. It's kind of these Swiss rounds. And then Sunday, it gets really, really exciting. It's nothing better than watching single elimination magic, and that is what we're doing all day Sunday. Starting at 9 a.m., this is in Pacific time. Here, same kind of start time we're doing right now. Going to be the qualification round to start, so we can get that nice and even, smooth top 16 of all future Pro Tour players. around 10:30. We're going to be doing that top 16 and working our way to all the way till roughly 4 p.m. Pacific time, where we'll have those finalists who will be going to the World Championship and collecting a ton of money.
Alrighty, well, you mentioned it, so now let's have a look and see what the prizes are here for this weekend, Daquan.
Well, we're playing for $250,000 between all the players. And even if you happen to be one of the unfortunate people that does go 0-4 early, you're still going to get $2,000 at the end of the weekend. But more importantly, we do have $30,000 for first, and first and second place are going to get the qualification for the World Championship. So lots of things at stake here, along with those other 14 qualifying spots for the Pro Tour.
Hell yeah. Well, that is all of the boring stuff, I guess, out the way. It's all very, very exciting. Don't get me wrong. But I personally want to meet our players. So let's have a look and see who our players are competing this weekend. Those are our 37 players who are going to be doing battle this weekend. And Corey, I absolutely love that it is literally a global event. So many players from all over the world have qualified for this championship.
Yeah, there's nothing better than these arena championships. You know, you see a lot of players that are maybe amazing Magic players, but hey, they got a bunch, you know, a couple kids, they got a big time job, they can't really go travel to all these things. That's where we see all those kind of players come to play, and it's a really special tournament that I was lucky enough to play once and got destroyed. But it's so fun to queue for these.
You want to talk about that?
Yeah. I'm embracing it. I'm fueling trying to get back, Ailey, you know?
There you go. I would like to qualify one day. Corey, if I, a pleb, would like to qualify for one of these events, how would I go about doing it?
Well, we can't. We can't replace you on the broadcast, so you can't do it. But for everybody else, here is kind of your path to do it. It all really starts with these qualifier play-ins. There's a couple of ways to get into qualifier weekend. That is one of them, by doing well in either the best of 3 or best of 1. You know, another way you can get a top 250 mythic rank to get yourself into qualifier weekend. And then you have these play-in points here on the left where you can kind of get some value to get some free entries into these qualifier plans. You can also get there by cashing one of these arena opens. So if you do really well in one of those, you're going to be automatically ready to go in qualifier weekend. And then you got to do quite well in day 1 to be able to qualify yourself for day 2 and to get to where we're at today.
Yeah, and kind of moving up the ladder here, Corey, for the people who do want to eventually play in the World Championships or even on the Pro Tour, it kind of starts with these arena championships, right? You get your qualifier, you do well, you get to play in the arena championships. And like we talked about, the top 16 will qualify for the Pro Tour, as well as the top 2 qualifying for the World Championship. So you can play digitally on arena, really show your stuff and get your chance at the big time.
I mean, it's kind of funny, but some people have played their first game of Paper Magic at a Pro Tour or a World Championship just because they've done so well at these arena championships. And
that's so wild.
It's so cool. But if you would like to start your journey to the Pro Tour or the World Championship, well, the Arena Direct is happening this weekend. You want to win some physical Edge of Eternity's cards while playing Magic on MTG Arena? You can do that right now while you watch. There's an Arena Direct going on as we speak that will continue all weekend. You can win an event and have an Edge of Eternity's collector booster box shipped to your doorstep. And apologies, the Arena Direct will not help you get in, but you will get a lot of cool booster boxes. Corey, you won, what, 4 in Final Fantasy?
4 in Final Fantasy and a solid 8 in Aether Drift. So I love these events. You know, it's really fun. And like you said, yeah, you can't qualify through the Arena Directs, but hey, qualifier weekend is limited here in a couple weeks. The Arena Open's coming up here as well. So it is fantastic practice. And high level, high stakes sealed is my favorite format by a mile. So I'll be in the queues after we're done here for sure. So, you know, bring it on.
Teach me, master. Teach me, because, oh boy, I struggle bust yesterday with this. But good
It's a
luck.
new day.
Good luck to all of you playing. Don't turn the stream off, though. Just keep us, like, you know, background noise. And, yeah, good luck in your events
Would
if
it
you are
be a
playing
struggle spaceship instead of a struggle bust? Or
Yeah,
A struggle
sure.
craft.
Oh, okay.
Struggle
yeah.
craft, yes. Don't
Much
get it
better.
wrong.
Much better.
Spacecraft. There we go. All right, so that is all of the bits and bobs out the way. It's time to play some mother fluffin' magic. So, round number 1, let's jump into it. Let's see who our featured players are. Up first, we have Marvin Cheong versus Michael Lacey. We're going to have Teamer Ferocious up against Jeskai Artifacts. See, we're giving you guys just a nice little treat. No VV decks just yet. Let's meet Marvin Cheong. He is a former top 8 competitor here at the Arena Championship, at Arena Championship 7. He's rocking a deck that, Daquan, you're pretty keen on, this Teamer Ferocious deck. So tell us a bit about Marvin's list.
Yeah, this deck, if we get to see it go off, is so much fun. Playing cards that don't appear, I don't think, in any other deck list at all in the format, which makes it super exciting. But the goal here is you want to get your Trailblazer down and hopefully get your Roaming Throne alongside your Teamer Battlecrier, and then you're getting a bunch of cards and a bunch of mana, and everything costs, well, virtually nothing. And then if you get to cast your Devastating Onslaught, you're going to get a super discount to get a whole lot of tokens. And if you don't win that way, well, you go ahead and play Dragonhawk and just get a bajillion triggers and kill your opponent without even having to attack. So there's a lot of cool stuff this deck's trying to do.
Be still my beating heart. Dragonhawk is so cool. Marvin's opponent is Mike Lacey, who had a pretty cool wish for Standard and wished for Goblin Bombardment. Okay, Michael wants to see the world burn, and he might get his wish if Dragonhawk pops off, but he's also playing a sweet list here in Jeskai Artifacts that he desperately wanted to make a Tezzeret deck. No Tezzeret in this one, though, Corey. So what is Mike Lacey trying to do here?
Yeah, Mike Lacey's playing a really sweet one, and he was saying, well, I get to play basically Collected Company and Birthing Pod in Standard, referring to some of the powerful cards in your United Battlefront, as well as our Repurposing Bay. This deck's awesome. You're trying to make these gigantic constructs, and, you know, some of these decks have, like, the red Fire Crystal, where you can kind of go way over the top, give them haste. None of that kind of stuff here. This is just a good value artifact deck that really goes way over the top with these constructs. It's going to be really fun to watch.
Awesome. Well, the players are ready to rock and roll. Corey, Daquan, you guys are good to go. So take it away, fellas. Have fun.
Well, Corey, is this where we say it's time for the event to blast off?
I believe I think we need to get, I believe it's like 10, you know, space puns in throughout the day, you know, really to call this a success.
Well, we do have a long day ahead of us, so it should be pretty easy. However, not a good start here for Michael, because that was a rough hand. We absolutely had to mulligan, and this one's not much better.
Not much better, but I think when you're on 6, you're pretty priced into keeping this. Even being on the play with that Surveil land, you have 2 looks at a land to then get the Relic going. You know, I could see a mulligan as well if you really need to prioritize something else in the matchup, but I would think you probably just run this. But there's also that pressure to Quan of like, all right, I'm round 1 in a feature match. If I brick my second land drop on the first turn, like, you know, do I want to be doing that right away?
Yeah, I feel that, because if you do have a scry land, and like you're saying, the 2 relics also let you see cards. So like you could have pulled out of it, but I don't blame him here for going ahead and mulligan to 5.
And I've never been the one that has always made the correct mulligans throughout my career. So, you know, we'll take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, this hand actually is a pretty strong keep for 5, though, right? You do have a removal spell. You got all 3 of your colors. You get to surveil a land here, and you have kind of your setup that you want.
Yeah, and weapons manufacturing, one of our new cards here in this deck, does some really cool stuff. So you're getting these kind of tokens that when they go away, You get to deal 2 damage, and we have a couple of ways to sacrifice them. Legion Extruder is kind of the main one. But those little colorless artifact tokens just make your constructs bigger as well. So kind of does a little bit of double duty. This is one of the breakout cards from the set for sure.
Yeah, and actually Marvin looks like he mulliganed to 4 is what's happening here.
Wow. Okay. These players do not like cards in their hand.
Yeah, apparently not. The good news for Marvin here is that he does have a Land of War Elf, so he can get back on track pretty quickly. And you actually don't see any type of, well, we do have our actual removal spell here from Lacey. So this could get kind of tough for Marvin on this 4-card keep.
Yeah, definitely could, but you do got to pay that additional cost. So Dusk Rose Reliquary is not the perfect answer to a turn 1 Land of War Elf, unless we got some Memnites or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and play the Falls. We will scry, and looking at another scry land here, or surveil land, sorry.
Yeah, it's tempting. It's not the best land in the sense where you can just curve out with your 2-drop into your 3-drop. But I think at this point, you can't really be getting too greedy when you mulligan this far down.
Yeah, and the toughest thing there for Marvin is to just draw that extra land when your hand was 4 land and a Land of War Elf, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think if Michael Lacey was going to make this play anyways of playing this, I think there's some value to putting that land on bottom as you get 2 looks at it. And now, you still kind of need another land, but yeah, it's reasonable.
Yep, Marvin just gets in there for 1, plays another land, passes, did pick up a Roaming Throne, so does have some action next turn.
Okay, and Roaming Throne is a really nice one here. Having Ward 2 works really well with the deck.
All right, looking at a Fabrication Foundry here, trying to decide if we're going to leave that on top, if it's worth drawing.
Yeah, interesting one there for sure. Nothing amazing. Something that Mike would really love here is a Cryogen Relic. Really get the ball going to be able to draw a card, sacrifice it to the Reliquary, draw another card, while getting a couple of these tokens from our weapons manufacturing.
Now, do you think there's any consideration being put there to getting some value out of the Simulacrum? Like he just doesn't want any more artifacts that aren't at least 3 costs?
What do you mean by not trying to play it, or?
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. I think we're going to jam it now because, well, there's absolutely no other choice. But getting the artifact here and now getting this stuff going. Now we're cooking. Now we have a relic for next turn that looks amazing. You can play that. You can actually play both Dusk Rose Reliquary next turn if you really want to, and draw a bunch of cards while getting, some value on the battlefield with your colorless artifacts to toss away. So this is the card we're looking for.
Yeah, also with those munitions tokens, you can sacrifice those to the reliquaries to get an extra 2 damage out of them.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll almost assuredly see that.
All right, here we go. We got a Dragonhawk in Marvin's hand now. Start trying to do some work here.
All right, that was a great draw.
Picked up the Devastating Onslaught, but it will just get exiled here. So 4 more damage.
Okay, still just gigantic creature here is solid. We do have the answer for it. Definitely going to need to play it.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to decide if it's worth it, but you kind of have to. You don't really, you got to get rid of the Dragonhawk here. That's just ball game.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking to, just sacrifice the token instead of the relic. Get a nice 2-for-1 here, as you kind of got that token for free. Plus, then you get it back. Like, oh, yeah, we are doing it here for Michael Lacey. This is sweet.
Yep. And now you can pay an extra 2 and still get rid of the Roaming Throne here by sacrificing that as a munitions token.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 2 upstairs. And sure, you're not putting pressure on yet, but doesn't really matter when your opponent mulligan down to 4 cards. So what a turn from Mike here.
Yeah. And you get another munitions token. So you didn't really lose any board presence.
Oh, this is amazing.
Well, good news here for Marvin is a lot of the removal's been played now.
Yeah. But bad news, Mike just picked up a candy trail, so we're done here,
Yeah. But this does mean that Lacey does have a fair amount of time here, right? Like you
Yes.
stabilize the board, you get to gain some life off a candy trail, get to draw a couple of cards here over the next 2 turns. So looking pretty good.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, the Trailblazer is probably the best card to have there just to be able to chain together some creatures. If, Marvin's able to draw quite well. But, ooh, there is the self declared collected company here
Yep.
from Mike. That's what this deck is all about. I mean, if you're playing up against a deck that doesn't have cards like Spell Pierce and they're not like overly pressuring you, United Battlefront into just 2 decent 3-drops here is devastating. You get the 3-drops, you get the 2 artifacts from your manufacturing, and then you get 2 constructs as well. So that card ends the game so quickly.
Now, as crazy as this sounds, Marvin can still combo off with this deck. Like he
Yeah.
needs to draw into something here with the Trailblazer that also gets him a playable card. So
Yeah.
if he can hit that and get maybe a Battle Crier or an Analcazal Vestige or something here to kind of chain a couple of cards together, he might be able to get out of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Both decks are very explosive and they snowball out of control. I want to bring some attention to what Mike did there here. Really nice stuff putting the Legion Excruder on top, as that's just a fine card to keep. But what Mike's really doing is setting up this United Battlefront for next turn to automatically have the option to hit a Repurposing Bay. And it's going to be a very, very strong Battlefront next turn. But
Okay.
look at this. I mean, Marvin's doing it.
Yeah, Marvin picked up a Roaming Throne, which is one of the best options here. So when he plays the Roaming Throne, assuming he puts it on human, he will get to draw 2 cards.
Okay. That's amazing. Both of these decks are not exactly what we were all expecting for this event. And, I think everything will be looked at in the lens of, okay, you won or lost this first round. How do you do against Cauldron? That's going to be the question we're going to be asking ourselves all weekend. When a deck is as highly represented as is it Cauldron, it really is Cauldron against the world. So that's kind of that narrative we're going to be keeping an eye on.
Okay, he got a Teamer Battle Crier and the Anacalzal Vestige. So depending on what Lacey does here, this could be a big turn for Marvin next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think like, okay, now, yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Do you start dealing with these creatures because they seem like a bit more problems, than trying to get ahead on the battlefield and cast United Battlefront. So I think this is a really nice play. You get to kill 2 things, make a 3/3 as a blocker, and kind of hope that you're, not dead here to some absurd shenanigans.
Yeah, such a huge play just to slow down the cards and keep Marvin from having one of those big turns. So I think a lot of people could have been tempted to go for the United Battlefront, but definitely a better play there by Michael.
Yeah, so now the Teamer Battle Crier does some nice stuff, especially when you have these gigantic colorless creatures. But we can't do anything too absurd this turn. I would assume we could still warp in.
Here's an interesting
No,
thing.
I guess we can't. We're one short of warping.
We warp for 4, so he could warp if he wanted to. But
sorry, I'm saying if you play Teamer Battle Crier and then warp, then we're one short of kind of doing that busted turn of being able to do both of those. But you can Teamer Battle Crier plus a Braid here,
and get back a Dragonhawk, which would be 3 triggers. So
yeah,
there's a lot that can still happen here.
Well, the Reliquary does have ward too, so we can't
it does have ward.
do
You're
that.
correct.
But yeah, you can just abrade it here though.
All right, here we go. That's 2 triggers, so it's still 4 damage.
Yeah, or you play any of these things, but I would think not, and just probably try to deal some damage, win the game here.
He might be debating on playing the mountain or not.
Yeah. So now a big turn. What can you repurposing Bay for, or do you need to spin for the Battlefront? I mean, I think most of the time when you're in this position, you're like, well, if I have a surefire way to deal with the battlefield, not get destroyed here, you do the surefire way. But if not, you United Battlefront and hope for the best.
Yeah, I don't know in Lacey's shoes, what's the best player? It'd be interesting to see what he goes for with the repurposing bay. But
Yeah.
yeah, I was thinking the same thing. The perilous snare is probably the answer because it also generates another body and you get a big attack in here.
Yep. It's either that or like the net, I feel like are the main things. The net does some nice work when you're trying to shut down these activated abilities and stuff, but now it's just big creatures you need to deal with. So the perilous snare looks really good because you're also getting, another construct. So you can perilous snare the dragon, have two 11/11s, 12/12s maybe,
Yep. So
and,
there
and
is
go
the
from there.
concern that if you get the braided net, while it is good, it does still leave one of those 4 power creatures on the battlefield, and that triggers
Yeah.
a lot of things for Marvin.
Yeah, true, true. Yeah, I would think the snare is better as well, but I guess we are wrong.
Okay, we're just gonna tap down the dragon here.
Okay.
All right, still 3 creatures on the battlefield. Does still leave 4 mana, actually more mana than that available once this battle crier hits.
Yeah, that does help with the battle crier. Now what? We can warp this for 1 mana essentially.
And
Maybe
then
get
this is
this.
the sick rip. What you get off this at the end of the turn.
Yeah. And
All
yeah, you
right.
can play that. Why not put it into play? But that's the thing is now on the other side, you are staring at two 12/12s. It is not that far out of the realm of getting those to 16/16s, using the net to tap down one of the blockers and attack for lethal. So I would assume Mike has this.
Yeah, it looks that way. I'm trying to figure out what other
Oh, for
plan
sure
or
has
line you
this
could get
because you can
here.
just repurposing Bay for another net, tap down both creatures, pay the 2. We should be all good to go with I would say an impressive mold to 5 win, but your opponent mold to 4, so that you can't really say that, I feel.
Yeah, and with the creature being tapped from the vestige, makes it pretty easy to punch through here.
Yeah.
I think Lacey's just going through all of it just to make sure. Don't leave anything to chance.
Yeah, and I guess there's one thing here. You can't sack a 2-drop right now to get one of those powerful 3-drops, but there's probably something else that we can get here. You can definitely just sack, some of the 0-drops. And then for 1, you can go get the last Dusk Rose Reliquary in
Yep.
here to get one more card out of there. That's going to represent 2 artifacts.
Yeah, and you get some incidental damage here as well.
Yep. So that puts them to 13. We may be 1 short, though.
Nope. And then both duders get in. That's going to do it.
Yep, there we go. 1 short, but extra blocker there, or not enough blockers. And GG, these decks are sweet.
Yeah, I mean, look at how that game ended up. And that's with Marvin only starting with 4 cards.
Yeah,
Right?
no kidding.
Still was 1 draw away. Like, had he just top decked a Dragonhawk there, that could have been it, with the extra damage. Like, there's all kinds of things that could have happened there. So these decks can both pop off out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players were really, really on the edge of just really exploding out of nowhere here. Both decks very snowbally, and if they're left unchecked, they kind of go crazy. And really, neither deck has that great of interaction. So this is going to be a little bit of 2 ships passing in the night here, which is just a ton of fun to watch because, well, these are 2 unique decks that maybe wouldn't be categorized or thought of as in that tier 1 strategy going into this event.
Yeah, kind of what you expected for the sideboard. Some more creature control, things to slow down Marvin's deck coming in from Lacey's side here. But then the other side is just, hey, let's get a bunch of counters, right?
Yeah.
Like just get all these problem cards we don't want to worry about.
So Michael Lacey had a nice discipline mulligan there. The hand was perfectly functional. Had 2 lands, but they were both tap lands. But decided that he could do better, needs to interact a little bit faster, and takes a nice discipline mulligan there.
Yeah, and Torch, while it seems kind of basic, is a really good card in this matchup, either for getting rid of an early Llanowar Elf or being able to get rid of the Trailblazer. That really slows that deck down.
Yeah, I believe Bolt the Bird comes to mind here when it comes to turn 1.
Yep, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. So way that goes, and fortunately for Marvin, don't have a bunch to do on turn 2 anyway, so you just go ahead and
Yeah.
play another Llanowar Elf here.
Yeah, honestly, if Mike had perfect information here, would have maybe thought about not firing that off to maybe kill the Teamer Battle Crier. But if a Teamer Battle Crier was on the battlefield right now, there would be no answer for Michael Lacey here. You do need that setup turn to play one of these things that you can bargain away.
All right, so it looks like we're gonna play Spire Bluff Canal into the Relic here and get a card.
And I
Wow,
gotta
double
say,
Simulacrum early is strong here.
very strong, very scary. And I got to say, being able to bargain away the Cryogen Relic, I mean, that's just the sweet value that I'm all about here. This deck looks like a ton of fun to play.
All right, well, Marvin looks like he's just gonna be in top deck mode. So let's see how this ends up.
Yeah, no, just all bricks here from Marvin. Has not drawn a spell, kept a hand with those 3 creatures and 4 lands. Perfectly reasonable keep. I would have done the same for sure. And just got no gas on top. Marvin is still that one really good draw away from still being completely fine, but kind of needs it right now.
Right, yet another Simulacrum and Fabrication Foundry. He says, I don't need either of those. Just get rid of them.
Yeah, already has them, so ready to go. And oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Both
just
of their
another basic
faces
forest.
kind of summed this up pretty well.
I mean, on the plus side, you're getting to attack for 5.
That is
Lacey's side either here, so not a bad thing.
yeah,
Well, just as I
absolutely.
say that, then we draw Perilous Snare. Never mind.
Yeah, now what Mike has to really be considering, be like, okay, you didn't play anything. What can be in your hand? And if I was Michael Lacey, I'd be like, okay, it's a braids, it's removal and stuff like that, where Marvin's waiting for me to cast something and then is gonna blow up my synthesizer in response, or maybe a counter spell, something like that post board. So yeah, and there's plenty of negates, there's disdainful stroke, there's plenty of stuff like that that could be available. So, we know perfect information and it's easy for us to say, oh, just jam with your best thing and go from there. But a lot tougher here when you can't see the cards.
Yeah, and there's just that tough thing of when your opponent doesn't make the play you would expect them to make, you
Yeah,
always kind of pause and go, okay, well, why didn't you?
exactly. Wow. Marvin's
Just a
like this.
stomping ground? Ugh.
Yeah,
No,
Marvin's
that's a
like this.
verge, but yeah.
Marvin's like, this didn't happen to me in Arena Championship 7 when I made the top 8.
God, this is tough.
This is tough.
I don't think he's drawn a spell since the start of this game.
Yeah. He has not. He has not. He kept that double land award Teamer Battle Crier hand and has just drawn 4 lands in a row. So really unlucky, but I mean the game is over. This Perilous Snare is going to represent 2 more constructs. They're going to be 8/8s, and you get to take a creature away. So you just have 3 octopus, the 8/8 octopus here in play, and you're dealing with your opponent's only strong creature. And that's just the surface level play. You can Repurposing Bay away the relic, get another synthesizer. The world is Mike's oyster here.
Yeah, this is just an embarrassment of riches at this point.
Yeah. And just a horrific, unfortunate draw here from Marvin. From a mulligan to 4 to this, you're just like, okay, gonna be one of those kind of days, huh?
Yeah, and this is tough too, because again, almost won on a mulligan to 4.
Yeah.
And then, you keep 6, I think it was, and then just don't draw anything. So
Yeah.
tough.
Hey, I feel it. I was the round 1 feature for 7, and I did not draw a 3rd land when I kept a 2-lander on the draw till turn 7. So mine was a little bit the inverse of the problem that Marvin's having here, but I feel his pain for sure.
Yeah, and here we just get rid of the Cryogen Relic. Go ahead and probably just get another removal spell of some variety.
Yeah. There's the snare. Instead of just playing snare, you get Repurposing Bay into snare. So you get to, you get to make so many more constructs. Yeah, just 50 power in play. Attack.
Yep. All right. Well, there's a 10-10. And unfortunately, there's really no out here for Marvin holding just lands in hand.
Yeah, Meltdown is not in the sideboard. I'm noticing. So
Yeah, Fade from History or whatever rotated last
yeah,
rotation,
yeah.
so that's not a thing.
I like that. Michael was like, "All right, fingers crossed." Be like, "Yeah, I think you're probably pretty safe here."
Yeah, for sure.
But of course, I mean, this teamer deck kind of just does some stuff. That's for sure. So now we get to see Michael just like go, "All right, I can just do all the kick flips here with my deck and show you exactly what it's all about, or just attack for 50."
Yeah, even with 2 mana up, if he had an Abrade or a removal or something, like, one's still gonna get through minimum, so
Yeah,
yeah, this is almost, playing with your food a little bit.
absolutely.
Yeah, and you have mana up to even pay the ward cost if you want to.
Yep, really has it all going on here. And hey, gotta love seeing this Jeskai deck, advance to 1-0 here. This deck is sweet. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on this.
Yep, and they just exchanged the GGs, big attack step in here coming.
Yeah, and that will do it. That's Michael Lacey advancing to 1-0 and pumped about it. Absolutely pumped down there. Big congratulations to him and condolences to Marvin as he drew absolutely terribly. I got to say, Daquan, does this, you think in a perfect world where these players were drawing, not even a perfect world, a non-horrific world like Marvin just had to live through there. Do you think that kind of played out like we saw? You think the Jeskai deck is favored, or would you actually give the teamer deck the advantage here?
I think it's closer to even, but honestly, and using that first game as an example, I mean, you saw how often he was just 1 card away. Like, he could have
Yeah.
drawn 3 or 4 different things, and that's from 4 cards. So,
Yeah.
it's actually a much better matchup than it looks like, but, I mean, it doesn't matter whatever your matchup is when you just don't draw spells to cast,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
let's draw 5 lands in a row and keep a 4-lander, and then let's mold to 4 the other game. That is not the way you want to start a big tournament, but good news for Marvin. There's a lot of rounds left to be played. You just got to get to that magic number of 4 wins. So, could be into our day number 2 after 4 short rounds after this. But we're going to take ourselves a short break. On the other side, though, we'll be playing some more round 1 action with our backup feature. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Arena Championship 9. Corey Baumeister, Daquan Watson, we're getting you started here in the morning before we have our other coverage pair of Hayu Yu and Arya Karimchan Donnie coming in into the booth here a little bit later. But first, we got more magic here in round number 1. So let's check out the 2 players that we're going to be watching do battle here. We have our 2 gamers here. We have Hoshi, Yoki Hoshi, up against Keith Carter. We're playing Teamer Landfall here up against Esper Pixie. So let's take a look at our Esper Pixie deck to start it off. And walk us through this one, Daquan. What do we got going on?
Well, I think if you played any amount of Standard over the last, 6 months, you've probably seen some version of this deck trying to use all of the creatures that effectively bounce your permanents to make your opponent sacrifice stuff or discard cards or even just remove things with nowhere to run, and just getting a lot of value out of your cards. But it did get a new card here with the Cosmogrand Zenith that is going to actually let you play a second spell to either get a bigger board or pump your flyers. So it does get to be a little bit more of a nuisance than it used to be.
Oh, yeah. One of the best cards, I think, that got added from Edge of Eternities. You know, the Quantum Riddler, definitely in contention as well. This deck's really strong. You know, it has that kind of game plan where you just, like, never run out of value. You know, it feels like you're always doing things. You get to click so many buttons. It's an absolute blast to play, that is for sure. So let's take a look at the opponent here. We got Yoki Hoshi playing this really, really, really cool deck here. Teamer Landfall. And yeah, I mean, this is unlike any deck we have ever seen. Firmly in the other category, I will say. And we are just trying to really do some wild stuff. What are we doing here, Daquan?
Yeah, this one to me feels like when you go into the lab just a little too hard and you come out with this monstrous pile and go, I got it, right? Like that's what this feels like. So yeah, you're trying to do some landfall things here with one of the new, the Ice Till guy here. That's actually 2 cards in 1, actually, as it turns out. It does let you replay cards or lands from the graveyard, but also whenever you play a land, you get to mill a card as well. So there's a lot going on here, but your main card you're trying to get here is Dragon Back Assault. So you can actually get some 4/4 dragons and get a sweet removal card in the process. But if you look across this deck, there's just value across the board.
Yeah.
Right? Just every single card. You got Ill-Timed Explosion. You know, you got Meringue River Regent. Like every card just doing so many things. So if you can get to a mid-tier of mana, say 4 or 5, you can really start to pull away here.
And like the ultimate value card from way back in the day that just makes me so excited. Into the Royal. I mean, come on. I absolutely love that card. And you're right, man. Someone cooked there. That deck is sweet. I am really, really excited to see it. So if players are ready, we're going to head down to the feature match and check out who is going to take down round number 1 between 2 more sweet decks.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one, especially considering how much Vivi we have to look forward to this weekend. It's cool to just get these 2 up against each other in round 1 just to see, honestly, can the Esper Pixie deck, you know, do these cards of value where you're talking about removing stuff, sacrificing things, like, can you do that against bigger toughness creatures?
Yeah, 100%. You know, this is going to be, you know, interesting to see if you can put that amount of pressure on this deck that has so many kind of main deck sweepers. You know, there's not a lot of sweepers like the Assault that we see, you know, in a lot of decks. So I think this could be a little rough here for Keith, if I had to guess.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty interesting situation here because Keith almost has to decide, like, how much value am I willing to wait for, right? Like, am I just going to make them discard a card here with the momentum breaker?
Yeah.
Or is it worth it to just try to get some small value out of it later?
Yeah, the card that would just absolutely eat Yuki up would be the Hopeless Nightmare. One of the cards that was taken away here in this last ban announcement. This deck would have been so much better if we still had that powerful 1-drop around for sure.
Yeah, I think when you talk about why stuff gets banned, it's actually for situations like this where, you know, had Yuki already had to discard a couple of cards and take 4 damage or whatever, like that deck almost can't function.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think we were all sick of having Obstinate Balos in our sideboard anyway, so good riddance, I say.
I'm a fan of the obstinate Baloth, so not everybody was mad about it.
Okay, all right. I take it back. I'll speak for just myself.
All right, are going to use a Dispelling XL here on the momentum break. Doesn't want to give up any value, it seems.
Yeah, this deck is really, really awesome here from Yuki. Being able to have so many sweepers here is just so great. Having 7 sweepers for all these creatures against a deck that very much wants to play at sorcery speed and blink out all your permanents. Seems like it's lined up pretty well, but the flip side is, well, Yuki doesn't have it right now.
And the tough thing here for Carter is he really doesn't have any pressure being applied while Yuki's trying to set up.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Keith would probably want to just go like Sun Pearl Cure and pick up talent, play talent, attack for 3, have a nice battlefield. But that could be an ill-timed decision if Yuki does have the card. And I like this from Keith. Keith is like, you know what? If you got it, you got it. I can't win the game by going slow. I need to go fast here. So phenomenal play, even if Yuki were to draw it, which that is an Is It card, but the wrong one.
Yeah. But this I Still Explore here can be play. Oh, actually, we're missing a green. Does he have another green land in hand? He doesn't, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't. You're right.
Oh, no, we do have 2 green sources. There's a blue-green land there on the end. So
oh, okay.
it's a
Okay. Gotcha.
verge.
Gotcha. But is that land on the top left? That might not be. Oh, okay. But yeah,
You
'cause
can
it's
play
not
the
turned
island
on,
to turn
right?
on the verge so you get the green.
Yeah, I don't think that's an island. It's a village, right? They
Oh, it
look
is a
similar.
village.
Yeah.
You are correct. It is just a village. But there is a forest there kind of tucked away. So
Okay.
you're good
Okay.
anyway.
All right. Yuki just had so many cards in hand. They were a little shaded here. That is interesting to me that we killed that creature though instead of playing the Explorer, because if you play the Explorer, you get that extra land drop even from the graveyard, and then next turn you're ready with that Dragonback Assault. So, that was a real choice.
Yeah, and this is interesting too because coincidentally Carter was able to pick up another -2, so you would be able to kill an I Still Explorer here.
Yeah. But yeah, mainly it just does an Explorer. Like that's all it does is Explorer, which is perfectly fine. But, that being said, Yugi has lined up a really nice play of playing this land from the yard. Then next turn going Dragonback Assault. You get to destroy the entire battlefield and then create 2 4/4 dragons with that Fabled Passage. No big deal.
Well, we pick up a momentum breaker here, so could use that to just get rid of the creature if you want to.
Yep. Looks like Keith might be more interested in going trajectory, breaker, because, well, that's 6, 7, 8. That's 9 damage we have here.
Yeah, I mean, almost enough.
And almost is so great with this deck when you have one of the most hopeless nightmares around, but almost does not cut it anymore. Like this sweeper will just control the game. Pretty much he'll be in pretty much full driver's seat mode here.
All right, here comes the parade of dragons now.
And now just what do you do? Like it feels completely over. You're fighting this fight where you're a deck that is just trying to use spot removal to deal with your opponent's creatures and run them out of resources. But when your opponent's lands are also resources, you have too many resources.
Yeah, this is where, just what we're saying. If you can survive till turn 4 or 5 with some decent amount of life, here's what happens. Right now, you get to play the Explorer, you get to play the Fabled Passage out of the graveyard.
Twice.
Yeah, it just gets real ugly real fast.
Twice. So that is 4 dragons that are joining the battlefield. And oh yeah, you get to bounce that. Why not? Get some extra battle, get some extra advantage here. Here's a bunch of dragons. Plus you will have a braid available for your opponent. And wow, these decks are all sweet so far, Daquan.
Yeah, and now you don't even mind putting stuff in the graveyard. The Explorer's letting you replay stuff. We're just 2 attack steps away from being done here. All right, down to 12 for Carter, and I don't think there's a reasonable top deck here to get 3 damage, unfortunately.
Yeah, really not. It Not a lot that gets you from really far behind. This is a tempo deck, true and true. You need to really be staying either at board parity or ahead. This is a great deck that pushes the advantage, but when you're behind, can be a lot tougher.
Yeah, and that kind of played out how we expected, right? If Carter can get a good start, stay aggressive, there's a chance you can just put it away.
Yeah,
But if you don't, like we're saying, with all the sweepers and then the landfall triggers, having everything go off, it's just a runaway train.
yeah, it really is. But on the bright side, Keith does get to bring in, some solid counter spells. Annul looks phenomenal at being able to deal with that gigantic 6-mana enchantment. Looks like we brought in some Kaitos onto the board. That makes a lot of sense. Basically, anytime Keith is on the play, I assume he's going to be bringing in Kaitos up against maybe except hyper-aggressive decks. No More Lies as a great card. And then Tidebinder. Tidebinder to just be able to shut down some of these triggered abilities, maybe from the powerful enchantment, the Dragonback Assault. Looks really good there. Not a lot of changes there from Yuki, which just kind of screams to me that, hey, this is a good matchup.
Yeah, and if you notice, all the stuff he pulled out is just they're not going to do anything to just the few creatures that Yuki has. So he's like, let's just get all this out of here. They're good against other decks. They're terrible in this setup.
Agreed.
Now, a fun card we're seeing from Yuki is Seed Ship Impact. That's something I wouldn't have necessarily expected to see there, but it's actually kind of a sweet inclusion.
Yeah, no kidding. That is a bit of an interesting one. I mean, really, Yuki's whole deck is sweet.
Well, yeah.
This is awesome.
But yeah, anything that can give you some value in that deck while making lander tokens basically is another trigger for a bunch of stuff. So you can just go get another land, fire things off while getting some extra value out of your cards.
Yeah, and I think I know a couple other artifacts that card has targeted throughout the weekend. Would be my guess.
Yeah, just a few.
Just a few. maybe some 2-drops here. You gotta get those fear of missing outs out of there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so it looks like we have a decent start here for Carter. It looks like he might be hoping to, I guess, stick a land here and just get an early Kaito if possible, but that's not going to happen because the fire magic just took down one of those little pixies.
Yeah, and you kind of had to see that coming if you're Yuki. Just be like, why would you play, a very sad creature there, of just a not so great pixie without getting that value. But hey, this is a nice little thing. The value you get from the lab here, getting that free ability to pick up creatures, makes this not so bad. But Keith missing the land drop is not ideal, of course.
Yeah, but that's a cute little interaction though, right? Like get my creature back, pick it up, and then I have a chance to do it again later.
Exactly.
All right, what does the Dragon Storm do here for us?
All right, so discarding some cards. Most of the time you want to put some lands into your yard so that right when you play the Icetail Explorer, you can just immediately play a land from the yard, get that mill, and kind of go from there. But when it's your only land, you don't really want to do that. So might want to be getting rid of one of these Dragonback Assaults or the River Region. I would think one of the 6-drops here has to go, but we'll see here. Yuki, of course, the master of this deck, because no one else is playing it. So
Yeah.
Yuki's got to be the master of this.
I will ask you this though, Corey. Like, if you're in Yuki's seat and you really want the Dragonback Assault to resolve, like, are you also aware, because they know each other's deck list, that you're probably going to be trying to force that through some counters later?
Yeah, that is the other thing. Like, am I going to need to just have both of them? But hey, this is the card in the matchup here. Kaito seems like there is not a lot of great answers from the Teamer deck. I'm kind of looking now like, there's like no real straightaway answers besides Broadside Barrage. And of course, we don't see that card in the hand, but that's really the only straightaway answer for the powerful Dimir Planeswalker.
Yeah, because Dragonback Assault will only deal 3 to it. So
yeah,
that's probably that. And the
barrage. No. Yeah, deals 4 if you reveal the dragon. So that's perfect.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Fair then.
Okay. We figured it out. Yuki has figured everything out. If that was the consideration, maybe Keith should have prioritized plussing, because if you see that card, across from you in high numbers, and as I look at the deck list, there's one.
Yeah.
There's only one.
So we have the momentum breaker trigger here. And I think Yuki's still on the spot. Oh, actually did discard the land. I thought he might actually hold it there.
Yeah, that is really interesting. And God, this is just kind of playing out like I've expected so far. It's like Keith is doing stuff every turn, being mana efficient, using his mana every time, but it's just such small game stuff that nothing's really kind of getting him anywhere. And right now, Yuki just has all the time in the world to set up these really gigantic plays. And, I mean, the card that makes this deck go is on the stack here, Ice Till Explorer looks incredible in this deck.
Yeah, and this is again one of those spots where we're going into I guess turn 5 and Yuki's still at 17.
Yeah.
Like, that's not where Carter wants to be here.
And I mean, hey, this was a great draw, right? Like we can attack with Pixie. You can ninjutsu this in. You can maybe try to draw a land to find or draw a card to try to find a land. Then you can tragic trajectory the explorer, replay the Pixie, pick up your little reanimation room there, and that turn looks pretty solid. But the flip side is, next turn you're still going to get to deal a bunch of damage to the creatures on the battlefield, and you're going to make 2 4/4 dragons.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was a situation where you almost want to just feign having a counter to try to deter Yuki from playing one of his bigger cards.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that is the other consideration, but at some point, Yuki will just have to jam. And what can you do here? And like right now, I mean, Keith is kind of forced into that line that I was suggesting because it looks good, it looks powerful, but it's just nothing is as powerful as what Yuki's doing in this matchup.
Now he did manage to get rid of the Explorer, which is huge. And looks like at the very least you'll still keep Kaito here and get one more attack with it at a minimum.
Yep. And Dragonback Assault deals damage to the Planeswalkers as well, so it lowers it a bit, doesn't straight away kill it, but that is, of course, still effective.
And because we got a fetch land, you will have the option of getting another dragon, so at instant speed.
Yeah, instant speed being the key one, because, I mean, we look at the hand from Keith here. It has the ability to deal with, the first dragon pretty easily. You have to assume the second one can be dealt with. But this instant speed one will be a problem.
Yep, so go ahead and get the momentum breaker down, get rid of a 4/4. I mean, this is still such a huge uphill battle for Carter here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And but you got to keep trying.
Interesting to now pump it up. Instead of trying to find more cards, maybe more counter spells, because you have to kind of assume that this dragon's going to be able to attack you down. Now, there's some tricks that Keith can do here. Maybe Fear of Isolation picks up Momentum Breaker, and then you can block a dragon with Fear of Missing Out, and then bounce it back with the Kieran to, do a little of now you saw me, now you don't type plan. But that is, once again, just still okay, turning the wheels, but not necessarily getting anywhere.
I think the thought here is if he goes in and makes the dragon, since you had a card leave the battlefield, you can go and void to kill the dragon, I think is what we're aiming for here.
Yeah.
Nope, does that? Oh, okay. Well, I guess not.
Yeah, you can't kill it at instant speed.
Yeah, you can't. You can't. It is a sorcery.
Yeah, man, if that card had the Fatal Push text essentially, but it's just slightly better than Fatal Push, that card would be seeing a ton of play. That is for sure.
So now you have choices from Yuki's side, right? You have a Fable Passage, which can make dragons. You can Meringue River Regent, which would bounce a couple of things. So lots happening here.
Yep. And I think with the fact that you have that extra land drop, I think doing this to start is perfectly reasonable.
And another Dragonback Assault.
Yeah, that is great. So discard one card, and then I think it seems pretty safe to just attack with the dragon. But we might see the assault first. Either way, it's looking very good for Yuki for sure.
Yeah, I think even if Yuki attempts to play the Dragonback Assault and it were to run into a counter, you're still going to get 2 more dragons if you use the Fable Passage. So it's not that much of a loss.
Exactly. And you tap your opponent out. So, well, this play is great. Kind of Keith went for the kind of line I was suggesting there. Looks fine. You're like, awesome. My creature didn't die. I still have some value. But now Dragon Back Assault number 2 cleans up both of Keith's permanents. Yuki gets the value back from the Rolling Dragon Storm. And now your Fabled Passage next turn puts into play 16 power.
Yeah. Yep. That kind of that's just sort of it at this point, right? I don't think Carter has a way to deal with 2 Dragonback Assaults.
No. And we can deal with them right now, but to quote my favorite flavor text on a Magic card ever, Aboshan, you can't fight the tide forever here.
Yeah. I mean, there's a Cosmogrand Zenith, but those just make tokens on the ground, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I mean that card is great when it's like the best turn 4 play at kind of getting the things going, but now like just what are we doing here,
Yeah, and this is sort of what we talked about, coming into the match is Carter's deck does a lot of things for value, but they're things that don't really affect Yuki's deck, right? Like
Yeah.
you're not getting rid of all these small creatures or mana things or even worrying about the graveyard, any of that stuff. It's like, no, I'm just ramping up and playing big stuff. What are you going to do
Yeah.
about that?
Be like, but may I interest you in game actions here, Daquan?
Yeah.
Yeah, and once again, we'll be really talking about Is It Cauldron? We're, of course, going to see a lot of it later on. It's pretty much a mathematical certainty that is going to be a solid part of our day 2 metagame. So we look like, okay, how do these decks stack up against Is It Cauldron? Esper Pixie, we've seen that matchup before, but this teamer deck up against Is It Cauldron, Yuki has to have expected that Cauldron was going to be around. So you would kind of think, hey, he probably has a decent matchup, but time will tell.
Yeah, this is just unreal. Okay, so now we have 16 powers worth of dragons, and we're going to replay the Dragon Storm.
Oh, yeah. We've been done here for a while, to say the least. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're in a no outs type situation.
Yeah. But wow, this deck looks incredible, y'all. I cannot wait to give this a shot on the arena ladder after we're done here.
I mean, I guess you make a blocker of sorts. I mean,
you can kill 2 of these dragons. You are officially not dead yet. That is something. You get to kill 2 of them. You get to put a solid amount of power into play, but you're just fighting an uphill battle here. This deck has a ton of lands. Yuki has 7 cards in hand, 6 cards in hand.
The sick feeling when you're in Carter's seat like this is you saw your opponent discard an ill-timed explosion. So like, you know what I mean? Like you almost always, they kept at least one sweeper of some type. So like, even though I'm going to do all this work, it's probably not going to work.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like when your opponent chose to not discard any cards to Fable the Mirror Breaker. You're like, all right here.
Whatever. Yeah, exactly.
We get it. I'm dead.
And he actually does have a 2 mana spell to discard. So you wouldn't even affect your dragons here if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, that is true. All the sweepers already has another ill-timed. Could have played the River Regent to bounce stuff here, but it just doesn't matter. But yeah, we're probably just going to see this ill-timed explosion for 4 even. Like deal with the dragons, who cares? Then you can play 2 more or 4 more, excuse me. The Fabled Passage represents 4 of them. And then the Dispelling Exhale, has the ability to counter something as well. So all the options are great. Whatever Yuki picks is going to be good enough, more than likely here.
Yeah, this is great. Yuki just saying, like, I don't even care about getting rid of the board. I'm at 10, you're at 8. I'm just going to make 4 more dragons. Whatever.
Yeah, don't need to get rid of the board. I am the board.
Yeah. And to be honest, you could play Meringue River Regent here if you want to. Like, there's so many options.
Oh, yeah. And I'm sure we are going to see that. Analyze the Pollen is really cool in this deck. All right, I am in love, Yuki. This is an awesome, awesome deck. As there is the one gigantic Teamer Spirit Dragon. I forget the name. Earl, right?
Oh, yeah, that is what it is.
Yeah, okay.
Urini, actually.
Urini, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Earl didn't feel right. Earl did not feel right.
Earl's
there
country.
It is.
He's a country version of the dragon.
Yeah. That does look like the Midwest, that is very cold, that would make sense.
All right, here comes the Ring River Regent. We're going to pick up a couple of tokens here since those just go away completely. And yeah, not really at risk of having anything bad happen here at 10 life.
Yeah, and there you go. Keith just eventually ran out of steam here, did a lot of things, was very mana efficient, kind of, had a quote unquote good draw, maybe stumbled a little bit, didn't hit that turn 3 land drop immediately, but had the 2 Kaitos that Keith brought in from the sideboard, the card that should be a really good matchup. Yuki had that 1 Molten Exhale, and Keith didn't play around it, which, hard to play around a 1 of there. So I totally get it. And just everything seemed pretty trivial here from Yuki Oshii.
Yeah, I think this example of sometimes just some matchups are just bad matchups, right? Like we saw Carter kind of do everything the deck wanted to do, right?
Yeah.
It had the momentum breakers. You were able to use your rooms to get all the extra value. You even got a Cosmic Grand Zenith down, and it just didn't matter.
Yeah. And a deck like this used to just be so good at taking advantage of decks like, Dimir Midrange that would be trying to kill all your cards with spot removal. And that is still kind of what this deck is going to be very good at. It's the decks that go way over the top that Esper Pixie kind of is going to struggle with. Unfortunately, Cauldron is one of those decks that go over the top. While that matchup is close, I would say advantage to the Cauldron decks.
Nope, we're going to analyze to go find something. Like, I mean, Carter didn't have any cards in hand. You can just attack through. Oh, Urini just for the rub-ins. Got it.
Yeah. This is giving him a show here. Urini just coming down to just completely decimate this battlefield. And my goodness, when a gigantic Teamer Dragon that has a keyword of saying the number of lands you control, it almost doesn't matter what it does in your all land file style deck. So Yuki Oshii takes down round number 1 with this awesome Teamer Landfall deck. Really, really looking forward to checking that out more here, Daquan.
Yeah, this was a little bit crazy because, like I said, I mean, it's a deck in Esper Pixie that everybody knows is good, does all the value things. But again, like we're talking about, like it's just some matchups are just bad matchups. And this is a situation where Carter's deck just didn't affect Yuki for probably, a good 70% of the time we were watching, which is wild.
Yeah, it really felt like the game plan had to be get a good battlefield going and back it up with counter magic. Didn't see any in the post-board game. And, it's just kind of Yuki just going over the top, being able to resolve everything and taking it down.
Sometimes, like we said, you go into the lab and you come out with a monster. And that's what Yuki had there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yuki was cooking with that deck list, and we'll be checking that out a little bit later. But it sounds like we have even more magic from round number 1. We're going to take ourselves a short break and bring you some more magic, y'all. Don't go anywhere. All right, everyone, welcome back to coverage here of Arena Championship 9. We got some more magic here in round number 1. Corey Baumeister and Daquan Watson bringing you coverage here for one more match. So we're going to jump right into it here. We are going to check out these two players. We have Juan Giraldo versus Marco Vasello, and we got Esper Pixie on the left versus Orzhov Demons, which, Daquan, I know you were pretty pumped about this deck list.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than your regular mono black demons when what you're used to seeing. It is flashing white for some quality removal spells, right? And I think that's a thing the deck, while the black removal is good, you can't always get rid of, say, like enchantments very easily, so it does give you that versatility. So it'd be interesting to see how those make a big difference here in an Esper Pixie matchup where they're just trying to cycle through a bunch of cards quickly. So it'd be interesting to see how this one's going to play out.
Yeah, absolutely. I always love seeing a good bloodletter of Elkalot, and we have the kind of the combo in this deck to be able to just really go nuts with it. So yeah, really cool stuff. So we're gonna jump on down and see who can take this down here for round number 1. But first, I gotta ask you about this Esper Pixie list. Is this anything too different, or is this pretty close to what we saw?
No, I don't think this is too crazy. This is starting to become kind of what you would call the stock look. There's a few different choices on do you play 4 of a thing or 3 of a thing. This one, went for the full set of stock ups, for example.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas some of the others are playing 2 or 3. So it just kind of depends on, probably your preference or play style, what you're trying to hit. Because others have, where you might cut down some of the stock ups, you're playing more of the Cryogen relics. So maybe you could bounce that and get more cards. Right, so there's a few different things these decks can do to give themselves some variety.
Yeah, and then I love the Kaitos in here. I mean, Kaito's still just one of the best cards in Standard, so if you're playing all these cheap creatures, it makes sense to me to have Kaito in there. I totally get Kaito on the draw against like a Cauldron deck. It's not great as they have these hasty threats that can kind of attack it down. But when you're on the play and you can just have 3 lands, a 1-drop, and you'll automatically ninjutsu on turn number 3. I feel like you win such a high percentage of those games that, it's a card I really like.
Yeah, I think it's not just the value of Kaito, but it's the deck's ability to keep things out of the way of Kaito, right?
Yeah.
Is the other balancing factor there.
So how do you think this deck kind of lines up against the Orzhov Demons deck? We can put that up here as well. If we have that, do you think this amount of removal is good enough to kind of, break up the powerful synergies from these demons? Or do you think the power of the Orzhov Demon deck is just a little bit too much and will go over the top of Juan's deck?
If I were just guessing, looking at the decks, I would say that Esper Pixie probably has the advantage here.
I was thinking
Just
the same, yeah.
because you can dodge some of their removal in some cases if you have, say, like a Kieran, right? Like, can keep your creatures alive. But also early things like the demon wall, right? You have a few ways to get rid of that so they don't get as much value from their room. Like there's a few different things this deck does that really can put pressure on the demon deck.
Yeah, and I want to bring everyone's attention to that bottom left card. It seems like it's kind of an innocuous removal spell, but the Nowhere to Runs, whenever those are really good, you probably have a good matchup. Is kind of a good heuristic here for these Pixie decks. And, I mean, looking at Marco's list, there are Clarion Conquerors, Demon Walls, Cecil, all of these stuff where those Nowhere to Runs have a ton of targets. So, when you're sideboarding against these Pixie decks, I always try to do my best job of making their removal spells awkward. And, most of the time it means cutting those X3s if I can, kind of dancing around the Nowhere to Runs. But that doesn't look to be an option here from Marco, as there's just too many of them. And Clarion Conqueror doesn't really do anything in this matchup, even though it's like excellent against the Cauldron decks, which we'll be seeing later.
Yeah, it's one of those cards that obviously is made for certain things in the metagame. Even as we saw earlier against like the Jeskai Artifacts deck, right? It would be great against that. But it really doesn't do much here, unfortunately, other than just be a flying blocker at a sizable body. So there's that, right? It does have some battlefield implications, but as far as its actual ability, doesn't do too much, right? If there is a card to really kind of look at in this, it would be Archenemy's Charm, right?
Oh, yeah.
We don't really see a lot of, but the card actually does a lot here, and it's a clean way to just get rid of a Kaito early if you have to.
Yeah, I mean, all the modes are kind of relevant on that, right? Like, we don't usually see a charm that has those 3 good modes, or maybe it's modern playable, Archmage's Charm, the mono blue one, that has some good modes, but that's straight to modern. As far as a standard charm goes, this is one of the better ones, but just like every, 3-colored charms, it really is a deck constraint, like you really can't put this in every deck and hope for the best.
Yeah, I will say if there is a concern here, this deck does have some things we're talking about, like Caustic Bronco, Cecil.
You mean the snores?
Oh yeah, that are actually going to risk your life total to take advantage of them. And when the Pixie deck is just coming over the top, just nickel and diming the value, you're not actually going to be able to do too much of that. So it's going to be a little bit of a problem there at times.
All right, well, enough of us figuring out what's going to happen. Let's jump into the match here. I believe we are jumping into game number 2. We'll get confirmation here on the graphics, and we'll get this started off. Looks like Marco has won game number 1, and oh, nope, does look like we have these players heading into game number 3. Looks like I see a little bit of a gold pip there by Juan.
Yep. All right, so looks like a reasonable keep here from both sides. Looks like, I guess Juan's actually mulligan to 6.
Okay, 6, not the absolute worst, but there is the nowhere to runs, and it looks like Juan has maybe recognized that nowhere to run is one of the more important cards, and if you can start getting value from that and start picking up with Pixie over and over, that's exactly what you want to be doing. So we'll see if Marco kind of leans into it and plays Demon Wall, or if has that kind of foresight and plays something else. But oh my goodness, Daquan, that was like the greatest top deck ever.
Oh, absolutely. Now you end up with 2 creatures on board, more value next turn. If you get a land, you get to do multiple things. High Noon, good card here, slows down the Pixie deck to where they can only play 1 spell a turn.
And that's fine. I think this is another card. We're going to be looking at a lot of stuff, and I'll try not to be saying this constantly, but it is important for this event. It is the David versus Goliath, the Cauldrons versus the non-Cauldrons. And I look at everything in the scope of how does this interact with Cauldron, and High Noon, a great card against them. So, it's kind of the classic case. Looks like Marco's deck list is really geared towards that matchup, but has applications towards the other matchups as well.
Yeah, you're right. It's one of those cards that kind of looks a little awkward, but when you start looking at all the other decks he's expecting to go up against, and it turns out 20 of them, it will at least be good against those. Probably not a bad choice.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we're just going for another Pixie here, it looks like.
Okay,
all right, erring on the side of, I guess, aggression.
Yep, and just holding up that annul, hoping it's good enough here. Which is interesting. That should be kind of a tell, though. If you are Marco, you should assume that there's probably something like an annul, because playing the Storm Chaser's talent first would still make more sense, you would think.
Oh, for sure. For sure. It is amusing that the Demon Wall is an actual artifact creature.
Yep, that is true. That is true. Demon Wall is a very strong card. Just hasn't gotten a lot of love yet.
Yeah, it kind of mostly appears in this deck only. I believe I've seen 1 or 2 like Gruul or Golgari +1/+1 counter decks trying it out, but really this is the deck where it shines.
Yep, 100%. And so far, Marco just, not drawing great here. This nowhere to run automatically works because, well, High Noon is that effect that is universal. It hits both players. And the Bane of Nightmares off the top is just such an incredible draw from Juan, as he gets to, or excuse me, they get to ninjutsu the Nurturing Pixie that doesn't have the counter on it and get that value back, plus getting through a ton of damage. Just the absolute greatest draw for Juan, for sure.
Yeah, this is a tough situation. And Kaito, I believe, has hexproof on Juan's turn, so can't even hit it with the get lost there. Yeah, already at 5, and this is going to be a problem.
Yep, and doing a little scroll over on nowhere to run to make sure that is just your opponents, because nowhere to run does make things targetable, but that one is not universal.
Yep, this is going to be it. And I don't think had Marco not played the High Noon, this kind of would have played out close to the same, it looks like.
Agreed. It just didn't have enough spells here to really get anything going. And, that annul on the Annex was just a big deal here. So, really well played from Juan.
Yeah, and that's a tough one for Marco's side because I don't even know had you played the Demon Wall first and then maybe followed up with the Annex the last turn, you would have taken 2 more damage anyway in the process, so I don't know if it would have made too big of a difference.
Yeah, because that's the thing is Juan would have just untapped, nowhere to run in the Demon Wall, and then have annulled the next turn. So I think it was a no-win situation here for Marco, and just Esper Pixie kind of doing its thing. These are the games that Esper loves. It's when your opponent is just casting Get Lost on your thing, casting removal spells on your creature. That's where this deck looks incredible and kind of why it became a very powerful tier 1 strategy. Even at the beginning of the year before we saw some other cards in the metagame. But yeah, that's Juan taking it down here, advancing to 1-0 here at the Arena Champs, and a great start to the event.
Yeah, we saw quite a bit of difference there when you're talking about the Esper matchup, right? Where in the previous matchup, none of the cards seemed to matter.
Yeah.
And this matchup, almost every card seemed to matter. So
Yeah.
it kind of shows you how more effective the deck can be when those interactions are important.
Yeah, exactly. Esper Pixie doesn't feel like a deck that's like very polarizing as far as very good against this, very bad against this, because it's just a good deck. It's just a very strong deck. So you would think it kind of has game against everything. And I think that is pretty true, but I guess not that Teamer deck, as that just went way, way over the top. But sounds like we have even more magic. You can't get rid of us that easy, y'all. We are going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back with one more match here from round number 4. Don't go to her. matchup ends up going. I would say slightly favored for Cauldron, but players split the first 2 games. So let's see their conclusion.
Yeah, and I'm with you here on this one, right? We talked about it a little bit off the air, but when you're looking at the Gruul Delirium deck and you know that such a large percentage of the field is playing the Cauldron, their main strategy is an anti-strategy for you.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. You know, the Cauldron being able to eat your opponent's graveyard is really nice. And the Gruul deck can be okay if you take advantage of the spot where, hey, maybe your opponent's Izzet decks are kind of trimming on removal to be better in the mirror. But, you know, this list in particular is not really trimming on removal. But at the same time, the opening hand here is not very good for Tikon.
Yeah, and I will say this though, he does have a good card here in Keen-Eyed Curator that if you time it right, you can kind of keep them from getting any real value off of their Cauldron.
Yeah, that is a very tricky card to play around. You almost always have to aim a removal spell at it, and then, you know, when they respond to exile a card, then go to kill it.
All right, so an Abrade's getting out of the way here early, taking down a 3/3, and just keeping Alongo from building up a graveyard, really.
Yeah, but so far, Tikon just does not have that kind of cauldron draw. You know, just all reactiveness is great. You know, you need that in a matchup like this, but you really do need to find your goods. You need to find your Tursas. You need to find your scholars, something like that to really get it going. You need to tell some stories, go to the Winter Nights.
Yeah, but hitting that 5 damage from the Omen to take out the Curator there is actually pretty big. It allows you to keep a graveyard, keep some options for later. And now you force Alongo into just, all right, you got to have more threats here.
Yep, absolutely. So Longo has the option to either just jam the Tursa or go Patchwork Beastie plus FOMO and maybe discard a land. I would think after all this removal that's been cast, double spelling here looks pretty tempting. But the flip side is Tursa, you know, can't really be destroyed right now. It would have to be on Tikon's next turn.
Yeah, and again, knowing each other's deck lists, the only thing that he coincidentally has in hand, you know, but into the Flood Maw probably just keep some damage off of you for a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the Flood Maw is an interesting one as well. That's one that this hyper of aggressive of a deck, I can definitely see trimming some. We don't know exactly if Tikon left in all of them or maybe cut down a little bit, but it can be great, you know, at pushing through those last bits of damage, maybe stopping a fear of not a fear of missing out. The Screaming Nemesis, excuse me, being able to stop that without it dealing damage and killing something else. But as it stands right now, not ideal up against these hasty creatures with enter the battlefield.
Now, I was going to say credit to Tikon here being very patient and not just using Enter the Flood Maw because it's really good to use against, what is it, Virulent Urge, I believe the card is.
Yeah,
that gives
the
you
double strike
there. But turns out Alongo has the right cards to also have an overprotect. So this could be a one-shot kill. No, not quite. Not quite. We're not there yet. We're close though.
Yeah, I mean, it's 14 damage. You're right though. And you can kind of bait it out by going Violent Urge first, and then your opponent can point whatever removal spell they have at it. Or you just play it nice and safe and slow. Like right now, Tikon's not doing anything, so there's no reason to get froggy here.
Yeah, I think he's just going to take his time. And again, you know, having the Agatha Soul Cauldron is what we talked about, right? Like you do actually take away Delirium. So now there's, even if you had cast the Urge, could have made it to where you don't really get the double strike trigger.
Now, this is a cool card. This card's called Vivi Ornator, okay? I don't know if y'all have ever heard of this card. New Final Fantasy card, you know, it's making some fringe splashes here in a couple of formats and, you know, does some pretty cool stuff. Wouldn't you think, Taquan?
I've heard that card's all right.
Yeah,
people have been telling me it's pretty good. I heard a lot of people are playing it this weekend, actually.
It does seem like it. So we'll have to check in on this whole Vivi plan and see if it really holds true.
Now, the interesting thing here is we did get back to Delirium again, can remove the Delirium with the Cauldron, and can get a couple of counters onto Vivi here. So there's a lot that's going to happen on this turn.
Yep, absolutely. And we see Tikon not playing the land here, and that's for a couple reasons. There's a lot of cards where you are drawing a bunch of cards and you want to discard. So if you top deck a Tursa, you want to be able to have a card in hand to discard. If you top deck Winter Night Stories, Scholars, any of those kind of things, you really want to have a hand full of blank cardboard. Who cares? Get rid of them so you can keep your other cards.
Yeah, this was a tough situation there for Alongo to just going into the attack step and he said, okay, well, if I lose Delirium, now I only have one attacker.
Yep, exactly.
So I wonder if the plan here is just going to be try to bait Vivi into blocking. It says, okay, now if you stack up the Virulent Urge while you still have Delirium, you get the double strike trigger, even if you lose it afterwards.
Okay. Yep. That is very reasonable. I was like, otherwise, that doesn't seem like the best timing to do it. But, this could actually work out really bad for Alongo if he goes for it. If he's not patient here, this Into
Yep.
the Flood Maw could be just backbreaking. So nice disciplined play. And all right, Tikon has, with this draw being so medium so far, really has a chance to take this game over if he can draw something like Winter Night Stories, Tursa, Scholar, one of those things to really get the ball rolling.
And that was a very disciplined play from Alongo to say, you know what? There's a real chance you have something to do with that one mana. So
Yeah,
I'm just not going to risk it.
exactly. Could have been one of the two cards. Could have been Torch, could have been Into the Flood Maw. And now there can be some world where Tikon could do something like eat a creature, put Vivi to 2 power, then use the 2 mana from Vivi plus the Mountain and the Verge, animate Soulstone Sanctuary, play the Mountain, and all of a sudden you have you can also do the Exile ability, which isn't that relevant, but it is cool. But then you have Soulstone Sanctuary plus 2 pieces of interaction and a solid board here. So love this play from Tikon.
Yeah, that's kind of the dirty pool play there, right? Like you steal the Keen-Eyed Curator, so now for 1 mana you can just take things out of their graveyard.
Yeah. Yeah, Delirium will not be had here, it looks like, when you have the Keen-Eyed Curator under the Cauldron. And let me tell you, that's one of the most fair things you can do with that Cauldron, is get that ability. We'll be seeing some other unfair stuff a little bit later. And all of a sudden, it looks like Tikon has kind of stabilized this battlefield with what I would consider from this Cauldron deck a horrific draw.
Yeah, with 2 bits of interaction, I think it's going to be pretty hard for him to lose here because even if Alongo were to attack, try to like Violent Urge for first strike, then it's still not really enough because you try to kill it, they try to protect, overprotect, and then you just either bounce it or whatever.
Yeah. And that's the thing is these kind of scenarios, it all really comes down to who has to air quotes blink first. And right now that has to be Alongo because Vivi has a higher toughness than the Tursa. So you just get to block with Vivi and say, your move, what would you like to do? And then Tikon reacts to that. That's what makes this game really difficult here for Alongo.
Yeah, Alongo, I think, was just weighing the odds of just, hey, maybe I just have to go for it and hope you don't have 2 pieces.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to go well.
Yeah, this is a bad situation.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm Tikon, I'm like, you got it. My VV has 3 damage. Let's head on to my turn. No reason to put yourself in a difficult situation here. The only thing you'd want to play around with that is, not trying to get got by a 3 mana removal spell or something, or a 3 damage removal spell, I should say.
Yeah, so Vivi's going to take up 1, dealing a point of damage, trying to bounce the BC.
Yeah, I don't even know if this is necessary. I get what we're trying to do here. This once again forces the hand from Alongo to have to do something or Tursa bites the dust. But, if Alongo had 2 overprotects or something here, this could have went wrong for him.
Yeah,
But
I think as it stands, the Urge only even gives a +1, so that wouldn't even punch past Vivi on its own. So he's going to have to commit the overprotect here.
yeah.
Yeah, there's some pause and a little bit of consternation, it seems like, probably going on. I'm like, I guess I just got to do it.
It's like, why did I do this? Yep. Because
Yep.
now this works out exactly like Tikon wanted to happen here. Now everything on the battlefield is decimated. This Patchwork Beastie is going to get recast and basically can never attack with this Cauldron in play. And well, now the very powerful mage here, Vivi, is ready to do some damage.
All right. Well, this looks like, I mean, I guess you could have replayed the Beastie, but for what value?
Yeah, this looks like a pretty nice cycle to me to start. And, Tikon's really just looking for any of those cards that draws cards, Winter Night Stories, that kind of stuff. Hasn't found it. So I would say Tikon's draw has been really average at the very best and still cleaning it up here. I think that does not bode well for Gruul Delirium's chances in this event.
Yeah, this is exactly what we thought, right? If that Cauldron comes down, you just can disrupt Delirium constantly. Coincidentally, which we hadn't really considered, is you get rid of a Keen-Eyed Curator, and then now your opponent just gets to do to your graveyard what you were hoping to do to theirs.
Yep. The keen eye has definitely turned on him so far. And, you're not getting that boost, right? This isn't the Keen-Eyed Curator that becomes a 7/7 at some point. You don't get that mode on it, but honestly, you don't really need it. And look at how slow Tikon's playing this. Like, you know what? I do not want to put myself in a position where I lose to a Screaming Nemesis or some other haste threat, which there are aplenty in the Gruul Delirium deck, but
yeah, this is just not going to be it. But I think you're right. That's a very smart play there of saying, as long as I have 2 blockers back, nothing crazy is going to happen here. Next turn, maybe you can consider getting in, depending on what you draw. But you're 2 attack steps away from winning anyway. So you can just take your time with it.
Yep, absolutely. And once again, another brick off the top. Just has really spelled a lackluster draw here. But still looking solid, but absolutely not over at the moment. There was only 9 damage available. So any spell there would have been lethal.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is Delirium has no graveyard right now.
Yep. Yeah, and that looks to be enough here. That Patchwork Beastie isn't going to be able to get it done. So now it's just pulling the trigger on being able to attack for lethal. And even putting 1 creature into the graveyard here. So Soul Cauldron eats it, puts it on the Soul Stone. That way you're attacking without risking a single thing. And we just get to go from here. Funny thing about Twin Maw Stormbrood, you can actually cast the other side now that you have Starting Town in your deck. So you can cast a dragon if you want to.
Yeah, it's not often, but I'm sure there's going to be some clutch times late in games where that's going to be important with that little bit of life gain.
Yep, 100%. All right, and that's Tikon Timoshenko taking down round number 1 here over Gruul Delirium. So big congrats to him there. And that is our first Izzet Cauldron deck on the board. And, Daquan, believe it or not, those Izzet Cauldron decks can look a little scarier than even that draw. So I think we're in for a little bit more from that deck.
Yeah, I think I'm a little surprised, truthfully, that did go to 3 games, right? It's possible that, Alongo just had one of those early draws with the haste creature and, Violent Urge or whatever. But
you thinking Cauldron should have just 2-0'd? Like that's that good of a matchup?
Yeah, I think unless you can just, high roll, as the Gruul Delirium player, it's going to be tough. So it's going to be a rough road for Alongo the rest of the day.
I mean, to be fair, though, you play against that Gruul Delirium deck sometime, and you're like, all right, I'm at 16. Yeah, no blocks. Wait, I'm taking how much?
Oh, for sure.
16?
For sure.
Oh, like, that deck can kind of come out of nowhere. That's for sure here. So, all right, that is going to do it here for round number 1 of coverage. We're going to take ourselves a short break. We're going to continue the action here at Arena Championship 9. Don't go to her.
What's cracking, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9. Round 1 is in the books, so we are going to now jump in to round number 2. But first, I must introduce my new crewmates. Hello, Arya. Hello, how are you doing today, ladies? You ready for some post-rotation standard?
Very much so, very much so.
Arya, what are you looking forward to seeing this weekend now that a bunch of archetypes have had, they've been upended with a couple of key cards being removed?
I'm excited to see whether sort of the old archetypes that existed from before rotation, playing a bunch of old cards, are able to kind of keep up with the new stuff, whether it's going to be sort of more of the same meta we saw before, or whether some of the newer decks with a bunch of innovations are going to kind of cause some churn in the metagame.
Well, speaking of the metagame, let's take a look here. This is the first time we've shown it, so let's see just how prominent our little VV or Nitier is. Have a look at this. Standard metagame. I'll give it a drum roll because it's pretty dramatic. 20 players out of 37, so 54% of the field, are playing VV. Is that what we'd expect to see, Hayu?
Well, it is post-rotation. This is the first big event, and Is It Cauldron was kind of this breakout deck at the last Pro Tour, especially, piloted very well by Paolo. So I'm not too surprised to see the kind of tried and tested deck be picked here. And, this kind of very complicated deck is kind of attractive to a lot of the top players as well.
Yeah, it's kind of like the default deck at the moment, but Arya, if you were one of the other 17 Brave Souls playing the other decks, which of these archetypes would you think have the best shot against the VV deck?
I like Dimir mid-range shots, Dimir mid-range chances. Is a Cauldron deck really strong, really well-rounded, and the only thing it kind of struggles with a little is when it's kind of behind and under the gun, and Dimir mid-range does a good job applying pressure and accruing card advantage, though it does struggle a little with the card Cauldron itself. So I think that's the deck I'd most want to be playing in this meta. Just stuff that puts the Cauldron deck under the gun and has a persistent source of card advantage, really what you want to be doing.
Alrighty, well, we're going to see kind of that matchup. Granted, the list that we're going to see up against the VV deck is Sultai control, not so much Dimir midrange, but definitely a bunch of controlling aspects in our featured players' deck. So let's take a look at our feature match, introduce these players to you. We have Jeongwoo Cho playing Sultai control up against Jan Merkel on Is It Cauldron. Now, Jeongwoo Cho was asked if he doesn't win this tournament, who does he think would? And his answer was his opponent in Jan Merkel. So, yeah, Jan Merkel, definitely no pushover, two-time Pro Tour champion. We'll get to him in a sec, though. Let's take a look at the Sultai list here. Hayu, tell me a bit about what's going on here. What is Jeongwoo trying to do?
Well, it's a pretty classic controlling strategy here from Jeongwoo. You have a lot of removal, which is pretty typical for these black-based control decks. You've got your Bitter Triumphs, your Caustic Exhales. Jeongwoo's actually got a little bit of this dragon sub-theme going on, playing the Disruptive Stormbrood and the Meringue River region out of Tarkia Dragonstorm, along with these Exhales, along with one of the coolest cards, I think, from the set, Rakshas's Bargain, a bit of a tongue twister as well, and just, giving Jeongwoo a bit more card advantage. So just trying to do the classic control things, go over the top, kill your stuff, and eventually close out with these big flyers.
Yeah, Disruptive Stormbrood, Loki, my favorite dragon from Target Dragonstorm. Such a cool little dude. And up against the opponent is Jan Merkel, two-time Pro Tour champion, Pro Tour Kobe, and Pro Tour Nuka Penna, I believe, or Mythic Championship, whatever it was called back then during the pandemic times. Playing Is It Cauldron, the de facto best deck, and let's take a look and see if there's any major difference in his version of the deck to what we've come to expect to see. Arya, what do you think about this one?
Pretty close to stock for Is It Cauldron. There's the one copy of Quantum Riddler's new edition, but this is very much trying to do the Cauldron thing. So the deck, more so than Agatha's Soul Cauldron even, is built around Vivi on a tier. That card really, really strong to graft its abilities onto your other creatures, lets you add a ton of mana with Soul Cauldron, and then just independently is this massive mana source, just getting you a ton of mana by casting a bunch of spells, really powerful with prosthetic memories, and has a particularly strong interaction with Winter Night Stories, which lets you look at a bunch of cards, and then Vivi lets you flash it back almost for free by adding mana equal to its power to be able to cast a spell, but then also tapping to cost reduce the harmonize on the Winter Night Stories. So that sort of card flow engine going to be really important in this matchup to like try and keep up over a long game with control. And then while the deck is doing that as its primary game plan, it has a sort of like backup secondary game plan of like fear of missing out, marauding Mako, and prosthetic memory. The deck draws and discards a lot of cards to try and assemble its combos, and it very frequently has a really strong backup aggro game plan based on that drawing and discarding it's doing.
Yeah, just massive little dudes. Well, they start out as little dudes. And if I'm not mistaken, Arya, Quantum Riddler, you made this?
I was involved in it. I was on the set team for Edge of Eternities.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a contentious one internally on just how strong we wanted to make it. We figured it was a good card, a fun card to have be very strong.
Cool. Well, looking forward to seeing it in the matchup. Ladies, have fun. Take it away. Round number 2 starts now.
Thank you so much, Ailey. Welcome to round number 2 of Arena Championship 9. We're here with Sultai Control up against Is It Cauldron. I mean, Arya, the deck of the tournament in the hands of probably the most accomplished player in this field, Jan Merkel, one of really the all-time great Magic players, I think we can safely say. What can Sultai Control hope to do?
I think it's very much about trying to sort of like bridge through the early game and then just drown the Is It Cauldron card advantage in the late game. You see like this 8 different instant speed card draw spells in the Sultai deck. So like once you get to the late game, it's pretty easy for the Is It Cauldron deck to fall behind. You just have to make sure they don't assemble any really powerful synergies early. And that is admittedly easier said than done when you don't have easy means of interaction with Agatha Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, we see both players surveilling on their turn number 1, and Jan's just going to put Soul Cauldron down on the battlefield. Fear of missing out was another 2-drop option, but prefers to try and get the Soul Cauldron going. Do a little bit of graveyard management as well. Yeah,
the lack of easy interaction for Soul Cauldron in the main deck is huge here for the Is It deck. You just get to put them under the gun so quickly. There's, I believe, 2 copies of Urgent Necropsy in the main deck, and those are the only ways of dealing with it. I suppose you could bounce with Meringue River Regent. But yeah, it comes down to whether or not the Soul Cauldron deck can really, like, the Sultai deck can kind of stop creatures from sticking, because if not, they're definitely in danger in this matchup.
So, when you're playing this Cauldron deck, like in this scenario, you got your VV in hand. Are you prioritizing getting that in the graveyard so you can put it under your Cauldron, or would you want to try and play it first and get it killed?
I think I'd want to put it in my graveyard in this spot. The fact that you have these creatures that can immediately get you value off of exiling it is pretty huge. Like in this spot, now, we know that Agatha Soul Cauldron activation is not going to resolve, but if it had resolved, that would have put a counter on the fear of missing out, which would let Jan play 2 copies of prosthetic memories, which would then each put 2 counters on the fear of missing out. So it's just like really can get backbreaking really quickly. It's just luckily for Jiangwu, there was interaction to deal with.
Yeah, and Zhongwei has a lot of interaction in hand. 2 copies of Caustic Exhale plus Shoot the Sheriff. Consult the star charts to refill the hand a little bit as well. And is that Restless Cottage hanging out in there? Love to see some creature lands in a control deck. The classic, iconic duo. Here's Vivi though.
And this is kind of exactly what you want the early game to play out. In the awkward scenario where opponent does have a Soul Cauldron, where Zhang was just, as long as Jan doesn't have a creature. It doesn't really matter what's under the Soul Cauldron. And that's definitely kind of the spot you want to keep this blue-red deck in. Just strand them with a bunch of like useless profs and Winter Night Stories in hand.
Yeah, this Cauldron deck does really need to have something down, right? Like it's not like, you know, if you think about something like, is it Phoenix from text pass, like it doesn't matter if they don't have anything out, you know, they can spin through the deck and kind of get stuff going. But this Cauldron deck really does need to have a creature on the battlefield in order to kind of get going. Here is a creature.
Yeah, and it's pretty nice for Jan in the spot to at least be able to present a creature every turn to sort of pressure Jiangwu into being able to answer. Like if Jiangwu is able to take a turn and sort of like cast that, consult the star charts, get like the late game going, then I think Jan would be in a good deal of trouble. But yeah, having a creature every turn is like has been pretty big.
Yeah, those creatures have been dealt with though, and kind of not upsetting you, but you know, a little bit sad for Jan, who ditched a prosthetic memory and then had the second one countered. Fear of missing out goes down to Caustic Exhale, 3 steps ahead. Oh, one of my favorite cards from Outlaws.
Yeah, and I mean it's looking really rough for Jan here, where the Sultai control deck has kind of got exactly what I wanted to get out of the early game. Just have a bunch of interaction, trade 1 for 1, then just drown the blue-red deck in cards.
Yeah, and here is 3 steps ahead. One of these, you know, cryptic command type cards, or as I like to call it, Sublime Epiphany at home. Finds another copy of 3 steps ahead though. That's pretty sweet. Oh, and there's one of the finishers, Meringue River Region. So I wonder if we're gonna see John just cast it for the card draw side.
I think it's really important for Jiangwu to keep up counter magic here, so I like prioritizing leaving up to 3 steps ahead in this spot. Yeah, the problem with something like Meringue River Regent here is that you're really in a tough spot trying to tap out against the blue-red deck, because you tap out, cast your thing, bounce the Soul Cauldron, and then they go creature, replay Soul Cauldron, put my second VV under it, but generate mana from my creature, flashback Winter Night Stories, and then the deck's kind of popping off. So you don't want to let it get to that spot.
Okay, no popping off is what I'm hearing. 3 steps ahead. Number 2 takes out Fear of Missing Out. Number 2, I believe, possibly number 3. John needs to find some lands though. Kind of falling behind on the mana race, which does matter, Aria, in these card advantage matchups.
Yeah, particularly game 1, Jan's like has a slightly harder time playing this long card advantage game. It's just pretty tough it's just pretty tough to do that into your opponent just like having way more counter spells and stack interaction than you do. And a lot of Jan's creatures are kind of like mopey mid-range cards, but it still does matter, and particularly Winter Night Stories being a flashback spell that threatens to like get rid of the dead cards in the matchup leaves Yana like able to play a pretty good long game if Jiangwu doesn't eventually find some pressure.
All right, well, here is Winter Night Stories. We are expecting this to eat the third 3 steps ahead. So for those mathematicians out there, like John Wall is now 9 steps ahead. By my count.
That does add up. I mean, that's roughly the amount of extra cards Jiangwu has drawn this game, I think.
Let's consult the star charts in the bin. Still no 6th land for John Woo. Oh, there it is. All right,
yeah.
Okay.
And now you're no longer afraid to jam the Meringue River region, right? Because even if there is creature into Soul Cauldron, put a counter on creature, there's no longer any scary abilities to activate off the Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, and here's the bounce ability as well. So Ajoma gets nowhere to run back. Yan gets Cauldron back, which he does not want back, and Torture Tower does nothing. So we're going on to game number 2, and Jan Markle with Is It Cauldron could not do anything in that game 1 against Jongwoo Cho and his pile of removal cards. So looking at the sideboard here, what can Is It Cauldron do to kind of maybe shore up this matchup a little bit?
So you really want those sort of long game card advantage cards. So Chandra, Spark Hunter, Quantum Riddler almost certainly coming in. Yeah, very much the sort of thing you want. And then beyond that, you just want to take your dead cards out. You don't want your Floodmaws. You don't want your Twin Master Ombrids. You don't want your Braids into the Floodmaws. Any and all cheap interaction has to come out because it's completely dead against Xiangwu's deck. And instead, you just want to bring in stack interaction, long game card advantage, any way to sort of any number of cards that make your cards matter, because that's the main way you lose this matchup game 1 in Jan's spot is you get 1-for-1 to bunch out of the game. Your opponent has a pile of card advantage, and you ultimately like have a really hard time winning a long game when so many of your cards are completely textless in this matchup. So being able to move to a position post board where you have a lot of card advantage tools and stack interaction, you suddenly get to play a matchup where your long game is much, much better, and you can sort of fight this late game card advantage battle while threatening to sort of combo kill your opponent out of nowhere as Is It Cauldron deck.
Yeah, both players sideboarding quite heavily here as we get down into game number 2. We see a couple of those oil deep Gearhulks coming in for Jongwoo. Love to see those make an appearance. That's of course the Thoughtseize Gearhulk. And then yeah, a couple of copies of is it the End coming in?
Yeah, I think we might have the wrong printing of a card up there. Oh no,
Okay.
it is Cease and Desist from MKM.
Oh, cease and desist. Okay.
Yeah, so that notably has destroy all artifacts and enchantments mode, which it's important. Sometimes the late game just have removal for Cauldron, and then of course there's the graveyard hate mode, which is the primary reason it's in the deck, sort of giving you an angle of attack if your opponent strands of EV or Winter Night Stories in their graveyard without a way to immediately use it.
All right, so we have Jan on the play this time, surveilling that fear of missing out into the bin. And we see also one of Jan's sideboard cards in hand, Roaring Furnace, which was super, super fun in Duskmoor Unlimited, I have to say. But hasn't found that much of a home elsewhere.
Yeah, it's an interesting card for a matchup like this. It does a really good job sort of like preparing for a sideboard juke here, where we see Xiangwu bringing in these creatures like Oil Deep Gearhulk post board. And it's nice to have like some sort of interaction for that, so you're not completely cold to them. So Furnace kind of helps cover that base while being a pretty strong and functional late game card, since it's also a removal spell.
Right, and Jan's looking at a second fear of missing out, possibly the Thundering Falls to surveil something first.
Yeah, I like playing a lot of creatures and kind of like keeping pressure on your opponent, like Jan is doing right now. You really don't want to play out Cauldron and get into that spot like last game where your creatures are just getting removed turn over turn. And on top of that, just like playing Cauldron to counterspell, like really not what you want to do. You want to play Cauldron on a turn where it's safer from the quench effect of Dispelling Exile.
Yeah, and this 5-off can out a little bit awkward. You do have to play that to get it to be untapped, but Jan would have really liked to be efficient there and surveil. And what does this pitching Soul Cauldron tell you about what Jan's game plan is?
It tells me Jan's really trying to play an aggro game here, just like 1-for-1 your opponent dead at the just apply a bunch of pressure with cheap creatures and sort of put your opponent under the gun, and then just let pressure them to the point where like they can't take time off to play all these card advantage spells. Still, a Light Shadow and Fear of Missing Out both particularly good at sort of this game plan and applying pressure over a quicker game.
Wow, John was stuck on lands again, on 2 lands this time. Decides to actually just main phase that Caustic Exhale, play around any counter magic that Jan might have brought in, such as the Spell Pierce that we see Jan draw. But Jan's gonna have the opportunity now to get this Steam Core Scholar down to a little bit of hand sculpting. Probably doesn't want to lose that second Scholar though.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. The main reason to lose the Scholar here is that even though it's a weaker card than your other stuff, every piece of cardboard in your hand is kind of another card with the Tersa Light Shatter. So you might as well try and hold on to those 2 lands just so that you can discard them to Tersa.
Wow, and there's 7 cards in the graveyard exactly for Tersa's ability. So this is going to be a really sweet turn here for Jan. Tersa comes down, pitch 2 lands, draw 2 extra cards, and even has that Spell Pierce available to protect Tersa from exactly this, the Cosmic Exit.
And now you gotta hope that Tersa doesn't hit the Spell Pierce. That's the one thing that bothers me.
Okay, didn't hit the Spell Pierce, did hit Roaring Furnace, not a playable card.
That might be even worse, because now there's no Roaring Furnace in your graveyard, and you still have the Spell Pierce to hit on future turns.
Yeah, that was not great. But, oh my god. Arya, this is on you. This is what we call the commentator's curse. It is on you. Jan, you can direct your complaints to Arya. Zhang finds the 4th land, by the way, does not help him cast the Oil Deep Gear Hulk.
Yeah, no, the cost of running something like Oil Deep in your 4-color deck, in your 3-color deck.
Yeah, it is the Singleton Forest, so you do feel a little bit there for Zhongwu, but does mean that he has a wreck Shassa's Bargain, which I'm going to say very slowly every time I say it, because otherwise it would just be mangled. And, 2 lands, perfect. But is it too late?
Fear of missing out certainly does not bode well, so at this point, Jan kind of has infinite draws to try and find just any non-creature spell. Okay, well, none of those were a non-creature spell.
Okay. Here's another look at it. Why any non-creature? Oh, there we go. All right. And Vivi is going to go to face, so Jan Markle evens things up here with Is It Cauldron in round number 2. Jongwoo did have a bit of a mana issue, being stuck on just 2 lands for a significant amount of that game. So we're going back to the sideboard and going to a game 3 decider between these 2 great players. Jongwoo, no slouch himself, by the way. I believe was a South Korean champion at one point. So extremely accomplished player as well. Played it made the top 8 of 2020 Player Tour Online 1, top 8 of the World Magic Cup in 2014. So been around a long time and been playing at these high levels a long time as well. So any particular changes here on the play and draw, do you think, for either player?
Not really. I think the matchup, you mostly want to stay the same in this matchup. I think in, like, this is what makes the deck so strong, right? Like exactly what we saw last game, where the deck has this like really coherent backup plan to be a pretty good aggro deck. A lot of its creatures are really cheap, so hard to trade well with on mana, and a lot of the creatures provide card selection, so it's pretty hard to sort of like outguard them by one for wanting them. You need to actually cast some card advantage spells to get ahead, but on the draw, that plan like slightly weaker, certainly applying less pressure. And there are enough cards in the deck that are just kind of not really functional in an aggro draw that you don't really want to. You don't really want to like over prepare for that. You want to still have the same strong late game for post-bug games. So I don't think Jungwoo really wants to change anything.
So Jan is going to go on the mulligan to 6 on the draw there. That first hand way too slow, didn't really do very much. This hand looking a little bit better. Fear of missing out, Seymour Scholar, Winter Night Story. So ready to go churning through the deck for Jan. And as for Jongwoo, my main concern for him right now is the mana. So I'm happy to see 4 lands there ready.
Yeah, I do want to draw some attention to that Quantum Riddler that we just saw Jan play. Definitely one of the stronger cards coming out of Edge of Eternities, and really, really good in this deck. Like, this deck is almost all draw and discard synergies. Like, almost every card in your deck is in some way or the other capable of looting, capable of drawing, and then discarding something in that space. So Quantum Riddler can really pop off like we saw last game, and gives the deck a lot of staying power in matchups like this.
All right, so John did consult the star charts, did a little bit of astrology, and what you found was an oil deep Gearhulk is in the future, which is the kind of prediction that I imagine that he was looking for.
Yeah, Oil Deep Gearhulk are really good here. Just doesn't let the blue-red deck have much of a late game, have the same inevitability going into the late game. They can't keep pressuring you early because Oil Deep Gearhulk outclasses most of the blue-red threats. And then also there's not that much removal in post-board. We saw the Roaring Furnace, Steaming Sauna. That's kind of the one card that comes to mind. But outside of that, you're kind of not in great shape against an Oil Deep Gearhulk. So I really like the squeeze it puts on Yan here from Jiangwu, assuming that he is able to land it at some point.
Yeah, I like the patience there from Zhongwu, just playing the shotgun taps, countering the Tursa, untapping. Finds Bitter Triumph, which can be an answer, but now's the time. Oil Deep Gearhulk does come down. Lifelink Ward 1 at 4/4, and of course, the Thoughtseize effect. And yep, take away your one creature. Yan does get a third copy of Winter Night Stories, though, and finds Chandra for turn.
Yeah, Chandra, normally pretty good in this matchup, normally the sort of thing you're leaning on, but pretty awkward against the Oil Deep Gearhulk specifically. This is something that's pretty common from a lot of these more aggressive decks, is your sideboard sort of threat will very frequently be a Planeswalker, and you're leaning on this Planeswalker to take over longer games. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Everything's
Whoa,
good.
whoa,
That's
whoa,
an Agatha
whoa.
Soul Cauldron plus VV.
Wow, what a find of that Winter Night Stories. And now we might get to see the deck do its thing, right? I feel like we haven't really seen the deck kind of do the thing, the flow yet. But here we go. There is the VV underneath Soul Cauldron. So Fear of Missing Out is now be able to make 3 mana for free.
Yeah, and this is that exact Winter Night Stories combo we talked about, right? Where the deck can sort of doubly discount the Harmonize on Winter Night Stories by both tapping the creature and then also adding mana with it.
Okay, so here's tapping the creature, discarding VV. A lot to think about here for Jan.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough spot. I mean, Jan's got to be thinking about Urgent Necropsy. We know it's the one card in Jiangwu's deck that can actually deal with the Soul Cauldron. I can't tell if there's a green source in play, though.
Oh, there's no green source. I was just thinking, wow, Jiangwu has the perfect answer, but wait, is that middle land? I think it is, actually.
Yeah, I think there might be a green sauce here, and that leaves Jiangwu, I think, in still pretty good shape, because you get a clean 2-for-1.
Oh. Yeah, gets both the Fear of Missing Out and the Soul Cauldron off the board area.
Yeah, and I think you are once again in kind of a similar spot for Jan, where you'd really like to find another Soul Cauldron. There's not that many pieces of interaction for Soul Cauldron specifically out of Jiangwu's deck, so you'd really like to find another to kind of pressure on that axis. But yeah, if you give Jiangwu time, if you let Jiangwu dig through his deck, then the late game's pretty tough for you at that point. So you do need to kind of put him under the gun quickly.
Well, and Jiangwu just really has all the right answers for all the right questions, because Jan has access to this Chandra. Not a lot of straight up Planeswalker removal for Jiangwu. It does, of course, have that 4/4 on the battlefield, but does have that single copy of Bitter Triumph in hand as well. Here comes Quantum Riddler, and it's just a big boy.
Yeah, Riddler's really strong in this deck. And I mean, theoretically, generally, it's pretty good that you're trading up mana on a spot like this. But yeah, being able to interact with the Riddler and then have a card advantage spell to sort of recoup and keep hitting with the All Deep Gearhulk, really like that for Jiangwu. I mean, I think about as ideal as a spot could be when your opponent has 5 cards in hand, which is admittedly an issue.
Yeah, I really like Jongwoo's kind of patience and ability to spot the gap, right? Like Jongwoo says, okay, if you had counter magic, you probably might have used it to protect your Riddler, so I'm gonna just fire off this this bargain now, get my land down. Yan finds prosthetic memory. This card can be pretty scary, Arya, if Yan is able to kind of keep a creature around for more than a turn.
Yeah, I mean, Prost is really good here because it makes basically any creature Yan draws a credible threat on its own. It can, like, even the Sphere of Missing Out will be bigger than the Eye Leap Gearhulk with just one Prost trigger, and that kind of goes for every future creature. So you definitely put Jiangwu under the gun. It's just a matter of can you like kind of tread water long enough to get to a late game where you're leveraging all these cards being up, or is that Oil Deep Gearhulk going to be able to apply enough pressure that that's not the case?
Ooh, Tursa's a nice one as well. Haste with prosthetic memory is really, really sweet.
Yeah, and at this point, we're probably looking at Fear of Missing Out into prosthetic memory, put 4 counters on the fear, and
Wow.
that is tough for Jiangwu to beat. Jiangwu's gonna have to remove that, and then we're gonna be looking at kind of the same squeeze turn over turn where every creature needs to be removed.
Yeah, I mean, is there some way? I mean, obviously, we know what's in Yan's hand, right? Jongwoo doesn't know what Yan has access to, but I am looking at that copy of Deadly Cover Up, which can do some work, let's say, in getting rid of the entire battlefield and some key cards from the graveyard.
Yeah, the thing for Jiangwu in this spot is Jiangwu is really behind on cards. Yan is up several cards. Long game's definitely going to favor him if they just trade 1 for 1 and the threat stick. I think for Jiangwu, the tables have kind of turned. It's no longer about playing a control role this game. You're trying to instead scam a win with Oil Deep Gearhulk, and you want to put your opponent under the gun here and win that way. Unfortunately, that's not really doable into Agatha's Soul Cauldron plus VV.
Yeah, I mean, Jongwoo is going to try and go for it at the end, taking out that giant Fear of Missing Out and, getting rid of all the other copies as well. Gets to see the hand, and knowing what he has to deal with, it does make this Rakshas's bargain more valuable, Arya.
Yeah, it certainly helps, but I have a tough time imagining Jiangwu ever beating Tursa, discard 2 cards, Cauldron, put a counter on it, prosthetic memory, put 2 counters on it, add like 7 mana post-combat. Maybe more if there's a Winter Night Stories cast first. I mean, the world is kind of beyond Merkel's oyster at that point. So, yeah, not entirely sure what Jiangwu can do to get out of that situation. Perhaps maybe just at this point with 2 deadly cover-ups, try and get you onto this point where you can just run him out of creatures in this deck.
Yeah, maybe. Your Jongwoo's padded his life total a lot, right? This OD Gearhulk has been doing work. Jongwoo's up to 25 life, and even though this deck is very powerful, it's not necessarily that easy to pull off a hit for 25 in 1 turn. Although we're gonna see Yan try.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a hit for 25 quite coming, but there might be just like incrementally draw cards turn over turn, kind of have stack interaction for your deadly cover up. If Yan can find like counter spells for those cover ups, that's pretty big.
Right.
And then sort of like kind of try and win a long game that way, rather than over like 2 or 3 explosive turns, rather than just trying to kill in 1 turn.
Yeah. Oh, there is a disdainful stroke. That is a key piece of interaction for Yan. He's going to be holding on to that one. Pitching 2nd Cauldron and 2nd Profs. Those are both, of course, legendary permanents. So, I mean, you're not too sad to cast a 2nd Profs, but you do not want to cast a 2nd Cauldron by accident. and Legend rule away the one with Vivi on it.
It's gonna be a casual 5 counters on something with profs. I think we might even see a Chandra activate, make a vehicle. Oh yes, also in Sanctuary, put counters on that so it doesn't get hit by a board wipe. And then
Oh.
post combat you have a Squintillion mana because this also in Sanctuary also has all the abilities granted by Agatha's Soul Cauldron in the spot.
How many zeros does a Squintillion have, Arya?
I'd say like 37. That's what my vibes are telling me.
Okay, all right. Who am I to argue against the vibes? Here is Winter Night Stories. Still 2 mana left in the pool. Could ditch a Vivi. Could play a Vivi.
Yeah, I think the way Jiangwu wins this game is Yan taps low enough to not have the disdainful stroke up. You kind of just like ambush with some sort of interaction for the board. Yeah, that's 7/7 Soulstone Sanctuary is kind of brutal in this spot for trying to play to that game plan.
Yeah, well, the Sanctuary does stay a creature, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's easy for me to forget. Most creature lands and animate for a turn, but the Soulstone Sanctuary is permanently a creature, so does get caught by Deadly Cover Up.
Yeah, and John was gonna try. I mean, that the 2 mana up, when you know your opponent has a Chandra, they had 4 mana and they let 2 of it go. That's kind of a tell, right? But John just has to go for it and try and get through it. Yan is down to 4. Torch the Witness is an answer to the Gearhawk potentially.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of damage available. Like that kills basically anything in Zhangwu's deck. But yeah, I think at this point it's just trying to find a line that doesn't lose to another board wipe, because there's a Deadly Cover Up, and what you really got to make sure happens is you don't get into a spot where you are. You don't get to a spot where your opponent sort of like runs you out of threats in your deck, right? Like assuming this Deadly Cover Up resolves, exiles something key, maybe I don't think there's another Vivi in graveyard to exile, but just like exile something key, and then maybe there's an answer to this Chandra. That's sort of the only way I could see this game even being close to close, is if Jiangwu has some way to stay like keep treading water, and then eventually Yan just runs out of ways to easily win the game in his deck. That's sort of
Right.
the way I could see this going well for Jiangwu. But so yeah, it's just all about making sure that doesn't happen. All about making sure you don't get like scam killed by that Oil Deep Gearhawk, and then trying to like leverage the extra cards to win a late game.
I think later on we're gonna have to have a discussion about whether that Oil Deep Gearhawk counts as a scam kill. I mean, it's a 4/4 for 4. That's just good on his magic.
I mean, it's in a control deck though.
That's good on his magic. All right, here comes Chandra Spark Hunter. Yan's thinking about the plus. Discard a card, draw a card, of course. Oh, Winter Night Stories, great draw.
Yeah, there's basically infinite mana available for Yan here with the Soul Cauldron things. It's pretty unlikely that Jiangwu dies here, but it's not impossible.
Yeah. Well, you mean dies?
Well, all close to it. Like if Yan draws most of his deck, that's pretty hard for Jiangwu to win. Like you will just be able to counter everything on your opponent's turn too.
Right. Well, Yan is still looking for. I mean, he doesn't know, but we know Yan is looking for another copy of Disdainful Stroke. Does not have it just yet. Can still make mana with Vivi, with actual factual Vivi, which of course has 2
You're right.
instances.
And you can activate each individual ability only once, but you can activate them once a piece.
Vivi's got some excellent lawyers. She knows all the loopholes. Oh, okay, all right. here's the sauna. So Jan's certainly, steaming.
Yeah, I think in this spot, what Zhang really needs is some card advantage post the deadly cover up to kind of get back in this game. You wipe the board, there's no longer that much pressure being applied by Jan, and that's pretty good for you, but you just need to make sure. But the onboard Chandra, the onboard Roaring Furnace are just going to be kind of insurmountable card advantage if you don't ever interact. If you don't ever like draw a bunch of cards to actually get ahead on that axis. So I think for Jiangwu, you just need to draw some card advantage quickly to follow this up. Otherwise, Jan's going to close the door on you really quickly.
All right, here's Deadly Cover Up. Collect the evidence. That is not what Jan wanted to see.
Yeah, and I want to draw attention here to the fact that Jan could have flashed back that Winter Night Stories last turn and deliberately chose not to, just to leave something that the profs can actually add counters with post a board wipe. Really heads up play. Like the extra cards don't matter. Then it makes sense to kind of leave that for post board wipe as a way to refuel. Of course, I mean Jiangwu can exile with the dead. Can exile with the deadly cover up, I think, but you really want in Jiangwu's spot, you really want to be exiling one of the threats here, making sure there's no more VVs coming down, no more ways to like win the game once you hit the Sagatha Soul Cauldron. So you're kind of pressured to do that, and then this Winter Night Stories is gonna let Jan put a bunch of counters on the vehicle this Chandra makes and close the door a lot quicker than he would otherwise.
Oh, Steam Core Scholar is a nice threat as well. Difficult to block, difficult to deal with. And has some inbuilt card selection.
And perhaps most importantly, draws a bunch of cards where it enters, which is really important for this whole I'm gonna make my creature big with Prof's Eidetic Memory game plan.
For sure. So here is the vehicle that Chandra makes. And yeah, you want to be drawing your cards before combat, so the Prof's Eidetic Memory can get all those counters. Couple of copies of Marauding Mako, the 1-drop that does get surprisingly big, surprisingly quickly under the right circumstances. And look at this. Oh, but you can't actually put it on the vehicle this turn because you have to target.
Yeah, you can't target the vehicle Chandra makes unless it's already crewed. So in that spot, Jan would have needed to play a creature pre-combat to be able to target it. But yeah, I think in Jan's spot, you'd much rather just leave up double Spell Pierce, because in this spot, the way Jiangwu's getting back into this game is by playing some sort of card advantage spell. And if Jiangwu goes card advantage spell and Jan double Spell Pierces, then there's not much Jan could find even after the card advantage spell. So, there's not much Jiangwu could find even after the card advantage spell to kind of get back into this game.
All right, well, here's Steaming Sauna drawing the card, and Jiangwu finds the end. Does that spell the end? Who does this spell the end for?
I don't know that's particularly spelling the end for anyone, but it's certainly not quite what Jiangwu needed. I mean, the Steam Core Scholar, sure, it's kind of annoying to have it gone, but at this point, you're just killing your opponent with Chandra. You have all these fancy combo pieces that kind of work together. You can add a bunch of mana. You can do all the stuff with Prof's Eidetic Memory, but also Chandra can just hit your opponent in the face a bunch of times with the 3-2 and then maybe even ultimate in a turn or two. And it's pretty hard for Jiangwu to beat that with no cards in hand.
Oh. I don't know if we're going to get to see a Chandra ultimate, but I'm sure that is on everyone's wish list. And by that, I mean, it's obviously on my wish list, so it must therefore be on everyone else's. But Chandra can hit. It's going to be 6 this turn with just those vehicles, even without any extra counters from Prof's Eidetic Memory.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see second 0 here to animate for 6, and now you have lethal threats through some sort of board wipe. Moranga River Regent is not doing it. You have double Spell Pierce, so you can't card advantage spell into play multiple things. I do not believe there's a card in Jiangwu's deck that gets him out of this, but perhaps there's something I'm missing given the amount of card advantage he has access to in his deck.
Yeah, maybe this lifelink. Does that?
Yeah, Oil Deep might buy him a turn, but it's not really solving the problem of this game is pretty over and Zhang was just treading water turn over turn rather than actually getting ahead in any way that matters.
Right. Well, he does get to have a look at the hand. Already knew about those double spell pierces and the Soul Cauldron. Gets to see that Yan only added a couple more lands.
Yeah, I can't imagine you'd take anything from Yan here because this hand is about as bad as it could be.
Right.
But, oh, right. Oil Deep Gale targeting.
Oh, you can
himself to
target
try and draw into
yourself!
something.
Holy moly! You can target yourself. Well, he does know about the spell pierce. You know, the Omen side of Marang River region not gonna be helping Zhangwu, but the big 6/7 flyer might.
Yeah, if it gets to that point, the region might be helpful. I think we're gonna force a block on something that can trade with the Oil Deep here. Oh, right. There's a Stana. There's the onboard removal spell. Right.
Of course. Okay, all right. So, Jan Markle with the Roaring Furnace taking out Oil Deep Gearhawk. That is going to be clearing the way. And he can just crew up one of these vehicles, animate another one of these vehicles with Chandra's ability. And that's going to be Exaxes for Jan Merkel in round number 2. And he's already won one round. So it's going to be 2-0 for Jan after this attack step. Spellfierce takes care of the spell. And there we go. Jan Merkel, 2-1, the reverse sweep against Jungwoo Cho. And Arya, you know, with this Is It Cauldron deck, are you surprised to see this outcome?
I mean, this is one of the strengths of the Cauldron deck, right? We saw Xiangwu kind of set up for a long game, do everything he could, and kind of like throttle Yan on one of his game plans, and then the pressure the Izzet deck applies kind of forces your opponent to tap down, play interaction, and just leaves you open the backdoor into this combo, and Yan kind of perfectly drew the right pieces at the right time to backdoor into making a bunch of mana and leverage that to get really far ahead on cards. Winter Night Star is definitely the like secret MVP that game. I mean, all those games, honestly. It just lets you look at so many cards that it means once you have access to a ton of mana, it's really good at turning that into an insurmountable card advantage. And having access to that card really what makes this deck what won Yan that game, sort of giving you the ability to play a long game in a game where your early stuff gets interacted with.
Right, and you know, if you think about it from John Woe's perspective, really did most of the things that he wanted to do, right? Was able to remove a lot of creatures in the early game, had the board wipes, had some counter spells, but just wasn't really able to overcome that flow of card advantage, as you say, from Winter Night Stories. So great stuff there from Jan Merkel. We're going to be going with a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have more magic from round 2 here at the Arena Championships.
Some of the more straightforward synergies are weapons manufacturing and Legion Extruder. This allows you to basically just pay 2 mana to make a 3/3 golem and deal 2 damage to anything, which is pretty strong, as long as you can keep making munitions tokens. It also plays with Simulacrum Synthesizer and a lot of 3 mana artifacts that allow you to make these really big constructs and kill your opponent in just 1 or 2 hits. If you have a weapons manufacturing, you usually want to play that on turn 2 so that all the artifacts you play after that can start making munitions. Yeah, you just want to kind of control the board, set up your engines, and you let your card advantage take over in the long game. It's actually kind of a control deck in most matchups because your late game is really, really good. You get to a point where every turn you're just paying 2 mana to make a 3/3 and shock something, while also getting card advantage off United Battlefront, getting card advantage off your Cryogen relics, getting card advantage from your repurposing bays. So just kind of stabilize the early game, deal with their early creatures, and then set up your engines to where you'll have a lot of different options and most of them are good. The best matchups are Blue-Black Midrange and Esper Pixie. These are a little bit slower, a little bit grindier, and they just play a lot of creatures that have 2 or less toughness. And so we have a lot of ways to kill them. The Legion Extruder, when it first enters, can kill those creatures. You kind of just kill all their creatures and then eventually take over the game with big constructs. The other really big benefit is they play a lot of removal spells, and my deck has 1 creature, and that is a Market Gnome, and it does not mind being hit by a removal spell. So especially game 1, they have 6, 7, 8 cards that do almost nothing against the deck, which is a pretty big advantage. I also like the idea of playing something off meta that people have less experience playing against, because I think I can gain an edge there. If I have a lot of experience with the deck and they haven't played against it as much, then obviously I can get a little bit of edge. I love this deck. It's super fun. If you like Collected Company and Birthing Pod, but you feel like green isn't very strong in Standard, then play this deck. It has both of those cards. They just happen to be different colors.
Well, I do like both Birthing Pod and Collected Company, Aria. That's a pretty good sell.
Yeah, though I do feel like if we had Collected Company and Birthing Pod, it would be hard to make an argument that green wasn't strong in Standard.
Yeah, maybe. All right. So we are going to get to see this Jeskai Artifacts deck in action here in round number 2. I really appreciated that deck tech there from Mike, really going through, how the deck plays out, its strengths, its weaknesses, and the sentence, "I have 1 creature in my deck and it's a Market Gnome," is one of the sentences of all time. Just fantastic. Mike, really a big brewer, I think, and this kind of time in Standard, it is a brewer's paradise. It's early, there's a lot of cards, the metagame is not settled despite what the metagame slide for this event makes it look like. And Mike told us that he really wanted to make Tezzeret work, and that in fact this deck was originally called Jeskai Tezzeret, but couldn't make Tezzeret work in the end. Decided to ditch it and is just kind of going off that artifact value. So cool stuff there from Mike. Let's have a look at our backup match that we have coming up. It is Raphael Matza with Is It Cauldron up against Michael Lacey. Raphael has played almost twice as many games as Michael, but both of them have played a lot of MTG Arena. So really good going from both players. And when you talk about head-to-head, 2 different types of player, we asked the players what card they wished was in Standard, and Raphael said Cryptic Command, and Michael Lacey said Goblin Bombardment. So that just tells you what kinds of players these are. Let's have a look at their decks up against each other as we go to the match. So anything stand out about this copy of Is It Cauldron?
Pretty similar, pretty stock list. No Twin Moss Stormbroods for removal. Couple copies of Draconautics Engineer. I really like that. I like we've seen a little bit of this from some of the Cauldron decks. Just a few other ways to give powerful activated abilities to your things beyond just Vivi's ability. Vivi's ability really good at adding mana, not that good at actually closing out the game if you don't draw copies of Winternight Stories. And so we've seen a few players with some card or the other in their deck that really lets you slam the door with Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Draconautics Engineer definitely does that. Lets you make a ton of dragons. We give them all haste. Really powerful, and sort of gives the deck an alternate way to close the game with Cauldron. Unlike something like Jan's deck had.
Yeah, and this Jeskai Artifacts deck is so cool. It is so cool. It just, when you start to see it going off, it really does feel very kind of unbeatable. But we'll see how it plays out here between these 2 competitors. We're going to be watching from Michael's perspective. No blue mana in this opening hand, so that's going to have to be a mulligan. This one's looking pretty nice though.
Yeah, and God, I love Michael's deck so much. It's kind of it's doing such a weird, cool sideways thing. This is basically an FFL deck come to life. I work at Wizards, and FFL is our internal testing league where we play future decks. And I played against pretty close to God for God this deck several times. It's really cool to see it making its way out into the real world.
Well, here is that Draconautics Engineer that you were talking about. Yeah, and as you say, it does have a couple of activated abilities. The exhaust abilities in this red 2-drop. So we might be able to see some counters being put on, maybe some dragons being made down the road. But for now, it's just going to be a 2-2 joined by quote-unquote just a 3-3 Tursa Light Shatter. And she's going to be digging through the deck for Raphael.
Yeah, I think in Raphael's spot, all you really want in this matchup is a Soul Cauldron. You apply some early pressure, that's pretty good, but the Jeskai deck can definitely outgrind you on that axis with Synthesizer and just like interaction across the board. The thing you have going for you is the Jeskai deck has no real instant speed interaction. Most of its interaction is sorcery speed. And so when you get Soul Cauldron plus VV, you can really pop off in a turn or two. And that's very much what Raphael wants to be doing here, just setting up that late game and then setting up that those creatures early and then sort of combo killing out of nowhere with Soul Cauldron is definitely the axis on which the Cauldron deck wants to play in this matchup, and I think what makes it generally a favorite here.
And this is pretty interesting here because Michael did have the option of playing out the Synthesizer this turn and then next turn going removal spell. I guess. Yeah, it does have the second white, right? So could have gone removal spell next turn, but actually is prioritizing getting rid of that engineer.
Yeah, I like that choice here. There's definitely the ability for Raphael to put Michael really under the gun if you don't play a removal spell this turn. With the Draconautics Engineer possibly giving like another 3-drop you play, like that Steam Cost Scholar Haste to end the game really quickly. So given that, I like kind of keeping the board empty, making sure there aren't too many big pop-off Cauldron turns by minimizing board presence. So yeah, broadly, pretty big fan of that choice on Michael's part.
Yeah, Torch the Tower hits the bin from Steam Core Scholar's ability. There was a VV already in the graveyard, so whenever that is the case, if you're on the controlling end of the game, then you got to make sure that those creatures, there aren't that many creatures that could wear the counters. Here comes Dusk Rose Reliquary with that kind of wombo combo with the Cryogen Relic.
Yeah, definitely. Relic really the thing that makes this deck sing. I mean, Dusk Rose Reliquary is really, really good to get off upgrading hub, but pretty awkward to cast prior to Edge of Eternity's dropping. And yeah, definitely the Cryogen Relic, the thing that changed that, made it pretty good to cast actively in some spots, being sort of a 1-mana removal spell that also draws cards. Though, again, really awkward for Michael that it and all the rest of his interaction is sorcery speed here. There's nothing in his deck that can stop that Cauldron really popping off.
Yeah, I mean, what do you even do here? Is it time to try and get the Synthesizer down? Or do you have to just deal with the Scholar now?
It's a little awkward because if you keep like trading 1-for-1 with the like kind of mopey creature half of the Cauldron deck, the cards that like draw and discard cards but aren't powerful threats in and of their own right, then you start to get into the spot where in your late game you're not applying enough pressure, and eventually the Cauldron deck can start flashing back these Winter Night stories and like have its late game sorted that way.
Right, and look at this. I mean, Raphael just drew another 3-drop threat in the Tursa, has the Soul Cauldron, the way is clear. I mean, has the Winter Night stories as well, I believe, in hand.
Yeah, and another thing that's really, really awkward for Michael here is all the removal in his deck in the spot is into the Flood Marble. So even if there was another Perilous Snare here for Post and Agatha's Soul Cauldron, Raphael could pretty safely run out the Soul Cauldron, put a counter on Tessa, or leave up a counter on Tessa, and then if the Soul Cauldron gets interacted with, just flood more at some point to get it back, and sort of all these creatures on Michael's side of the battlefield are just kind of all these removal spells are kind of just waiting to get popped at some point by a flood maw, letting Raphael kind of get his whole shtick going again and set up a combo board kind of out of nowhere.
Sorry, Aria. Michael is just so expressive. It's really, that's like one of the great things about arena championships is, players playing at home, they feel like pretty comfortable, pretty expressive, and we get to watch the emotions going over their face. And Michael really giving us a lot. So, on behalf of the broadcast team, thanks, Michael. Unfortunately, things not looking so great on the actual battlefield, with Fear of Missing Out joining Tursa as well. And Raffaele still has quite a lot of activations available next turn, and a Braid, which is a way to deal with one of these artifacts cleanly.
Yeah, a Braid really key card in the main deck for Raphael. A lot of decks sort of don't have game one interaction for this. Jeskai deck, you're blanking a lot of that creature removal, but the creature removal in Raphael's deck is, aside from the few Dodge the Towers, there is a Braids and there is Into the Floodbar. And both of those can hit artifacts, which is really, really tough because just lets Raphael set up again this like late game combos kind of from an empty board out of nowhere.
And here is weapons manufacturing, which is one of the cards that Michael was talking about. But oh, there's another card that Michael was talking about. The poor market gnomes getting surveilled into the graveyard. But weapons manufacturing not doing a lot right now. This has to sacrifice the relic just to tap Tursa down for a turn. That is not a winning line, Arya. At least it seems to me.
Yeah, at this point, Michael's really just trying to find more interaction, trying to find some way to tread water. We could see something like Duskrow's Reliquary sort of maybe get him out of the spot, just like being able to exile something and shoot something with weapons manufacturing. But yeah, barring that, at this point, Michael digging for interaction, while Raphael just has all the mana in the world, all the cards in the world, really just needs to find some way or the other to close out this game. And he's pretty close to being able to do that. Just needs to find some way to leverage this infinite mana he has.
Wait, Michael I was just saying, like, does Raphael have another creature in the graveyard? But I think Michael put one in the graveyard, so that, even if Raphael didn't, Michael would be able to get a counter on that Fear of Missing Out. Or I could just do it this way. Do you get multiple instances?
You can get multiple instances of the VV
Oh my
ability.
goodness.
So this
Oh
is
my
all
goodness.
the mana in the world for Raphael.
How did the thought just struck both of us at the same time? Like, wait, hang on a second.
Time for legally distinct second VV ability.
Gosh.
Is this
Okay.
lethal here?
Maybe
This makes a dragon, the team attacks, the dragon gets 2 attacks. This is lethal. This is just more than enough to kill Michael in the spot.
Well, yeah, there's 2 combat steps as well. So
Yeah.
this is definitely lethal. Wow. That is pretty sick there from Raphael. Just the double VV abilities on each of the creatures. We're gonna go to game number 2. And this Jeskai artifact's like, come on, Michael. I want to see it do its thing.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool to see this deck pop off. I mean, we saw a little bit of it on coverage. This matchup definitely one of the tougher ones for it, where the Izzet deck sort of like combo game plan goes over the top of yours, is kind of more explosive. Lack of instant speed interaction really, really hurts. And then the Jeskai deck really catching a lot of strays from Izzet Cauldron being the most played deck. These Abrades being main deck, really good against Cauldron, also excellent against Jeskai artifacts.
All right, let's have a look at what Michael's doing. We see still a lot of white cards coming in. A lot of these kind of, in my mind, I think of them as like death and taxes cards, like the Rest in Peace, the High Noon, just the kind of oppression effects. Seam Rip, a nice piece of removal there, Day of Judgment, but really not a lot coming in, and poor Market Gnome hitting the sideboard.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup is not about blocking creatures, and certainly not about putting an O3 in play, while in general, the Jeskai deck has a pretty good shot. Well, in general, the Izzet deck is pretty good at applying pressure and sort of providing 2 axes of attack. This time around, in this matchup, that's really not what it's about, because its combo game plan is what goes over the top. The creature side of the deck, the Jeskai artifacts deck, is actually really good at handling and sort of really good at going over the top off with Synthesizer.
All right. Let's see what happens here in game number 2, Raphael with the win in game number 1 has Props, Eidetic Memory, a Braid, Tursa, Scholar, wins Nice Stories. So that's a hand. I mean, it draws cards, it does things. Maybe it needs another land to get going. Michael's hand also a little awkward.
Prof's definitely the other piece that makes this deck sing when you're not doing Cauldron stuff. I mean, we actually saw a copy of Cauldron bought it out just because of all the hate that's inevitably coming in, like rest in peace. And Prof's is what turns this deck's kind of mopey aggro game plan into like a supercharged apply a bunch of pressure quickly game plan, because all your cards that draw and discard cards, all the creatures that draw and discard cards on ETB, suddenly 3 mana 4/4, 3 mana 5/5s, pretty hard to like keep up with in combat. And so that's something I think you really want to see in post-board game in your opening hand for Raphael, is just this Profs to let you apply your sideboard juke aggro plan a lot better.
Michael's gonna believe in the heart of the cards and keep, and there is red mana on top, but it's tapped. Oh, look at the decision. How tough this decision is. You gotta keep that, right?
Yeah, it's so awkward here. Like a tap red land doesn't let you get down any of your relics, and it's not gonna let you like double spell on turn 3 either. So
I don't know.
I'm not thrilled about it in Michael's spot, but you might have to keep it. I think it's a really close decision.
I'm a coward. Like in that spot, I'm like, okay, it's okay. I'll just wait, and and then get comboed out on turn 4. But Mike is gonna keep it for now. Does get to play a relic this turn at least, if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, playing relic is a little awkward because like 1 turn further away from a red, from like playing your red spells. But also, red spells are not doing that much here, so it makes sense to me to play a relic. And this way, theoretically, with the right draws, you could like upgrading hub into sacrifice relic.
And this is nice as well, right? Like drawing out an annul with a relic, it's okay.
Yeah, it's a little awkward that, there was nothing really happening from Raphael this turn, and the annul gave him a way to use his mana. That's certainly something I don't love in Michael's spot.
Oh, and that is the untapped red source. But Michael, that gives Michael a lot of options now. Repurposing bait can be pretty scary.
Yeah, it's a little awkward for Michael that this hand is like can't activate Repurposing Bay next turn and can't do more than 2 damage to a creature next turn. Like you could Legion Extruder, or you could like Weapons Manufacturing, but you can't Legion Extruder, Weapons Manufacturing, sack the token. You don't have the mana for that. So you really want to be able to do 3 damage once there's a Profs in play. Like it's really important that you can answer something like Vivi. You can answer something like a Steam Cost Scholar with 4 damage once the Profs has come down. So definitely not really ideal for Michael here.
Well, Spike of Canal is gonna come down, and Michael does have the Sacred Foundry next turn, so could go Legion Extruder, sack something. Sack the relic.
Yeah. Sacking the relic just not really doing that much, though, is the main concern. Like, now the Profs is down, it's really hard to, like, small ball your way into getting rid of these Cauldron's deck creatures. Like, none of them are going to be kind of hittable by 2 damage at sorcery speed. And once that's the case, like, these creatures are representing a pretty fast clock in the air.
All right, well, here's Sunbillow Verge. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Micah's gonna take the time to set up. Just go 2 to face, doesn't take out the Scholar. Raphael finds Ral number 2.
So no good third play is actually really, really big for Michael here, because what he can do on his next turn is play out Repurposing Base, sacrifice that token in play, get a Dusker's Reliquary, exile something, and deal 2 damage. And sort of once you have Repurposing Bay plus Weapons Manufacturing in play, you kind of have Emblem of 2 mana, sack something, 2 mana, deal 2 damage to something, and get a Duskroar's Reliquary to exile something. And they can do that kind of every turn for the rest of the game. So it kind of puts a pretty strong baseline in play that's going to be not too easy to beat for Raphael.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see what Raphael does. Let's start off with the Winter Night stories. Does have 3 mana to get Tursa down and put a ton of counters on her from the Eidetic Memory. Oh, but has the Abrade and is just thinking about whether he needs to break up this combo.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to at least like leave up a braid here, but you really want to make sure there isn't a united battlefront resolving here. Like that's not really beatable at this point in the game for Raphael.
Yeah, so leaving up the Spell Pierce, leaving up a Braid, both very nice options. Oh, and is Michael gonna play around this Spell Pierce?
The thing is, even playing around the Spell Pierce, there's not much Michael can do. He has exact 5 mana play lined up here. It's going to be Repurposing Bay and then activate to sacrifice the Munitions token. But in Raphael's spot, you just Spell Pierce the Repurposing Bay, force Michael to tap out, and then you get like a pretty big attack on your next turn.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see what Raphael does here, because there are lots of options. And I mean, you can prepare against a deck all you want, but you've got to, really think through how all these cards are going to combine and what that can mean. And it's going to be Spell Pierce to at least soak up the mana, and Michael might let it go, but the repurposing base got to be too important, right, to let go?
Yeah, I think the base is probably a little too important, particularly because, unfortunately, the engine Michael has set up right now lines up pretty badly against Raphael's board. Just doing 2 damage turn over turn with the tokens off of weapons manufacturing just not going to line up against the 4/4s in play. So I think you kind of priced into keeping this, paying for this repurposing bay and hoping you can survive another turn. But
Oh.
yeah, the thing is that, like, if you do that, right, you let your opponent untap with this many cards in hand. Like, either way, it's really, really awkward, because if there's an Abrade on into the Flood Paw on your repurposing bay, you just wasted a whole turn. And if of cards there's an Agatha Soul Cauldron, the game is just over here.
Yeah. This is really tough for Michael. Raphael has a ton of cards in hand. Doesn't have all that much mana just yet, having not found a Soul Cauldron. Thinking about Ral Crackling Wit.
Yeah, Ral Crackling Wit puts a lot of counters on the Mako. I believe that gets it up to 6, 9 power. Tursa also lets there be an attack for 9 this turn.
Yeah, Tursa is seeing a ton of cards, and of course she does have haste. There's the 5th untapped source for Raphael. Michael down to just 9 life. Oh, there's United Battlefront.
I mean, that's it, right? That's how Michael gets back into this game. This game was pretty over before that. Didn't really look like Michael had any chance at all. And now you just gotta slam the Battlefront, and you gotta hope.
Oh, let's pay the 2 life. Gotta play around second Spell Pierce. What does Michael find off the United Battlefront? This can get really, really scary. Synthesizer, Duskroar's Reliquary?
Yeah, Synthesizer plus like no second 3-drop is brutal. You really need to be making constructs here to have a chance to be able to like block plus maybe have some interaction. Unfortunately, I think all the things in play just leave Michael dead on board.
Yeah, I really want to see something like double synthesizer, braided net, like something that just gives you, both board presence and interaction.
It's pretty easy for Raphael to make both his creatures lethal in the spot. There's also just the fact that for Raphael over here, there's an Abrade to attack to interact with the creature. So imagine what's going to happen here is Legion Extruder will sacrifice one of the tokens to finish off that Steam Cost Scholar, but that's a pretty clean lethal for Raphael after, where this is where Abrade can take care of the 3/3 blocker, and then Ral can come in, down tick, but counters on Tersa and end the game.
Yeah, just not quite enough there for Michael Lacey. And Raphael Massa is going to clean things up here with the Abrade. Double props would be enough. Ral is more than enough. And that's going to be lethal in favor of Is It Cauldron once again. So maybe these Cauldron players are onto something, Arya. Don't even really need the combo. This aggro game plan with props Eidetic memory can close things out so quickly, and that's exactly what Raphael's doing. And he's going to advance to 2-0. Congratulations to Raphael Matza. And Arya, you know, with the tournament structure the way it is this weekend, 4 wins is like the magic number, right? So for our players at 2-0, they're halfway there to locking up their Pro Tour invite.
Yeah, a 4 wins number which you make day 2. If you make 4 wins early, you lock up top 16 as well. If you make 4 wins in basically the first 6 rounds. And yeah, I mean, 2-0, fantastic way to start, halfway to locking it up, and definitely like a dominant showing by the Izzet deck there, really showing off that like Profs plus Cauldron Squeeze, these like 2 alternate game plans that work well with the same creatures, but you have to interact with on such different axes, really showing off why this deck is so hard to like kind of prepare against and have a good angle of attack against. So it makes a lot of sense that so many people brought it this week.
Yeah, it's very nice indeed. All right, my friends. We are going to go away for a break, and when we come back, we will have more action from Arena Championship 9, so we will see you on the other side.
Well, it's that time of the year again, folks. Standard has officially rotated. Over the last few weeks, we've said goodbye to some beloved sets, such as Dominaria United and Phyrexia All Will Be One, with staples the likes of Atraxa, Laneline Binding, and Go for the Throat leaving the format. And while we're sad to see them go, it means that Standard has been blown wide open with brand new cards and strategies. But don't take our word for it, because we've asked some of our competitors what they think about this new Standard format, and here's what they had to say.
This is the first major event 2 weeks after rotation. That comes a month after a huge shakeup with the BNR. You really don't know exactly what you're getting into.
I was definitely nervous knowing that I was going to need to learn an entire new format effectively.
ローテーションはなかった方が僕には有利でしたね。得意や黒いデッキが得意なんですけど、ブラックデッキが得意なんですけど、それがことごとく勝てなかったので。
Removal got worse, like sorcerer speed, and
it's just exciting. I feel like we get to sink our teeth into a brand new format that has some of, a lot of decks that are kind of surviving rotation and still pretty solid, but then definitely some new exciting cards to play with, and maybe some even entirely new archetypes as well. So I love that this event is happening right after a new set and rotation.
アドラクサ、偉大なる統一者アドラクサ。
I really love Fairy Mastermind as a card because it was very, very crucial in my best finish to date, which was top 8 at Worlds 2023.
シェオルドレッド。
Shieldred takes up such a kind of ubiquitous role, and losing that means that there's maybe some more variety.
Shieldred used to be kind of an annoying card, but I think even now this meta would be quite healthy to have Shieldred around actually. So it's a pretty good card against the Cauldron deck. So yeah, I think it might have had a bit of a redemption arc if it was still around, bro.
Well, it looks like our players are in for quite a wild ride here at Arena Championship 9. If you want to see how they've adapted to rotation, be sure to catch their games all weekend long right here.
What's cracking, everybody? Hello and welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9. 2 rounds in the bag. We are jumping into round 3, and that means we got Corey and Daquan back in the booth. Hi, fellas. How's it going? You having a good break?
Doing good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm not too shabby. You get your full of all those VV triggers in that previous round?
No, I need more. I need more. Give me more of that sweet Izzet deck.
Yes, in fact I can.
Sweet is pushing it a little bit, but
yeah. I recognize I'm the problem here. I totally recognize
you probably are the problem playing this kind of nonsense. But
and loving it.
You like winning, so you're gonna play the thing that's good. We have a quick look at the standings here for you, friends. As a reminder, 4 wins is the magic number. So if our players get that, they can sit back, relax, chill. They're good to go. Alternatively, if they get 4 losses, well, you're gonna carry on with your day and go be sad, I guess. But you still get like $2,000 or something anyway for a weekend well played. So
a good day worth of magic, that's for sure.
Yeah. All right, we'll check out the standings in a little bit. We do, however, want you to come and play at the next Arena Championship. So if you are interested in competing, mark your calendar for an upcoming play-in event that is August 16th and August 22nd. So if you like playing best of 1 and don't want to see a sideboard in your life, August 16th is the date you want to remember. If you like your best of 3s, August 22nd, you're going to go and play in that. So demonstrate your mastery of the Edge of Eternity's limited format and compete in the upcoming Arena Championship 10 qualifier weekend. You going to be playing in this, Corey?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I still need to qualify, so I'll probably play in both, depending, which one I have more time for. But yeah, best of 1, you can lose a little. Those best of 3, you got to go 4-0. They're not as forgiving. Yeah. But both are really fun and good practice for the qualifier weekend.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. How about you, Daquan?
Yeah, I don't play too much limited these days. I spend a lot of time in the standard grind. But these events, I will say, the prizes are big enough that they are worth going in and playing, right? Especially if your goal is to eventually be on the Pro Tour or try to take that shot at Worlds.
Yeah.
This is the best first step for people who just want to get their foot in the door.
But hear me out, Daquan. Spaceships.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Spacecrafts are fantastic. I don't have any problem with it. If I remember to actually station when I need to.
Yeah.
You do need to do that.
I'm the crew gang. I like doing things at instant speed. This station sorcery nonsense. No one likes that. Nobody liked that. Boo. Anyway, let's check out our feature match for your friends. We have an interesting matchup here. We've got Cyprian Tron playing Izzet Cauldron, the big bad of the weekend, up against our heroes. We thought they were all gone and exterminated. Boros Mice in the hands of Eugenio Toschetti. Let's meet our players a little more here. Cyprian Tron is a big fan of cat oven style, so that makes sense that he's playing along with some, cauldrons, Agatha being a witch and all. No cats, I don't think, in any of these decks, though. So, yeah, he's going to be having some fun here with Izzet Cauldron. Let's take a look at this deck. And, Corey, tell me, is there anything notable in this list, or is it pretty much stock standard?
Yeah, pretty much stock standard. The Draconautics Engineer in the main is played by, about half the field or so. Getting that kind of Thrill Seeker-esque win on the same turn kind of hasty thing. When you pair it with Cauldron, but otherwise kind of business as usual. There are those lizards in the sideboard, which are going to be some nice kind of mirror tech, but otherwise, this is just the big bad. This is the deck of the tournament for sure.
Yeah, and if you are looking to compete in events like this, well, you're going to see some of the best players playing on Arena, rocking them. So take some notes while you are enjoying the coverage here this weekend. Cyprian's opponent, Eugenio Toschetti, is playing Boros Mice and really likes the aggro play styles and also the card wished for in standard, funny enough, Monstrous Rage.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so I bet he was a little sad after the most recent bans. But let's take a look at this deck. Let's see who took the place of Heartfire Hero. Oh, Cheeky House Mouse and Flowerfoot Swordmaster. They're just not the same, are they, Daquan?
No, not really. But this tells you kind of what's going on with VV right now is I'm supposed to root for the person who wants rage? Is that what we're doing here?
I don't know. It's up to you. How much do you want to be booed on the internet, I guess?
Hey, it's all right. I'm in favor of the mice on this one. This just still has the ability to have some big attacks. It has so many quality 1-drops as well, which I think help it out quite a bit. And I think one of the cards that's a little bit surprising here is seeing the Hired Claw just hanging out with all these mice, trying to get some extra pinging damage in there. So there should be some fun early turns with this deck for sure.
They're honorary mice for the weekend, being claws for hire, etc., etc. Well, let's see who is going to take it down here in this matchup. It is round 3, Cyprian Tron versus Eugenio Taschetti. Corey, take it away, friend.
All right, this is going to be a blast here. 2 solid decks. Yeah, Boros Mice we do not see a lot of, but I'm with you, Daquan. This can be a bit of a rough matchup for Cauldron, especially if Boros is on the play. I mean, these direct damage spells, these Boros Charms, these Burst Lightnings, Helix, they can really get you, as well as Screaming Nemesis can be a problem as well. So, yeah, definitely not a easy matchup for the Cauldron deck by any means.
Yeah, I think if anything, it'll just be how Taschetti is able to kind of read the board state, right? Like, do I need to play extra creatures or do I just leave stuff up so these other creatures aren't getting a bunch of counters on them or whatever to where I can't deal with them? Because he has tons of removal in this list. I mean, there's Lightning Helix, there's Burst Lightnings, you got a lot of, hell, you even have the Omen from the Dragon, right? Like, we have a lot of stuff going on here to deal with all these threats.
Yep, absolutely. But on the flip side, it looks like we are not on the play and we are taking a mulligan right away. So basically, everything that you really want to happen, not happening in the early parts. But that being said, top hand doesn't look overly impressive. Torch the tower, 2 stories, +4 land. Perfectly reasonable. Having one of those torches for your early game is a really big deal, especially when you're only playing 2 of them, as that's the card that kind of gets cut a little bit, as it's not that good in the mirror. So, that does kind of open the door for a deck like Boros Mice to get a little bit of a boost here.
Yeah, and the Mice obviously have a ton of early drops, and just not getting any here is going to be a real issue because you don't really want to run out the Manifold Mouse there to just have it get killed with nothing else to give double strike to.
Yeah, it really is brutal, but I would not, be too shocked if we don't run it out. Anyways, you got to get those removal spells out of there, and you got to pressure the Izzet Cauldron deck. If you're able to just cast these 3-mana card draw spells and set up those really big turns, the VV turns, that's where, of course, the Cauldron deck just gets completely out of hand.
Now, there is some good news here for the Mice, is that it looks like Tron's gonna just just likely draw cards here, but that may not be the case. We might be drawing cards with a 2/2 body.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is still gonna be the case, but that is a better draw as you can play that. I wouldn't think there's too big of a reason to not get the Scholar going before you do the Winter Night Stories here, but you are drawing a little deeper to possibly finding VV, but I would definitely play the Scholar here.
Yeah, I wonder if the only pause would have been, okay, we didn't get the early creatures, so is your hand actually full of all that removal? And am I just losing the one body I have?
And that's perfectly fine. Whenever my opponent aims a Lightning Helix or a Burst Lightning at one of my creatures, I consider that a win. The only way that I feel like I lose this matchup from the Cauldron side is just if they just go, I get down to 8, they go end step Boros Charm, and I'm like, uh-oh, and then they top deck another removal spell after they've dealt me a good amount of damage type thing. But of course, we need to get that early amount of damage going first from Taschetti to be able to put him in that kind of position.
Yep, and it looks like we found a Flowerfoot Swordmaster and can go ahead and offspring this.
Yeah, doing his best Heartfire Hero impression. Definitely not the same. That was a huge loss for this deck and basically every aggressive red deck, but it's still serviceable. Still a very reasonable card.
Yeah, and the rest of the hand isn't bad at this point. You do have Mabel that could pump those up. You do still have access to a Lightning Helix here. But, Tron is sitting over there holding a VV, but not a lot to back it up just yet.
No, not exactly anything too exciting going on right now. You can play out the VV and then try to say, hey, if it lives, great. I tend to like to just get the stories going first. You can play that land so you can top deck, a Mako, Torch the Tower, anything like that you'd be able to play. But pretty horrific draws there as you have 3 tap lands. But just the threat of the VV being in the yard is that strong, where if Cyprian draws a Soul Cauldron, we're ready to go here.
Yeah, that's always the thing, is right. You don't hate having VV in play, but it's also super strong in the yard.
Yeah, exactly. And that is just the duality of that card. A powerful card like that you are fine discarding because it turns on your Splinter Twin-esque plan. You can't really be too sad about ditching that one early.
Yeah, this feels like it puts Tuskegee in a little bit of a problem here situation because you saw them just discard the VV. So it's like, okay, is the Cauldron coming and do I need to remove something or can I just try to be aggressive here?
Yep. Exactly. And I mean that land is a great draw. The Rockface Village is very solid. As you can start targeting, your flower foots and start growing them that way, but getting Mabel down first, pumping the other mice, having that ability looks really strong.
Yeah, and do you go ahead and just attack with both here, knowing that if they do block, then they don't have anything to put the VV counters on?
Yeah, I mean, you'd still have the Mako because that's not getting in there. It's really the Scholar blocking the 2/2. And I think from the Boros side, you're plenty happy if your opponent, loses a couple creatures here in combat, as you want to control your opponent's battlefield, minimize those things as much as you can. And yeah, this is a great block because, well, the Scholar is still dying, but you get the 2/3 instead of the 2/2.
Yep. And looks like that's exactly what's going to go down here. And looks like we're just deciding where to put the damage.
Yeah, I would think so. And it does come with some concern because that Mako will get carried away. I mean, all these face-up Winter Night stories, it is going to do a thing. But if you can ever get the Scholar to a giant creature with Procydic Memory, where you can attack, pressure, and leave some stuff back, that is really, really strong here. So I like killing that creature. And we are seeing a lot more Scholars than kind of I thought we would. A lot of decks are playing like 3 instead of maybe the more stock 1. And, we got really punished here by playing the untapped 4th land last turn. Oh, never mind. We had an island over there. I thought we had all tap lands. Yeah, we're good to go.
Yeah, and the fact that this is going to end up being a 4/4 puts it out of range of the Helix, especially, I was about to say, if Tron uses it right now, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, then you get to FOMO, discard Canal, and then if you don't get anything else you want to do, you can just abrade Mabel right away, and all of a sudden you have one of those VV turns where game looks close, and then all of a sudden, the door is shut, and now all of a sudden, Boros Mice player is in a very rough spot.
Well, VV alone, or being under the Cauldron, is going to give you access to no less than 7 mana next turn.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, off of your Mako.
Yeah, I mean, Mako alone, with all those Winter Night stories, I don't even start counting the next turn's math until we're fully done with this, as it, depending on what you draw, you can just multiply it by like 3 if you draw Procydic Memory. Things can get very out of hand based on, one of like 8 draws that you pick up next turn.
Yeah, and this comes back to, why it might have looked obvious as far as what Tuskegee wanted to kill during that combat, but this is kind of what happened, right? You didn't kill the Mako got those extra counters, and now you can't kill anything with your Lightning Helix.
Yeah, exactly. Helix looking quite sad here, and really no way to get out of it from here. I know it's a little early to call, but that was the measured VV Cauldron turn. The next one's the go absolutely crazy VV turn after you get to untap with that, after you built the board a little bit.
Yeah, you get to attack here for 3 and not much else really happening.
This game easily could be over. A lethal attack could be coming. It wouldn't be that far out of the realm here. Because the one thing you get to kind of start, you always really start with the profs, and then you kind of do your math to be like, what's the bare minimum of mana I need to be able to animate the Soulstone Sanctuary and put these prof counters on that? Because that just multiplies your mana by so much. So, using 4 of the mana to animate the Sanctuary, and then, set that 4 mana aside, and the rest you just draw a bunch of cards with, and then Soulstone Sanctuary will just add a ton of mana and take over.
Yeah, this is just going to be so much because you're going to get to discard another one, put a counter on the Mako, fire the Mako for 10, for 13. Oh, yeah, because you get the extra one. Yeah, all right.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, the dots start connecting. You'll be like, oh, wait, you can do that? Okay, whatever. We're done here.
Yeah, this is just going to be a lot.
Yeah, it really comes down to these stages. playing perfectly and playing decent enough is just fine. Like you can kind of just click buttons here, but maximizing this deck's potential, that's the real fun part. At least for me, I don't know. Maybe I'm not in the majority on this one, but I find it fun to solve a little puzzle every time of, oh, I actually could have did this. That would have been a little bit better. Those kind of things with the deck.
So we're gonna go ahead, get the mana from our land. It looks like we use that for the VV trigger.
Yep. So both lands have been eaten up as far as VV goes. Prof's Eidetic Trigger or Eidetic Memory is already going to put 7 counters on this Sanctuary. So that could be an attack for 11. You get to play this Mako as well, get it onto the battlefield, and then the Prof's counters can go on Mako. That's another 8 mana that you have available, where post-combat you can then Winter Night Stories and then have 3 mana floating, discard 2 of these lands, and go from there.
Yeah, this is just so much mana for this turn. And you got to see, what's ultimately going to be like 6-7 extra cards.
Yeah.
Like just so much happening here.
It's close to lethal because you have 7 counters on the Soul Stone. That makes 11. You can into the Flood Maw, the blocker. But no real point doing it. And you can just be patient here.
Yeah, and this should be over next turn. There's no way to get rid of 3 creatures here with this mouse deck.
If you can force that block with the Soulstone Sanctuary, like that does some nice stuff. But that's not how Magic works.
If they were lower in life, this might have been a good top deck.
And that's the thing. Boros deck on the draw didn't have a hyper aggressive plan. You really kind of have no choice or no chance when it comes to that. But the flip side, if our Boros gamer was on the play, had a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, this Is It Cauldron draw was not that fast. We were casting Winter Night Stories on 3, so you have to come out of the gates extremely fast and try to piece it together with some top deck burn spells to have a chance against this Cauldron deck.
Yeah, and it looked like Tashketi was trying to save it back to block, which is reasonable, but unfortunately there was an Into the Flood Maw there, put it back into his hand, and looks like that's just going to wrap things up for this game 1.
Yep. And just a solid draw from, the really extremely powerful deck. And now we'll kind of, see what kind of hate cards we have in the board, because I think that will be a very big thing. And, I'm looking over and I do see Magebane Lizards already from Tashketi, and that card seems great to me.
Oh, yeah. That's one you've definitely been seeing floating around on the arena ladder a little bit for some answers specifically for stuff like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And, when the Izzet decks don't play a lot of removal spells that kind of can kill anything, then cards like that can really get out of hand. I like Roaring Furnace for that role. Looks like Cybertron chose Broadside Barrage as well as Obliterating Bolt, so is prepared for the Lizards as well.
Yeah, we went through a whole bunch of stuff there to just get a giant attack in. We'll allow a block. Not going to cast those Into the Flood Maws here, and we can just get on to game 2.
Yeah, exactly. No need to still all these your opponents. We were good to go.
All right, so yeah, I think you're right. Magebane Lizard is actually really good here. Boros Charm doesn't do a whole lot. Obliterating Bolt, kind of, but it is sorcery speed. This is going to be kind of a tough sideboarding situation.
Definitely going to be a little tricky. But looks like we are bringing in the Nettle Guards as well as those Boros Charm. I like Boros Charm, just try to get those damages. But wow, no Lizards. That's strange.
Interesting. Yeah. I will say too, looking at Tron sideboard here, is playing the fire magic, which you're seeing a lot starting to pop up right now in standard.
Yeah, absolutely. Fire magic for those Dimir plus Esper Pixie style decks are just phenomenal. I love that card. It is the best card you can have against those decks, but has perfectly fine, applications in this matchup. It most of the time wants to be a 3-mana Pyroclasm, but you can get that 1 mana, cheeky kill cheeky mouse type thing, which can be pretty strong.
Yeah,
but I'm still surprised about no Lizards, Daquan.
Yeah, I thought the Lizards might be coming in. It's also interesting to see that Prophesidic Memory also going away from Tron, taking those out.
I don't think I've ever sided that card out. So, I'm plenty fine, being wrong in that. Maybe I should look to side that card out more, but I've never touched one of them in any matchup so far. So that's really interesting to me, but makes a lot of sense.
This might also just be a case where he's played it enough to go, you know what? Maybe I don't need setup cards when I'm on the draw against this hyper aggro deck.
Yeah, no, and it totally makes sense. It absolutely makes sense.
All right, what are we? Oh, both openings are pretty good here. Getting a Mako, no real answer for it, so it will be around for just a second. And got a Mabel, but it's the second one, and you are kind of stuck on 2 lands right now unless we top deck one.
Yeah, and Mabel is a very strong card, but you got to be curving out here. So I think this is going to be a big draw step here for Tuskegee. I mean, I think bricking on this is really difficult.
Yeah, and I will say generally Nettleguard doesn't seem like a fantastic card, but if you are able to play it with the Manifold Mouse, a 3-power double striker is something,
Yeah, absolutely. Getting its toughness up pretty solid, but yeah, really plays into that fire magic plan. That is for sure.
All right, looks like Obliterating Bolt saying, nah, we're not going to even mess around with that.
Yep, reasonable. And this, of course, is just for that 1 mana, sacrifice it to destroy an artifact or an enchantment mode, being able to deal with cauldrons. You just gotta, do what you can. A body that can represents a good amount of damage that also has application against, the best card in the format. Makes a lot of sense to me.
All right, did find a 3rd land. It was a mountain, so we got the Mabel down.
But no 3rd land up top.
Yeah, Tron also stuck on 2. So this is it was kind of who was going to draw their 3rd land here.
Yeah, the Unable to Scream still looking solid, but this second legendary Mabel is going to be excellent here.
Yeah, this is one of those times you're like, it sucks I drew the second one. But then after that happened, you go, man, it's awesome I drew the second one.
Exactly.
So yeah, it looks like we're just going to play the second Mabel, replace the other one.
Unfortunately, replace your trinket as well.
Yeah, that's true. You don't
that
get
is
2
legendary.
of those.
Kind of funny.
All right, did find a 3rd land now for Tron, so this should be helpful.
Yep, that is big game. So now it will just be, what is the plan here? I love Tursa to just get another big body on the battlefield. And then, you get to just represent, you got 2 3/3s, putting 2 VVs to the yard. Obviously, you don't really need the second one at this point, but if you can ever get 2 VVs underneath the cauldron, that is what we call cooking.
I kind of dig this attack of just, all right, I'll trade for your Mabel. Let's do it.
Yeah. And I was kind of thinking, I hate this attack. If I'm being honest, there's just too many hasty threats. You just want to make it to the long game, but I understand it as well. As if you equip this equipment to your Mabel, it's going to be a little bigger. And then if you have a removal spell, you can kind of 2-for-1 your opponent. So I see both reasonings here.
Yeah, and I guess there was the option to equip up and then maybe Helix or whatever, but just leaving Helix here gives you an answer. Get your 6 damage in and just see what happens.
Yep. Some good interaction here, though, from Cyprintron. Being able to abrade something as well as into the Floodmaw is a solid start.
Yeah, it kind of has everything covered right now, so shouldn't be under too much pressure.
Yeah, now it's the real question. Do you want to play the Scholar, get another body down, and then leave up that 1 mana for Into the Floodmaw? Looks pretty good to me. That's what I'd be leaning on. As you still get to boost up this Mako a bit.
Yeah, I think he agrees with you here, and it's probably for that very reason of just getting that extra bit of power on that Mako really causes some problems now for the mice, because they're going to have to 2-for-1 or give up some extra value to get past it.
And now we're going to see, this is the big inflection point here. Do you Helix the Mako, or do you try to aim those upstairs? I think I like this. It's just too early in the game. Your opponent's at a little bit too high of life. I think the path for victory for Tuskegee is this double strike value engine here, and hope your opponent doesn't have any unsummons in hand.
Yeah, and I guess it's going to be a tough spot here for Tron trying to figure out, I guess, where you want to use that into the Flood Maw.
Yeah.
Attacking
Another
for 3
aggressive
here.
attack.
Yeah, Tursa's getting in there saying, I know you're not blocking with that mouse, but we did draw Screaming Nemesis here.
Yeah, that's a great draw. Yeah, a little bit maybe too ambitious of attacks here from Cypher and Tron. Not that his blocks are amazing, but if anything, they're going to soak up some damage. And you just need to get to your powerful things, aka find a cauldron. And so if you not attacking for 2 turns in a row buys you 1 more turn versus, attempting to race the deck that is just much faster than you, that's an exchange I'm willing to make with the over-the-top power that this Cauldron deck has.
Yeah, now the good thing for Tron here is he does have that Into the Flood Maw still, so it's a non-damage answer to the Screaming Nemesis.
That is true.
Says, all right, we're going to just let the Manifold Mouse trigger itself.
Great attack here. No good blocks.
For a second there, it looked like Tron highlighted the Manifold Mouse.
Though the one thing that's kind of nice is you can bounce the Mabel and then block the Manifold Mouse. It would be a trade, as I believe that's where the double strike went. So that actually is not bad. We'll
No,
see
put the double strike on the Manifold Mouse.
It is on the Manifold. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it would be a trade with the Scholar, but I would be happy with that from Tron's side. You bounced a creature that when it comes into play, it does nothing because we already have this artifact in play, and it doesn't have haste on its own. So that's what I would do. And it looks like Cyprin agrees. Looks strong to me.
Yep, looks like that's the play that's coming in here. And getting rid of the double strike option on Manifold Mouse is really big.
Yeah, that's how you just lose these games when they go way over the top of you. FOMO's a great draw if you can ever get those double attacks in when you have Tursa or, well, not Prophetic Memory now as Cyprin decided those out, but anytime you get those double combats in this deck, it's just another layer of really powerful options that this deck has at its fingertips.
Yeah, and Tron is holding 2 Abrade, so won't have to deal with Mabel. And if he really wanted to, could just take 3 damage one time, targeting the Screaming Nemesis, because it's not like that deck has a way to gain life anyway.
Yep. Looks like the Tursa attack exiled Vivi. Most of the time, that's a train wreck, as you want that to stay safely in your graveyard. But we do know that 2 Vivis were discarded early, so there's still 1 hanging out, so it's okay for now.
Yeah, every once in a while, Tursa will trip you up and exile the thing you want later.
Exactly. And I feel like it's a given. Like, if there's something you don't want to be taken out, that is the card that will be hit. So you got to make sure and you just think, all right, I just really don't want one of my untapped lands to get exiled here. You got to trick the deck, Daquan.
Yeah, sometimes. So we did find another mountain here that does allow multiple plays here with mana. So go ahead and put the Crag Flame, or attempt to, onto the Screaming Nemesis.
Okay, this could be a little scary, as you can give this indestructible if you want from the Boros Charm, and then you still get to deal 3 damage to something and then attack for 4.
Yep.
So, kind of big game here. Boros Charm's kind of secret mode there, and you see Cyprin with a little slap to like, oh yes, I should have saw that.
I think something to note here too is Tuskegee doesn't know that Tron took out the Prophetic Memory, which is kind of amusing.
Yeah, that can definitely play in for sure. And now down to 7, this is a reasonable spot here. Wow, Obliterating Bolt was kind of incredible here.
It's
still
huge.
not gigantic because, well, that's still 4 damage coming to your face. Then your opponent gets to knock the top of the decks, and we could have our first oh my god, it's Lightning Helix moment, and that could take it down. So we'll see. I don't really see another option though for Cyprin. I think you kind of do have to bolt it here.
Though I will say, does it come down to if Tuskegee even throws the damage upstairs, not having any direct damage in hand? Does he maybe want to eliminate a creature?
No, I would think not. I think 4 damage upstairs when you have the Mabel that can get equipped with this artifact to then attack for 4, you kind of have lethal here. So I actually think this game is over. Yeah, I mean, face up, this game is over now. Cyprin is going to lose this one as this Mabel. The artifact still gives it haste, right? I'm not missing anything there.
Let me double check it.
Vigilance, trample, and haste. Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Haste is. I was like, I'm pretty sure I know vigilance and trample were for sure, but it's like, yes, also haste.
I haven't seen a Mabel in a while, but yeah, it still gives it haste. So going to be able to attack for 4 with Mabel here.
Yeah, and having trample is also a problem here because you can't just play the Mako and just say, all right, I'll chump block and just take 1. You know.
Yeah. Maybe the bolt's worth it, but maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, and again, drawing that extra land there for Tishketi does mean that if he plays a Mabel, we'll be able to equip it.
Yep, absolutely. So I think the play you actually need to make here is just Mako go or hold up a braid and try to kill Mabel and just take the 4 from Screaming Nemesis. I think that's the only option. Obliterating Bolt, you're dead on the spot.
Yeah, just see what happens. Maybe you draw extra burn behind it, whatever, to finish them off. I'm with you here.
Yep.
Yeah, Tron's putting a lot of thought into this, really trying to figure out, like, okay, can I really do anything else?
Yeah. Because with the trample and stuff, you're not really blocking Screaming Nemesis very effectively.
Yeah. Got an Emberheart Challenger.
So you can play that and then equip, get the trigger, or you play this, re-equip Mabel, attack with both, forces the block. Actually on the Nemesis here. Oh, okay. If you do that, that's still also a lethal attack, forcing the block now on the Mako on the Emberheart Challenger.
Yeah.
And you kind of knock the top of the deck. Like it's time to find Cauldron and try to have one of those busted turns.
Yeah, you got to go off this turn. Like the damage spells just aren't going to cut it here.
And your combo turns are really, really stymied a bit. Okay, so it is time.
Yep.
But your combo turns are a little stymied now that you took out Prof's Eidetic Memory. You can't go as explosive here. But needless to say, you can still do some stuff. We'll see if it's enough, though.
All right, so you could play a land, play Cauldron, put a counter. You get 4 mana for something, but we don't really have anything to do with it.
Yeah, it's the double abrade type thing. But the one thing I'm seeing is this Screaming Nemesis is going to eat regardless. So it feels like you have to Cauldron and then you have to like Winter Night Stories. But where are you going from here is kind of the question. So I don't foresee this being enough. This was a turn too late, maybe 2 turns too late.
Yeah, I'm with you because I was sitting here trying to figure out the math. Like, had you kept a Vivi in hand, could you have played that? But then you don't have any spells really to do much. So it's really kind of got backed into a corner here.
Looks like we got a game 3 coming up here. And we'll see if Cyprintron brings the profs back in when you're on the play. Like I said, I've never taken that card out. Not saying I'm right by any means. Absolutely not. These players got here for a reason, and they've been practicing, nonstop for this. But we'll see if they come back in. Looks like they don't.
No, it says nope. Both sides look like they're gonna leave the options the same. I don't think anything's changed here. So yeah, we're gonna see the same setup going into game 3.
Okay. Big game for these players. These players are 2-0. And reminder, everyone, this is kind of that spot where if you get to 4 wins, you're straight in to the Pro Tour, and it's time to start learning some Modern as you don't have that much time to do it. And then you kind of get to relax. So big moments for these players.
Yeah, you get to take the second half of the day off and get some rest.
Tishketi's favorite TV show. We get our little surveys from their player, get a little info on them. Favorite TV show, Breaking Bad. Also my favorite. So
good choice.
Props
good
to
choice.
you, Tishketi. I love that show.
All right, so again, Tishketi here had a pretty good hand, but it didn't get any of his 1-drops.
Yep. But, didn't power mulligan to the 1-drops, which, totally makes sense. But you really do have to have a nice curve out here. And speaking of nice curve outs, Cyprintron just drew basically exactly what you want if you don't have Prof's Eidetic Memory on 2. FOMO on 2, discard, attack for 2 with the Mako looks really good.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you have a 2/3 blocker, which does outsize a fair amount of the mice.
Yes.
Yeah, he's putting a serious thought here, and I'm wondering if he's just trying to figure out, like, all right, if I do this, what am I discarding?
Yeah. And I think it comes down to, do you want to discard Winter Night Stories or Cauldron? I could see some argument for Mountain as well, but I'm definitely keeping the Unable to Screen. I think that's the only card I'm not getting rid of. That card is really good against this Boros deck.
Yeah, and Winter Night Stories, while it can be played from the graveyard, does have a pretty high buyback on it, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be able to play it for a couple of turns.
Agreed. And talking about Cyprin's qualification memory, pretty awesome after he took it down, just shouting everywhere as he was so excited. He was hugging anyone he met. I get it. Qualifying for this is incredibly, incredibly awesome. And has a bold prediction that Depra will not win this event. I would have to agree. Good call.
That's a good call.
Must have lost to Depra too many times. Had to put that one in there.
All right, so it looks like if I were guessing, we're going to play the Nettle Guard here. And then just say, if you have a way to deal with it, you have a way to deal with it. It's fine.
Yeah, absolutely nothing special here, but looks like a very tempting Winter Night Stories from the yard. Tapping FOMO, getting Mako to be a little bit bigger. Looks pretty solid to me.
Yeah, and I'm sure he looked at his hand and went, I drew the other Soul Cauldron. Right? Like I could have discarded the other one.
I like discarding the non-Mako here. Mako doesn't look amazing by any means, but just getting this creature to 4 here looks very strong.
Yeah, and that actually was a pretty good set of cards there from the Winter Night Stories. It was a Mako, I believe, a Landon, and a Braid. So now having 2 ways to deal with creatures is going to make it really hard for these mice to do anything.
Yep, absolutely. The Manifold Mouse giving double strike to Nettle Guard, and then having Nettle Guard available with that 1 extra mana to be able to destroy a Soul Cauldron if there's any VV shenanigans, but it just doesn't look like that's the type of game being played right now. This is a aggressive, is it Cauldron draw, which the deck can do. The deck has a lot of duality besides it's just plan A, which is the Cauldron VV shenanigans. Great draw there from Tursa. Now what I do from the Cauldron deck, it's time to look at the graveyard. Can I assemble Delirium? Because if you can, Tursa into, Mako into Tursa or Tursa into Unable to Scream with Delirium is almost assuredly GG.
Yeah, I'd imagine it would have to be here.
So I think it's land artifact in the yard, if I remember correctly. So you would need to discard instant creature or enchantment, enchantment creature instant, 2 of those. But you can do that pretty easily. I would be trying to turn on FOMO here for sure.
Yeah, and this is a tough one in Tron's position too, because he doesn't know that the opposition has no threats in hand. Right?
Yeah, but you also just got to think, what could he have? As far as interaction, I mean, it's Burst Lightning. It's only
really
Burst Lightning now, so... And we have this to destroy an artifact or an enchantment, so you can take out the FOMO, but if your opponent is trading your creature to deal with your other creature, I'm fine with that.
Oh, and we found a VV, and you already have access to the Cauldron, so this is kind of exactly where you want to be.
Yeah. So we'll see now if this Nettle Guard gets sacrificed right away, which I feel like if you don't, uh-oh.
All right, here we go.
I think that almost had to be the Nettle Guard there.
And I would have, you have to jump block here, or else you're that's just ball game.
Yeah, it's 17 damage here, so just straight GG.
Yeah, I think he's just looking it over and going, well, all right, I guess you gotta. The problem is here from Tuskegee side, I feel like you have this opera love song, but what's the best thing you could draw off of it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just... Yeah, it's just nowhere near the same kind of power level right now. And yeah, you can block the Manifold Mouse now. You can block it as your second combat. Either way you slice it. This is just the classic Is It Cauldron aggro draw where it didn't do the combo and it's just good enough.
Yeah, in this scenario, it almost plays like the Oculus version did. Just draw a bunch of cards, put your counters on things, and just get aggressive. It's sort of what this feels like, because you didn't really need Vivi or the Cauldron here.
Yeah, you really didn't. And that just shows how powerful this VV Cauldron deck is it just is not all in on its combo, which just makes for a very, very powerful deck.
Yeah, and did all this without the Proph's Eidetic Memory in 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Right, we're gonna cast a Love Song, at least just see what's up top. There is a Lightning Helix. I mean, you could buy a turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tuskegee had to use the Nettle Guard on the FOMO to just soak up some damage, and then you got to kind of hope the next turn. Like, no matter what, it was not going to work out, but maybe that put yourself in a position where you could top deck a removal spell for the Mako.
Yeah, keep 6 damage off of you with that second attack. Really keep 8 damage off of you, because you're not taking the other 2, I guess, from the fear of missing out. So that could have mattered.
Definitely could have mattered, but now you're just in a spot where, it just looks rough. Helix the FOMO, you pretty much have to. Then you can chump block the Mako, and as long as your opponent doesn't have, a paper towel or a wet napkin or any kind of interaction whatsoever, then you should be fine, right?
I mean, they could have been holding 4 lands.
Yeah, could have been 4 lands, and that's about all that would have yielded a victory here, as Cyprintron is going to be advancing to 3-0 and is going to have quite a lot of win-and-ins into the top 16 here at Arena Championship 9. Big congratulations to him, and played the deck very well. Looks like we might have to take a look at sideboarding Profs out against these hyper-aggressive decks, as it seemed to work for him.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things, right? When people want to question the decisions and stuff, say, hey, people forget the people qualifying for this event are some very top players. They may not be names that but they are very good Magic players, and a lot of them have put in practice to know what's the right thing and what's not. And here it turns out you didn't even need the Proph's Eidetic Memory. It almost looked better without them, honestly.
Yeah, no, I mean, it looked great, and these could definitely be players that we're about to know. That's for sure. When you can string together an Arena Championship qualification, which it's just hard enough to get there, let alone, turning it into a Pro Tour win or a Pro Tour qualification, as well as a Worlds qualification. And if you can capitalize on those, hey, all of a sudden, you might have just changed your life, and now you're a professional Magic player. So really nice stuff there. Big congrats to Cyprintron going to 3-0. We are going to take ourselves a short break, but on the other side, more Magic. Don't go anywhere. All right, everyone, welcome back to coverage here on Arena Championship 9. Corey Baumeister, Daquan Watson, bringing you more round 3 coverage. So let's dive on in, see what the players are that we're going to be watching here and what decks they are playing. We got Maxime on the left, and we got Juan on the right. Is it Cauldron versus Dimir midrange? Juan up a game here with the Cauldron deck. Now let's take a peek at our deck lists and have you walk us through these. These are our 2 deck lists. Maybe nothing too interesting. I do see an Inti in our Izzet deck, as well as, hey, there it is, one of my favorite cards, the old Quantum Riddler. I'm a big fan. And then up against Dimir, anything spicy on the Dimir side there, Daquan?
Nothing that particularly stands out, but I will say that there's a lot of interaction here. So this can cause some problems for one of the few decks, I would say, that actually has just a bunch of built-in answers to deal with things that Izzet Cauldron deck wants to do. You know, you have a couple of counter spells, you have a lot of spot removal, and there was even a lot in the sideboards. I'd be curious to see what Ravage brings in for game 2 here.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Dimir can be a big problem as they do have the pieces, and it's hard to be prepared for everything that they're doing. You know, you've got to leave in some torch the towers because Enduring Curiosity is so good against you. You also want all your fire magics because they have so many X1s. Like, it just really pulls you at a lot of different directions.
Yeah, and that's sometimes the issue decks have when playing against it, is just what can I afford to actually get rid of, right? From sideboarding, because you need a little bit of everything.
And this is a spicy new card that, you know, normally we're going to be like, all right, let's check out how cool this new card is. Well, it gets eaten up real badly to the fire magic plans. But hey, Maxime might not be too mad about that as well. The fire magic is gone, where late game, that card can get a lot of creatures, not just one of them.
Yeah, and it did exactly what you wanted to do there, right? Got rid of a big threat, buys you multiple turns here. And it's kind of a little bit of a tough turn, but playing Props Eidetic Memory makes sense there as you're trying to find land. And next turn still has 2 plays available to him with the Mako and getting rid of a creature if you need to with the Torch.
Yep. And here's, you know, one of the most tilting things here from the Izzet deck, drawing that dang Thundering Falls on turn 3, y'all. I hate it, and I want to cut that land from the deck so bad, but you just can't. The mana base isn't quite good enough, so Steam Vents, come on and just join the deck. Join the fun here. We need it.
Yeah, that is one of the things right now in Standard. Like, you know, there's 5 or 6 color pairs that still have kind of an okay mana set when you got the new shock lands, and they have others that, like, you're still stretching because you only have a couple of multi-lands you get to play with. So,
you know, I
tough.
think it'd be perfectly fair if Steam Vents never shows up. You know, make this deck work a little harder for it. I think that's fair. So we'll just preemptively ban
take it out of a
Steam
set
Vents.
list.
Yeah. So here's the problem. If you play Thundering Falls here, you're creating a new Thundering Falls because now your Splire Bluff Canal is going to enter tap next turn. So, you know, it feels like you should do that, jam a VV instead of trying to do any of the other plays. I agree. It feels kind of bad, though.
Yeah, this is a fun, interesting play here because you're kind of telling your opponent, right, if you actually have a thing that can deal with it, go for it and play it, right? They don't know you have another one. And again, you still have options for plays next turn that aren't terrible. But if it doesn't get dealt with, oh boy.
100% agree. And sorry about the lack of hand from our top player here, Maxime. But hey, we get to do a little guessing and deducing exactly what's in the hand here. That's always a fun thought exercise, I think.
It's like watching poker coverage before they had hole card cams.
Yes. Wow, that existed before the whole cams? Wow.
All right, now we have a Cecil, and Cecil, a little bit of a problem if you actually planned on attacking with the VV at any point.
And VV got to live. We all know what that means. Trouble is afoot.
Yep, time to start playing some spells, my friend.
Honestly, it looks like we might be playing 2 creatures, but even the creatures will give VV some power as you can play Mako. You can play Fear of Missing Out, discard Thundering Falls, get a counter on Mako, and then put a counter on VV, and then torch the tower or something post-combat if you want. So a nice little sequence there if Juan is all about it.
All right, let's go with the Fear of Missing Out here. Looks like Maxime might just be thinking, okay, when do I need to play something here? Okay, there it is. It's a Tidebinder. It's actually going to turn off the discard effect on the Fear of Missing Out here.
Low key, one of the best cards against the Cauldron decks. Tidebinder does a lot, you know. I mean, it can shut down VV forever. It can shut down Cauldron forever. You know, it can stop Roaring Furnace. It can stop Quantum Riddler. I mean, it does so much. Even just countering the triggered ability and it doesn't shut something off, that's still great. It's a 3-mana 3/2 counter a spell. You know, Mystic Snake 2.0 in some situations.
Yeah, and you know, right now the attacking isn't a huge deal to have that turned off, but just getting that extra card, that extra counter, will actually play a part here in this game.
Yeah.
Wow, just saying we're just getting in there. Like, all right, if you block with the Fear of Missing Out, fine. That's what I turned off anyway.
I smell a curiosity. This feels like a very tricky 4/3 is about to enter the battlefield here, but we will see.
Yep, a pile of extra cards and cost your opponent a creature here seems like a good turn.
Yeah. There's definitely a pause, so I would be thinking if I'm Juan that it's either Kaido or it's the curiosity.
And it is a Kaito getting in for some extra damage, putting Esquardo here down to 13.
Most importantly, Maxime is just really looking for any removal spell right now to kill VV. That would be excellent. As so far, this is really looking Maxime's game to lose here, as everything's looking very solid.
All right, did have a replacement Cecil, but it looks like we're going to be following up with the Fear of Missing Out here. Round 2 on both those cards, as it turns out.
Okay.
And another FOMO.
So you can go torch the tower on something and then FOMO using Vivi's ability and then just get that free card draw, but then you'll be done with mana. Or you can go to combat, put a counter on Vivi, you know, and go from there. This torch the tower on Cecil and then kill Kaido looks great if there is no play from Maxime, but you'll also have to either get rid of your memory or your fear of missing out.
It looks like we're just going to get rid of the memory. Are we? Nope.
Looks like it.
Okay.
Maybe a slight misstep there, as you can use the mana and then you can use that 2 mana for FOMO and you'll have 1 mana left over at the end of the exchange. But instead you get to FOMO, still draw. It's still very close, but.
All right, so we get rid of Cecil. We scry away a couple of cards, get to take down Kaito here, and this is still a pretty strong turn.
Yeah, that was a great turn. Definitely got Juan back into this.
All right, then looks like post-combat, we're just going to go ahead and play the second FOMO and get a free card here.
Gotta love that mode where you just get to draw a card. It makes it even sweeter when you have a warped out Quantum Riddler out, just saying.
Look at that. Never punished. Just got another Propsydetic Memory.
Hey, that's why you play 4 of a legendary card, right? You don't mind tossing it away. It's also sometimes really nice to play the second one and legend rule one of them and get an enchantment in the yard for Delirium. That
Very
can always
true.
come into play.
All right, so looks like we could activate a land and attack here, but you're really just trading for 1 FOMO.
Yep, and here's the thing, you know, you just really need a lot of cards. So that Kaido turn, if that was a curiosity turn, I would say advantage Maxime, but it being a Kaido and it not surviving the turn just leads this to be a horrifically rough spot, even though you had the quote-unquote hate card of Ghost Vacuum to be able to prevent the Cauldron shenanigans. Now you just get to play the fair game here from this Cauldron deck.
Yeah, if nothing else, there is the option to crack the vacuum and get some value there next turn for Maxime.
Yep, definitely an option. I don't know exactly what we have under there, but, you know, that's always a decent to medium play.
Yeah, you can snag a FOMO there. That could get you some extra cards. The 4/1 is under there as well. So there's some reasonable cards. Granted, the 4/1 will come back as a 1/1, so, you know.
Yeah. So the profs can put on 1 counter. pretty unlikely that you're able to get Delirium through the Ghost Vacuum, although it's definitely possible sometimes. You know, when you get 5 types in there and you have like creature and enchantment, sometimes you can make stuff like that work.
You know, this is like the most mundane actual board state I've seen with a VV, it feels like.
Yeah. And this Reef can eat VV here. Or it can just eat one of the other creatures, but pretty tempting to deal with VV here and leave just a bunch of small-ish creatures. So yeah, that maybe is a little brutal.
Yeah, I'd have
some
pressed my
fun.
luck here too, just being able to get VV off the battlefield.
Yeah.
Just too much extra value there. And you are at 18, so taking 6 here isn't the worst thing.
I also would have maybe considered torching the Siren while VV was in play to get that extra damage, as you're probably doing it anyways because you don't want to get Kaido'd.
Yeah, that's a call.
We'll see.
Now, it could also come down to, does Ravitch have another land to still be able to crack the vacuum?
That's a good point too. Do you have land 6, or are you just going to be happy enough with Soulstone Sanctuary, animate, and attack with either for 3 or 5? I mean, on surface value, the Sanctuary does kind of stabilize the board, but this torch is going to do some solid work.
All right, looks like we're just going to be leaving the vacuum up just to keep the yard clean here.
Yeah, and this could be GG. If Fear of Missing Out can get to a spot where there's 5 types.
Oh, Winter Night Stories is a good card to have on top.
So good. That can really lead you to believe that you're going to get Delirium through a Ghost Vacuum. So the way that this can work too is right now, Joanne can take 3 combats. So if you leave one of the Fear of Missing Out back, you can attack with 1 and the Mako, untap Mako, then go to second combat, attack with the other Fear of Missing Out and Mako again, untap Mako again, and third combat connects with Mako. So I haven't exactly done the math to see if that's lethal, but let's see if we can even keep Delirium.
Well, we're pretty far away because I think we're down to just, we're at 3. So maybe, depending on what gets discarded here.
Yeah, I think we're going up quite a bit here. Yeah, we're up to 5 and there's a creature. Yeah. If there's a creature and an enchantment, you can't take away 2 types because FOMO is the only one with 2 types. So that's the, that's the normal plan here. And that should be 8 damage, 12 damage from Mako, 13, 14, 15, 16 damage here. No big deal.
Yep, this is going to be a few big hits.
Let's see if we do the triple combat here.
Well, I guess it doesn't even matter. Like, you just untap any 2 creatures here. As long as one of them's the Mako, you're still good.
I know, it's kind of lame that you don't need to do the 3 combats here. You just have lethal with the normal attack. But I still hope we see it anyway, because it's a cool flex. And if you have 3 Fear of Missing Out, you can take 4 combats.
Yes, I think there's the other thing too. Just looking, well, I can remove something from the yard, but does it do anything? Man, that Winter Night Stories was such a huge card.
So good. Yes, we're doing it. Yes. The max amount of damage. I think this is I think this is 16. Just an absolute beautiful display here. Sadly, we won't get to the 3rd combat, but it's still there. And Joanne Garcia-Escardo takes it down and advances to 2-1, still putting himself in a great position to be able to get to that 4 wins and lock up a top 16.
Yeah, that was kind of a little bit of a different way I thought that game was going to go, because it looked like Maxime really never got the cards we expected to see, right? We weren't drawing a bunch of cards. We didn't have a bunch of spot removal. We kind of just played land in hopes that the vacuum was enough. And unfortunately, after that Winter Night Stories, turns out it wasn't.
Yeah, it really wasn't. And there was the Ghost Vacuum, of course, did some good stuff. But it was that Kaido turn. If Kaido were to have lived, and we got to untap with that, it would have looked great. Or if that Kaido was an Enduring Curiosity. All the times when I lose to Demir, it's when they kind of bury you with card advantage and they kind of tempo you out. AK Enduring Curiosity is the best at doing that. The Izzet Cauldron deck is actually pretty good at dealing with a Kaido, with attacking it down with haste, clearing the way, and making your VV bigger, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so too. It's as good as Kaito is, it's useful in that match, but it's not the card that deck's really afraid of.
Yeah, totally agree with you. All right, that's going to do it for round number 3. But on the other side of this break, we're already going to be more than likely looking at some win and in situations into the top 16 already. So don't go anywhere. This tournament is heating up.
Hi, I'm Jan Moritz Merkel. I'm a 2-time Proto champion. I finished top 4 in Arena Championship 2. And this weekend I'm gonna battle with Blue Red Cauldron. I discovered Magic almost an accident. I was always very interested in card and strategy games, and my friend had some cards laying around. I was curious enough to research and go to a local game store. And once I properly got explained the game, I was hooked immediately and began my journey. I won Kobe. Yeah, I mean, like it was crazy. I was 17. I never was outside of Europe before that. My big goal was to make day 2. That was my big dream. After that, all the pressure was off, and like I was just completely in flow state for the rest of the weekend. In addition to Magic, I live in Mexico together with my wife. I love cooking and do it twice a day. I have an adorable little dog that I play with a lot. Online Magic and Magic Arena is the easiest way for me to stay in touch with Magic. I love staying at home. I love being around my family, so I enjoy that aspect of it. I also love playing it the most. Me personally, I don't love playing like the obvious target or best deck, but Blue Red Cauldron. I don't know, it seemed really strong. I think my team got a good version and just try to play well, and like it's gonna be small edges, being on the play is gonna be important. Thank you. Have a nice day, then.
You have a nice day too, Jan Merkel. What a cool guy. And hopefully the dog will get a Pro Tour win very soon. Welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship number 9, everybody. I'm your host for the weekend. I'm Ailey Loney, and for this round, I'm joined by Arya Kramchandani and you. Welcome back to the booth, ladies. How you doing? How you feeling? You getting into these is it nonsense mirrors soon thing? Yeah, I don't know.
So, very much so. I just wanted to say to Jan's dog that I also have 0 Pro Tour wins. So
yeah,
I'm,
same.
You know,
we have things in common.
He's in good company. Kind of.
Oh goodness me! But it is always fun at these events when we see like kitties and puppies joining the friend. Like, I mean, it is outside interference because they are just the superior players anyway. But anyway.
Yeah.
We have lots on the go here this weekend, my friends. It is not just the Arena Championship that you can enjoy. There's also the Arena Direct. If you want to win physical Edge of Eternity's cards while playing Magic on Arena, you can do that right now as you watch. There's an Arena Direct going on as we speak that will continue all weekend. Win an event and you can have an Edge of Eternity's collector booster box shipped to your doorstep. I have given this a go. It has gone miserably. Arya, how do you usually do in these? Do you play in them? Or oh wait, yes,
Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to play in them. Otherwise, I'd be playing all weekend.
Right?
Wow.
That's
kind
of like downside. Yeah. I mean, it's cool being hashtag Watsy stuff, but that would suck. Oh, I digress. Anyway, friendos, let's take a look at the standings quickly as we move into round number 4 here. Take a look and see who our players are with the 3-0 start. That is the ideal spot we want to be in. So GG so far to Matt Carwin, Cyprian Tron, Daniel Getchell, Lorenzo Turlizzi, and Rafael Matza. Those players are looking this round to lock up their 4th win and then get into day number 2. So that's pretty neat. Let's take a look here at page 2 of our standings. And remember, the alternate is also true. Any players that get 4 losses are immediately out. They get sent through the airlock, forcibly ejected from the spacecraft, and they just get to float in space for all of eternity. That's how that works, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Hashtag Watsy stuff.
Wow. The stakes are higher than I thought they were. And they were already pretty high. You know?
Yeah, they just get to join Fibblethip out there lost in space. We have our head-to-head ready to go here for you, friends, and we're going to be taking a look at none other than Jan Merkel up against Hoshi Yuki. Is it Cauldron in the hands of one of the best Magic players in the world currently playing, and Hoshi Yuki playing a pretty sweet deck in Temur Landfall? Let's have a look at Jan Merkel's stats a little better here, and you're probably wondering, wait, why has he got the Mexican flag? Well, he's in Mexico now, so at least in the same time zone as the rest of the tournament. And playing, like I mentioned, is it Cauldron? So let's take a look at this list one more time. You're going to be seeing it a bunch. Arya, tell us something more interesting about this deck. Any cool anecdotes or tidbits here, or it's just going to be the same thing each time?
Particularly from Jan's version of the deck, it's mostly going to be the same thing, unfortunately. No Draconautics Engineers, no sneaky one-off loot like we've seen in some of the decks this weekend. Just very much use the VV Cauldron engine to get a bunch of mana and then turn that into winning the game. With Wintertide Stories, there have of course been their fair share of prosthetic memory wins. The card that really lets the deck function without Cauldron, sort of like the backup game plan. And I do want to call it the sneaky one-off main deck Quantum Riddler with the second in the sideboard. We've seen that do a ton of work for this deck. I mean, we've seen draw upwards of 4 or 5 cards in one turn. Really powerful add to the deck, really turbocharges these draw discard strategies in the late game.
So let's see if the deck will treat Jan well up against Yuki Hoshi playing Temur Landfall. This deck had a pretty cool start to the day, and when asked what winning means to Yuki, they said, ending my cursed relationship with magic. So that doesn't sound like it's been the most fortuitous adventure thus far. So playing pretty much, I guess you could call it a brew. But this deck looks a lot of fun. Looks like a lot of fun when it gets going, Hayu.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes just keep rising. Breaking the curse of magic, avoiding the airlock. It's all happening here at Arena Championship 9, and I love this deck. We got to see it in action a little bit earlier, but just that finish with Dragonback Assault and the multiple landfall triggers, plus Ice Till Explorer, the latest Oracle of Moldiah. Very, very cool deck, and I just like to see big things happen, I want to see some dragons.
Yeah, who doesn't love 10/10 dragons? If you say you don't, this probably isn't the matchup for you. I'm guessing that person's on Team VV, so let's get round 4 underway here. These players are at 2-1, so no winning in for them, but perhaps we'll see a couple of the winning ins in our other feature matches. So, Arya, take it away, friends.
Thanks, Ailey. It's time for round number 4 here at AC9. Jan Merkel with Is It Cauldron, the deck of the tournament, 54% of the field coming in. And I have to tell you, these decks are doing very well today. Going up against Hoshi Yuki, the only person on Temur Landfall. And Arya, I mean, what a deck this is.
Yeah, I mean, this is... We talked a little bit about decks straight out of FFL, and this is yet another one. This whole ramp dragons package paired with just early interaction going into late game with, Dragonback Assault, the key card, but also Urani, and all these dragon synergy pieces with Dispelling Exile, Roiling Dragonstorm, just very much a deck about dragons. So if you don't like dragons, like Ellie said, probably not the matchup for you. I think this matchup's going to end up being a lot about how the early interaction lines up, where we have a bunch of different forms of interaction with Dispelling Exile, Abrade, Molten Exile, and how this interaction lines up against a specific combination of threats Jan draws is definitely going to dictate how game 1 goes, at least.
Yeah, not a lot of early interaction in this opening hand here for Hoshi Yuki, but does have Broadside Barrage and has the Ice Till Explorer, so could get some ramp on. Jan's hand is full of 1-drops.
Yeah, this is I think one of the hands you would least want Jan to have, given this curve that Hershey has in a hand, there's none of the 2-mana interaction, and the 3-mana interaction is pretty slow. So a fast start out of the gate with some 1-drops from Jan could be a little scary, though it doesn't really look like Jan's hand is super functional right now. There isn't actually anything to rummage to grow these markers, which is pretty big.
Yeah, it's not doing a lot. I mean, you can maybe discard, like, cycle a Mako, but otherwise, it's just Soul Cauldron with no VV, no, no Steam Core Scholars, no Winter Knight, just kind of playing out these 1/1s, and that is what Jan's gonna do. Just get to have a look with Thundering Falls, though, and maybe see if he can line something up for next turn. Oh, okay. Just put the VV straight in the yard. I mean, that's exactly what he was looking for.
Yeah, VV in the graveyard is really nice because it basically makes this whole Cauldron free. You get to activate an exile VV, put a counter on something, and now you immediately get your 2-mana rebated. I do think the thing Jan most wants here, though, is some way of discarding cards. A Tersa, a Steam Core Scholar, one of those would really get this draw going. As it stands, a slightly awkward spot, certainly, for Jan.
There's that Twin More Stormbrood, which is, as we've discussed before, only here for the removal spell side.
Yeah, though most decks in this field can cast it somehow or the other, technically. Starting Towns in a lot of decks is like a way to nominally cast the white card, but yeah. Mostly for removal. In this matchup, though, you could end up wanting the 5/5. I believe the removal spell on Twin Moss Stormbrood doesn't really hit anything other than Ice Explorer and Hoshi's deck in Yuki's deck. So
oh, it's non-fly.
It could come down to that.
Wow, and look at this. Jan doesn't rush into things. Just waits, lets Hoshiyuki use the broadside barrage now, and then Yang will know, okay, it's going to be safe, or at least safe to put the counter on the other Mako potentially. But this is, one of those things that really sets out the great players, Aria. Just the patience, the knowing when to act, when not to act. But we're going to see Hoshi actually do some looting here, and it's hard to let any of these go, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, these are definitely all cards Hoshi wants. In Jan's spot, I think it's about trying to economize the use of Cauldron here and kind of keep it safe from a braid. Not only is there the, my creature could get removed in response to putting a counter, there's only one really meaningful thing to exile with the Cauldron right now. There's a VV. So if you go and try and put a counter on your Mako and your opponent abrades your Cauldron in response, then not only do you not get to use this Cauldron again, but your next copy of Cauldron is also useless because there's no longer a VV in the graveyard.
Right. Oh, and look at this. Cauldron gets to take out the Fabled Passage from the graveyard before Icetel Explorer can play it, since it does have that, Crucible of Worlds effect. Icetel Explorer did find a Fabled Passage again, so, that problem is over, but Jan Merkel gets to untap, has the Cauldron, has the VV. What can he do here?
Yeah, it's certainly a little awkward that Jan doesn't really have any pressure here. The Cauldron means there's 5 mana to spare here, so I imagine we look at VV into Stormbrood, kill the Icetel Explorer here, and that means there's something of a board starting to build up. I believe that gets the VV out of range if there's a Dragonback Assault, which is pretty nice. But yeah, a little awkward that there's not really any more gas in the tank beyond that.
Yeah, well, I mean, back over to Hoshiyuki, who finds the 6th land, and if that Icetel Explorer had lived, it would have been insane this turn, right?
Yeah, that would probably have been the game.
That would, with the assault, the double landfalls from the Fabled Passage, etc., etc. But Jan Merkel saw the danger, got that Ice Explorer off the battlefield. Here is the assault. As you mentioned, it is only going to take out the Mako. And Yan gets to untap and find Prof's Eidetic Memory, so that's at least one extra card and some more mana.
Yeah, so Yan now has a Squintillion mana again. The VV has double activated abilities, both from itself and the other copy of VV. So it can add up to 6 mana this turn. So at this point, all Yan is trying to do is just find some outlet for that mana. Winter Night Story is exactly what he's looking for. Once he finds that, the game's pretty locked up. But if he doesn't find that, he's still in a good deal of danger from the top end from Yuki's deck.
Yeah, I mean, if Yuki finds, a Fable Passage or even just, even one land is going to start the train going, but there's so many big creatures, big dragons in the deck as well, and lots of ways to find them. So Yan really needs to find something, he needs to get it going. These braids aren't going to be doing that much, but VV is going to be able to get in. Maybe this is like a plan, C, plan D here for Yan. Just a VV beat.
Hold on. This is just lethal, right? Double abrade the 2 creatures, put two counters on VV, but deal 2 damage to Yuki, put a counter on with Cauldron, put another counter on with Cauldron, and that's 1 more than lethal, I believe.
Right, because VV has that ping ability as well. So if Hershey didn't make a creature, it would actually prevent lethal, right? But
well, not really, because Yan could, in fact, abrade
if
he needed to.
I was about to say something. Yeah, okay, all right. So here's the Soul Cauldron. We do think this is lethal. Broadside Barrage not really doing anything. Oh, and here it comes. And I think if you're in Hershey, you kind of just had to take the risk there.
Yeah, you don't really have an option. The Broadside Barrage can't really do anything in this spot against the VV of that size.
Right.
But yeah, this is the staying power of this deck, right? The backup fair game plan. Profs is pretty meaningful at cantrips. Basically, every card in this deck provides you card selection, and VV is a really, really credible standalone threat. Like, it can just win games on its own as well.
Yeah, that very nice 6/9 VV getting in for lethal, which takes us to game number 2 and the sideboard here for our players. What do you like here for Yuki?
I think for Yuki, you want to make sure that, again, you want to have your removal line up with the threats out of the blue-red deck. So you want to make sure you have enough answers for Soul Cauldron itself, since that kind of goes over the top of the ramp thing you're doing and is really explosive. And you want to bring out the answers to line up poorly. So we see like ill-timed explosions coming out. Wiping the blue-red deck's board is not that useful a thing to do. The deck does a lot more going tall than it does going wide. And so ill-timed explosion, pretty awkward. Stuff like Molten Exhale, not ideal. The deck's really good at generating mana, so Into the Royal, not something you want. And yeah, just having answers that line up better. Ghost Vacuum for the graveyard, very much what you want to be doing here.
I would love to see a Ghost Vacuum activation.
Well, I'm sure you'll see plenty of Ghost Vacuum activations this weekend, IE, but maybe not quite
Oh
what
my
we're
goodness.
talking about.
You're right. I am the sucker here. I walk straight into that. It's Fabled Passage on 1 for Yuki. It has that Sea Chip Impact, which is an answer to the Cauldron and an answer to Fear of Missing Out. Plus, I still explore it, but not a lot of other impactful cards here. And as for Yan's hand, let's have a look. It's 1, 2, 3. And really probably has the hope that Steamcore Scarlet comes through and finds some better stuff.
Yeah, post-board, this matchup certainly gets a lot better for Yan because at least every card in his deck is pretty relevant. Game 1, definitely a risk is that you will just draw the wrong half of your deck. You'll draw all these Tosh the Towers and into the Flood Mars that don't do very much. I mean, we saw those two Abrades end the game right at the end for Jan Merkel, but for most of the game, those Abrades were pretty dead. Post-board, when your dead cards have come out, it becomes a little harder for you to just like completely fall apart. And the deck has a lot more staying power into the late game as a result. You no longer kind of count the blue-red deck out once the team deck has got to the late game.
All right, well, here's Seamcore Scholar going on the stack, but Yuki ripped that Dispelling Exhale last turn, so Seamcore Scholar hits the bin, and Jan's going to keep getting in with the Mako. Here comes Icel Explorer.
Explorer would... Yeah, unfortunately, there's no second green land for Icel Explorer in this spot. So it's gonna be coming out turn later, I believe, after that lander gets cracked.
Yeah, the lander is really sweet here. Just left behind by that sea chip impact. Here's profs for Jan. Still doesn't find a kind of major card draw spell after the Scholar got countered. But Bray's gonna take care of the Mako, and this is kind of more the game that Hoshiyuki wants to play, Aru.
Yeah, I mean, you want to interact with all the early threats out of the blue-red deck, and then hope that if you and the blue-red deck are left with like 2 or 3 cards apiece, they won't have enough pieces to put together their combo plan, while you will have the late game to, while your cards are like all individually powerful and will be able to take over the late game on their own, rather than relying on a critical mass of cards working together.
All right, well, is there enough mana to do this? There is, right? So you could play the Mistrise Village, activate it, and protect the Explorer coming down?
Yeah, I mean, Jan's pretty happy to see that happen. I think it means that Yuki can't like play multiple lands out of his graveyard. Obviously, it's not actually anything to counter the Explorer, but yeah, Mistrise Village is pretty tough here with that Annul in hand, because it means that all of Hoshi's top end is suddenly pretty live draws despite the counterspell.
Was that you, Rennie, going to the graveyard?
Yeah.
Would have loved to see Rennie come down, but she's sitting in the bin for now. Here is a braid for Hoshiyuki, and both players really not finding much to work with.
Yeah, though this Icel Explorer is just slowly going to accrue value for Yuki. Just like getting lands out of the deck starts to get to being pretty important at this point. It lets Yuki cast a stop end while also having access to it lets Yuki cast a stop end while also having access to Mistrise Village to protect it. And then once you get to the point where like a lot of the basic lands out of this deck, just percentage-wise, Yuki starts having a lot more good draws than Jan does.
Yeah, thin to win. That's what all the pros say.
For a given value of all the pros, sure.
Yeah. Oh, Roiling Dragonstorm. That's a nice one.
Yeah, with the Icel Explorer and basically infinite lands in play, that's pretty much 2 mana draw too.
Oh no, the Annul! The Annul! Jan had been holding that for so long. Really finding a great target there in the Boiling Dragonstorm.
Yeah, Yuki presumably opting to have the ability to actually like play an expensive spell if he draws it, so not using the Mistrise Village there. But yeah, a little awkward into Annul specifically.
Well, Jan finds the card draw spell as well, and finds Vivi and another Winter Night Stories. Hoshi has an Abrade though.
Yeah, Vivi would be huge here were it not for the Abrade.
Yeah, I got very excited.
Given the Abrade in hand, it's going to be pretty tough to make good use of the Vivi.
Right, Jan would need like something instant speed, some ability to put a counter on her, but nope. Not gonna let that happen. Down goes Vivi.
double Winter Night Story is just a lot of selection at this point, and then Mako is going to grow pretty quickly. So Yuki's time to draw something that matters is like pretty quickly drawing to a close.
Yeah, Yuki just is not finding very much. I mean, milled a twin more Stormbrood. Here is Mako, and Yan does at least get to like make a 3/3.
Sorry, Quantum Riddler here is huge for Yan. That's going to be
Whoa.
drawing so many cards. It gets warped and immediately draws 2.
Yeah, that's. I've been wanting to see this card more. You know, we've been talking about it a bit today. You were saying internally there were a lot of question marks over how powerful this is. Well, we're gonna warp it in, draw 2 cards straight away, and then if you've seen this card kind of go off with something like a Winter Night Stories, it can be very impressive.
And I imagine this will be lethal next turn. I think there's been, what, 8? There's going to be 8 counters put on the Mako from Profs, making it a 13-13. There's infinite mana next turn, a ton of cards. I think there's exactly 1 turn for Yuki to draw something relevant.
Okay, well, Analyze the Pollen is kind of sweet.
Yeah,
But what did it get?
I can't quite count the lands that Yuki has. I'm not sure if there's enough for Oreni to kill the Mako. There might be, if there's a second Oreni in the deck.
Right, because there was already a Ureni in the graveyard. So,
Meringue.
Go ahead.
Meringue River Regent is the obvious option, I suppose.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, that's true. You can send that Mako back. It gets to become a 1/1 again.
Yeah, sending the Mako back is just buying time, though. At this point, it's not actually doing much to prevent Yan from winning the game. The Mako will come back down, then Cauldron will exile Vivi. Now the Winter Night Stories will get flashback, and that's a ton of mana and cards for Yan. So I'm not sure that this long game is going to work out for Yuki.
Well, but Yuki does get to have a bigger flyer, and that there's maybe some hope that he can go on and hold off the hordes for a bit to get in the air. Let's see what happens here. I mean, for step 1, Yuki has to actually play the Meringue River region.
Yeah, I think what's happening here is Yuki is trying to figure out whether it's possible for him to win by casting the Meringue River Regent. He sees all the same stuff that we do, and was trying to determine like whether or not it's worth doing this, or whether you just accept that you need to draw more cards. I think he recognizes that there's certainly lines where he wins, particularly because he doesn't know about the Agatha Soul Cauldron in Yan's hand.
Right. Yeah. So back over to Yan now, who has all the good cards. He has all the key cards. Just how's he going to sequence them?
Yeah, there's infinite options here with Agatha, Soul Cauldron, a Vivi in the graveyard, a Vivi in hand, so like lots of different mana abilities that can be activated.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the things about this deck, right? Like it is super strong, but sometimes when you're playing it, like even when you have all the cards, like you can just be looking at them and think, like if you're not a great player, it's so hard to actually like put them together in the optimal way for the situation that you're in that moment. So what's the first step here?
So I think what Jan's trying to figure out here is whether or not Vivi gets cast pre-combat, or whether you can draw enough cards that it's better to cast the Mako pre-combat, use a bunch of mana, put the Vivi ability onto it, and then cast Vivi post-combat. So basically, every card you draw pre-combat is going to be a mana post-combat thanks to Agatha's Soul Cauldron. So the question is, how many cards are you drawing pre-combat if you do cast Vivi, and how many cards are you drawing pre-combat if you don't? There's going to be a bunch of cards drawn here, cards discarded, which will also add more mana because it'll put counters on the Mako, which will increase the mana it adds off Soul Cauldron. And then once you figure out the maximum number of cards discarded and cards drawn, the question then is what you play post-combat, where VV is an option, and then Quantum Riddler is the other big option, because that's hanging out in Exile, and that's a fly you can plausibly make a similar or larger size than the Meringue River region to kind of compete in the air and avoid getting beaten down by that.
Yeah, so it looks like it's just going to be one Winter Knights for now. Make the Mako a 6/6 post-combat. Play a Soul Cauldron. And Yan does have to be a little bit careful because Hoshi has 2 unknown cards in hand. But, once this has happened, it seems unlikely from his perspective that there is any interaction.
Yeah, so what Jan can do here is cast Vivi, then flashback Winter Night Stories, tapping the Marauding Mako. That puts a counter on Vivi. Each counter on Vivi from this point is 2 mana, because the Vivi will have 2 copies of its activated ability, 1 from itself, 1 from the Vivi exiled on the Cauldron. I would assume at some point we see another Winter Night Stories get cast, and then Jan can probably leave up into the Floodmaw with the plan of, at end of turn, bouncing Hoshi's Meringue River Regent.
Right. Okay. Let's let it all play out first. That Mako's going to get a couple more counters. And then BB is going to become pretty... it's going to make quite a lot of mana. Well, can make quite a lot of mana.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. I think Auto Tapper might have to some extent gotten you on there, where if there was... If he'd activated like both mana abilities on the VV, he might have had the ability to on Hoshi's turn leave up into the Floodmaw. But I also have a hard time imagining that actually matters with us knowing Yuki has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah. Well, there's an Afraid. Does that do anything?
It might sneakily kill the VV if it blocks an Isle Explorer or something. But yeah, I have a hard time imagining that cuts it. You can kill the Soul Cauldron, but it's way too late on that front. The damage has already been done. And yeah, we see 1 into the Floodmaw in hand that answers 1 blocker. So Jan needs a way to answer another blocker, but even without a way to answer another blocker, you get to force a jump from the Meringue River Regent on the Marauding Mako, and that's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, the Mako is just absolutely giant. And Yuki, if we think about like that decision that Yuki made earlier, like, can I just play this region or do I have to draw cards? And at the time I was thinking, wow, just slam the dragon. What are you doing? But, like the cards maybe would have helped more. I don't know. Hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because we know Yuki doesn't have the exact information we do. Yuki has like roughly the information we do, but doesn't know about the Cauldron hand, just knows there's a bunch of cards available and a large creature in play. And I think I like the impulse to just try and kill your opponent in 2 turns. Hope Jan's hand is all dead because you can't really beat Jan's hand having anything. I don't really think casting the draw spell gives Yuki a feasible way to draw to winning this game, given all the different axes Jan was able to threaten lethal on. And yeah, this is just very easily lethal with Into the Floodmaw bouncing Isle Explorer. Jan even gets to be like pretty redundant by casting some card draw spells, casting a second Prof, putting counters on VV, and then having like multiple lethal threats through removal spell. So yeah, the game looks pretty over to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just, from Jan's perspective, really just thinking through all the iterations, and it's not slow rolling, right? Like, because when you're in that position, you have 2 unknown cards on the other side. Like, for the great players, they really are thinking like, how can I lose this? What is the 1%, the 0.5% chance that I could lose this? So just making double extra sure when the stakes are so high is very important. But we know that the way is clear, and Jan Merkel is going to be taking this one down in 2 games and advancing to 3-1. So getting very close to locking up that top 16 slot there, which with the magic 4 wins.
Yeah, Jan in this spot, I think, is so we've talked a lot about how Jan can have lethal through one piece of interaction. Jan, I think, is thinking, okay, how can I make sure I have lethal through two pieces of interaction? How can I put 3 lethal attackers into play? And I'm pretty sure he can do it. This is, I mean, the power of the Cauldron deck, right? Once you get to this point, once you have all the mana and all the cards in the world, kind of the sky's the limit. It would not entirely surprise me if Jan was even able to win outside of combat this turn, but just casting 11 spells.
Right. But, you know, it is going to be maybe, well, probably the traditional way. It does have a hasty threat in Tursa available as well, just to be extra sure.
Yeah, Dodge making sure the Meringue River Regent is dead makes a lot of sense. That way, even if you do somehow mess up and your opponent has lethal on the crackback, and your opponent has interaction to keep themselves alive, there's no way you're taking lethal on the crackback. So yeah, really locked up at this point for Jan.
Second Quantum Riddler. I mean, this one's warped, but it's not going to matter. There's the rest of Jan's deck. I mean, close to. And, well, it's going to hopefully see that big orange button be pushed soon. And Jan coming through for lethal.
Yep, and I believe this is lethal through 2 pieces of interaction. There's only 2 unknown cards in Yuki's hand. So, have to imagine that does a Jan. It's just a matter of how much more he wants to show off the deck's range at this point.
Wow, look at this. Fire up the Soulstone Sanctuary as well. Why not? Why not? Send in the team.
I think we're getting pretty close to lethal to 3 pieces of interaction, which is, of course, impossible with 2 unknown cards in hand. But, you know, you can never play it too safe.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it could be like a broadside barrage into something. I don't know. All right, there we go. That is round number 4 going to Jan Merkel, and he is advancing to 3-1 on the Cauldron deck. So Aria, I mean, that was really a masterclass for Jan. From Jan.
Yeah, I mean, Jan is one of the best players of all time, and honestly is unique as someone who's dominated both the paper scene and the online scene. There's like a lot of people who are like kind of online killers known that way. There's a lot of folks who've done really well in paper over the years, particularly in the old days. Jan has an incredible number of paper finishes that have been super dominant, plus a ton of online finishes that have been super dominant. We're talking like Arena Championship, really impressive results, Set Championship win, a Mox win, like several Mox topics, just like result after result after result from Jan. So, I mean, it's not for nothing that he was the most predicted winner other than themselves for players across the questionnaires this weekend. Definitely the biggest player to watch this weekend, and he's showing why.
Yeah, I think that was a period of like 2 or 3 years where it felt like he was in almost every Mox, you know, like it was just a really insane run from him. All right, so that is Jan Merkel advancing to 3-1. We are going to advance to a little break, and when we come back, we'll have more magic from AC9.
Hey everyone, welcome in. I'm here joined by Jan Merkel, fresh off a win from our feature match area. Jan, very impressive win here, but I think the number one question everybody wants to hear here is, tell us everything about the dog. I want to know more.
Well, his name is Popovich, Pop for sure. He's 8 years old, right now a bit sleepy, and yeah, perfect in every way.
Yeah, he's my spirit animal. I'm a little bit sleepy myself. One thing that didn't make me sleepy was that match that you just had. Game 2 was riveting. Your deck can go from nothing to everything, it seems like, in one turn. You're playing Is It Cauldron, the most played deck here this weekend. What made you pick this deck for this tournament?
Well, we as a team, very early identified that this deck had a crazy power level. So it was probably going to be the most played deck because it did lose nothing in rotation. So we tried a lot to beat it, and honestly, it did not go well. Always the Cauldron deck won all the matches. So at that point we were like, okay, let's just go with what's really good and hope that nobody else figured something out.
Yeah, well, along that line, last question. How do you feel about your chances in mirror matches?
Yeah, I mean, I would say 50-50-ish. I'm happy if opponent play the Draconautics Engineers or Crystal Bears, but it depends a lot on everything, who goes first, who draws the key cards, etc. So I don't think I have a great edge there or anything, but fingers crossed.
Well, you've been doing pretty great so far here this weekend. One more win will get you into day 2. Jan, best of luck.
Thanks a lot.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9. We heard that from Jan Merkel that he thinks his chances in the mirror are 50-50. And Arya, you know what that calls for? The mirror breaker, obviously. Back to standard.
I should have known it was going to tie back to Fable with you, Hayu.
It was, I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. That's going to be it for the Fable jokes, maybe. All right, let's have a look at who else are watching here in round number 4. We have a nice one lined up. We have Eugenio Tuschetti, and Tuschetti's on Boros Mice. So I think we saw Tuschetti on the stream a little bit earlier with the Mice. Mice lost some key pieces, Aria, in the most recent round of bannings, but still good enough here for Eugenio to bring. And then up against Marvin Chong on Teema Ferocious, just one of the coolest decks, I think, submitted this weekend. And I'm very excited to see it in action. Let's have a look at these deck lists up against each other. Are the Mice just going to be outsized by this Ferocious deck?
So the Ferocious deck definitely has the long game against Mice. There's with the Battle Criers and Outcast Trailblazers, it's really expensive long game. And without Monstrous Rage, the Mice deck I think struggles a little more to break through large blockers. But I think it's still going to be a pretty tough matchup for the Teema because the Mice deck goes under the Teema deck pretty well, and with those Boros Charms and Burst Lightnings is really good at closing out games after getting in some early damage. So I think it's going to be pretty tough for Teema. Your creatures are bigger, you have a better late game, but you just don't have that much interaction for the early game the Mice deck has, and the Mice deck's really good at closing out after getting in some initial damage.
All right, well, let's go down to the action, and Marvin, having a look at this hand, does have a Torch the Tower and a Teema Battle Crier, so it must be a little bit tempting at least, but 5 lands is a lot of lands.
Yeah, I think I'm tempted by this hand. It's really close to me, where Torch is very clearly your best card, and Teema is the Battlecry is a card that keeps your deck going. But the problem is if you don't draw anything, that hand literally does nothing. I don't think that's a risk you can afford to take with this deck.
Well, it seems like Marvin is actually on a game win already. So this is game number 2. And Marvin on the draw. This one is looking a bit better. Has the turn 1 Lanoir Elves. Has some other tools, but I mean, can you really afford to get rid of the Esper Origins with this hand? I guess Marvin thinks you can.
Yeah, I think most of your routes to victory in this matchup involve your turn 1 Lano Elves living, particularly because like a lot of the removal that's good against Lano Elves is bad against the rest of your deck. So your opponent's probably going to have to play like a clunky 2-mana removal spell to kill it. Esper Origin's a little slow when you have threats in your hand that could be developing your mana instead, so you don't really want to be flashing it back. You don't really want to be playing it on the front because it's just not a very inspiring Magic card on its own.
Wow. I'm glad you said that. You know, you're the designer. You're allowed to.
What can I say? 2 mana, Surveil 2, gain 2, not exactly a strong Magic card. The reason Esper Origins is strong is because of its flashback. Hot takes, I know.
That's why we have you on, to provide that kind of cutting insight. Speaking of, the Llanowar Elves is going to get cut down by the Twin Maw Stormbrood. Finds blue mana as well in that breeding pool, so Marvin can get that World Wagon down next turn and start kind of building up for the late game. He's going to be taking some damage while he does so, though.
Yeah, and I think at this point it all comes down to whether Eugenio can land a second threat quickly, just to make sure the pressure applied is like somewhat consistent before that Dissection Tools comes down and starts stabilizing.
Yeah, I mean, Eugenio did find a white source, but it's not great. You know, it's tapped. It's not going to allow Mabel or Screaming Nemesis to come down, and that means that Marvin has the ability to get the Dissection Tools down. Manifest Dread, hits Roaming Throne, which isn't great to turn over, but it's still a 4/4.
Yeah, it does gain 6 life once you have it with a flip Dissection Tool, so that's something.
Yeah, but it's, you know, you would really rather that came into play, but luckily, you know, luckily for Marvin, does have 2 more Roaming Thrones in hand already, and really just got the beats on, and it's hard to see what Eugenio can do here.
I think the way Eugenio wins this one is through Screaming Nemesis plus Twin Maw Stormbrood, dealing 5 damage to his own creature to then shoot Marvin for 5 and prevent him gaining life. That's going to be pretty hard for Marvin to beat with all the damage coming in the late game and no way to stabilize. It's just a matter of making sure these next few turns don't let Marvin stabilize too much. And for that reason, I'd kind of consider hitting the Dissection Tools manifest. But the problem with a line like that is it's pretty awkward into second creature, fire up the World Wagon, and then sacrifice that creature to equip the Dissection Tools to the World Wagon. At that point, you're just gaining so much life, it's hard to beat.
Yeah, that and Arya, you love targeting your own stuff with your own stuff. Like, it's like your favorite thing. So, you know, I would tread with caution for our friends at home. Yeah, but Hired Claw is going to be getting in.
Yeah, if there isn't another card drawn that lets Marvin double spell this turn, this line could work out pretty well. I think what's going to happen is Hired Claw is going to get a counter, and then the Twin Maw Stormbrood is going to cast its Omen to kill the Roaming Throne.
Okay. All right. So here is the Omen. Face down card, which we knew was a Roaming Throne, goes away. But as you say, Marvin can get the Roaming Throne part 2 down, crew, and then sacrifice to equip. I'm gonna go Esper Origins first, though. Maybe.
Yeah, in that world, I wouldn't be surprised to see Eugenio actually kind of try and take a slower approach to things. Maybe to try and put that Screaming Nemesis in blocking mode and have it threaten to like block whatever large creature comes down and reflect a bunch of damage back. The downside to this line for for Marvin is it doesn't really like play to the board if the Esper gets sacrificed to equip the dissection tools to the lumbering world wagon. And that's certainly awkward. But at the same time, if that isn't what happens here, then there's a lot of pressure being applied by this hired claw. So I could see that going pretty badly as well. It's a tough spot for Marvin. I suspect if the dissection tool doesn't get equipped, then it's just going to be maybe a pass back, threaten to block with the world wagon, and then next turn you want to try and really pop off with Teema Battle Cry, like casting a bunch of cards for free.
Right, because next turn you also have that extra mana from the Esper, the summon. And so, you know, you can kind of hope to chain some stuff together. Although, is there a way for Marvin to draw cards?
Not at the moment. Something like an Outcaster Trailblazer could be like game changing here, could literally end the game. But barring that,
is there some way? I'm just trying to think if there's some way for Eugenio to kind of pump up the Screaming Nemesis or kind of do something crazy here. But with only 4 mana available, it does seem like a tall order.
And we're really seeing the lack of Monstrous Rage hurt this deck, where it's much harder for the deck to get through blockers at this point. There aren't cards that as easily sort of win combat for the deck. So yeah, pretty awkward for Eugenio on that axis, that it's harder to punch through this Esper. Spots like this are harder to convert into a win. And yeah, once we see that untap from Marvin, play the Battle Cry, start playing Roaming Thrones, at that point there's just like 20 power in play, and you can look to kill the turn after with Esper Meduen's final chapter.
Right. All right. Well, I mean, things don't look great here for Eugenio. There's going to be Screaming Nemesis. And then maybe the +1/+1 from the mouse, the cheeky house mouse. Cheeky little +1/+1.
Yeah, I mean, that does present some pretty good attacks here, but I'm a little worried about just dying on the crackback if you swing out in Eugenio's spot. So slightly awkward spot where you know the Battle Cry is in hand, you know that can crew the Lumbering World Wagon and put the dissection tools on it. So you have to make sure you can block that. But also you want to really be applying pressure before Esper kills you in 2 turns. So tough balance to thread. The Cheeky House Mouse's adventure here really useful at getting in the Hired Claw through the Esper.
Yeah, I love the naming on that as well, by the way. Squeak by is just, chef's kiss. So perfect. All right, so now we're on chapter 2 of the, what is the surname of this Esper?
Maduen? I'm not entirely sure on the pronunciation.
My sincere apologies to the Final Fantasy fans out there. I still personally can't get over a green card having the word Esper in it. You know, I'm just a curmudgeon, maybe. Here comes Teema Battle Crier, and it's going to be giving a pretty significant discount. Those Roaming Thrones are going to be very cheap indeed to cast.
Yeah, and Lanuel's kind of secretly huge here for Marvin. It threatens a jump blocker on the Screaming Nemesis that doesn't let the Screaming Nemesis, that doesn't deal a bunch of damage for Marvin through the Screaming Nemesis. The main risk here, I think, for Marvin is a burn spell off the top for Eugenio. Basically, any burn spell does it here. Lightning Helix plus the attack from the Hired Claw does it. Something like Boros Charm, just Fall to the Face does it. Burst Lightning, little short of enough here. I think we're going to see an equip if we're either going to see no attacks with the Lumbering World Wagon, or we're going to see an equip of the dissection tools. But that kind of ends up being sort of even on life, because what happens is Marvin deals a bunch of damage to the Nemesis, gains a bunch of life, but then takes that much damage back from the Screaming Nemesis.
I wonder if there was no thought to maybe equipping to something else and holding it back on the block.
Yeah, the thing is that like holding back on the block still leaves the exact same dead to interaction from Eugenio spot, where if you hold back the dissection tools on the block, you also start losing like some sort of interaction on my own thing. Burn spell still does it because the hard claw deals damage on attacks. So I think you kind of have to just apply pressure and give the minimum amount of time. It doesn't change the things that Marvin is dead to. It's still the exact same set of things. It just means there's only one turn to draw them instead of multiple turns.
All right. Okay. Well, here is Screaming Nemesis with that 10 damage available. Yep, it's going face. You knew it. Plenty of draw. I mean, how many draws are there for Tuscassi in this spot?
There's 2 Boros Charms, there's 4 Lightning Helixes, I believe. I don't think Burst Lightning does it. I think those are the only draws you do in this spot. Another copy of Cheeky House Mess would do it.
Oh, there is Burst Lightning. That doesn't do it. We believe.
A little known fact for our viewers at home, but 3 is not 4. So attacking with the Hide Claw puts Marvin to 3, dealing 1 damage, and then Burst Lightning deals another 2 for 3 total damage this turn, but not quite enough to kill Marvin.
Oh, and Eugenia really just needed, the 5th land would have been lethal, of course, with the Kick Burst Lightning. Oh, tough spot to be in, when you're in this kind of tournament. And Eugenia probably thought a lot about the bigger deck. I probably thought about, is it Cauldron? Probably thought about Demir, Esper Pixie. Maybe didn't think too much about the Roaming Throne Team of Battle Crier deck. And just being in that spot where you're nearly there is so awkward. And but for Marvin, it might be Marvin, squeaking by in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks hard for Marvin to lose from this spot with the final chapter of of Esper going off. I think it's pretty hard to lose from here. I'm trying to remember whether that final chapter gives trample or not.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, the final chapter does give trample. So that plus dissection tools is just very cleanly lethal. You equip to the Lumbering World Wagon. That's a massive Death Touch trampler, and that should definitely be game.
Yeah, I mean, Eugenia is only at 8, so even just by your regular maths, it's not necessarily gonna work out. Just gonna get in, just in case. Like, what if your opponent doesn't block? It happens.
Here's hoping Marvin can see the line of not taking lethal damage. I imagine he will. You don't get to the Arena Championship by not seeing lines like this.
Well, you do get to the Arena Championship by playing in the qualifier play-ins, and also the Arena Opens, which can get you to the qualifier weekend. So, there are ways.
Yeah, and I think Eugenio's only chance of victory here is Marvin somehow messes up and pays life to equip to use the starting down, which I think is like somewhere between like a 0.00001% chance and another 0 on that.
Okay. Yeah, that seems small. So Marvin's going to be firing up all the creatures. That's a huge attack in, and taking this one down 2 games to 0. So really kind of taking it over against the mice. A little bit unfortunate for Eugenio. Didn't really have the mana to get going. Burst Lightning. Yeah, I may as well say, look, I was so close. I was nearly there. And a little acknowledgement there from Marvin as well. So Marvin Chong's going to be advancing to 3-1, putting him within 1 match of that that Magic 4, which gets him into the top 16, and of course Pro Tour in Atlanta later on this year. Congratulations to Marvin Chong and Aria. Team of Ferocious. I mean, we didn't get to see some of the crazier stuff, you know, with the anti-causal vestige, etc., etc. But we did get to see Marvin put a lot of big creatures on the battlefield very quickly.
Yeah, sometimes just having larger things in your opponent is all it takes to get there. I mean, we did see some 1 and 2 mana roaming thrones. That's nothing to scoff at. So, pretty impressive showing from the deck, showing that even when it isn't popping off, even when you're not putting together these super powerful combos, the deck's still like, let's big creatures into play, and sometimes that's enough.
Yeah, sometimes it is enough, and it was enough for Marvin. So, congrats to Marvin. We are going to go away for a break, and when we come back, we will have Magic from round 5, I believe, coming up. We'll see you soon.
Hey everyone, welcome in Marvin Chung, fresh off a win here in our feature match area. He's also improved to 3-1. One win away from that coveted day 2 slot. Marvin, you're playing one of the coolest decks that we've got here this weekend. We got Team of Ferocious with you with some awesome card choices in your deck. What made you pick this deck for this weekend?
Yeah, so basically I stumbled upon this deck through MTG Arena. I was just searching for unique decks that I sort of vibe with. Like, it's one of the factors that in my deck choice, like it needs to be something I genuinely enjoy, I guess. Like, of course, winning is fun, but I feel I can compete better if I genuinely enjoy playing the deck. So, and this is one of the decks that I found really competitive. And at the same time, it's a blast to play. Like, you're playing all these weird cards, but it sort of surprises the opponent. Suddenly you just win out of nowhere. Yep.
Yeah, I had to look up a few of the cards before we got started here. They're like, what does this one do again? I had to remind myself. So I'm definitely enjoying watching you play this deck. Now, I have to wonder, what's your matchup against Is Your Cauldron looking like? You know, the play deck that we got here this weekend, that had to come into the factor of picking this a little bit, right?
Yep, definitely. So, yeah, moving into the tournament, I expected a lot of Cauldron decks. That was what the winning decks, in the past days have been showing. So, yeah, the biggest factor is really, does it win or have at least a decent chance against the Cauldron deck? So, I'm not so convinced it's a good matchup, like to the point where I would be happily play against VB, because VB still has its aggro plan and that you can't really have a good answer. But my experience says that, yeah, it's a favored matchup. Close, but yeah, I would say I'm quite comfortable with the matchup. So yeah, I think I made a good choice. Although I've so far only faced one BB deck, but I think I'll be fine, I guess.
Well, Marvin, I hope you're going to be fine. Good luck the rest of the weekend. Hope you get that 4th win.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9, everybody. I'm Ailey Loney, your host for the weekend, and we are heading into round number 5. And that means, Corey and Daquan, you're back, but also that means that we have some 4-0 players. And for those of you who are just joining us, 4-0 means you get to sit back, you get to relax, you get to chill, maybe go play the Arena Direct that's happening at the same time. So let's take a look at our standings here, fellas, and let me know, Corey, you first and foremost. Any big surprises here for you? Who are you keeping an eye on, barring the 3 people who've already qualified?
Going into this, Daniel Getchell was one of the players I was definitely keeping an eye on. Him, Jan Merkel, Derek Davis, as well as their other 2 teammates, were the team that is kind of the super team. So him already being into day number 2 is kind of no surprising. Has the 2nd highest win rate amongst all the players. Can anyone guess who number 1 is besides Daniel Getchell?
Jan?
Jan, of course. It's Jan. So kind of no surprise there. It's always Jan with the highest win percentage when it comes to one of these. So big congrats to these players.
Awesome sauce. Let's take a look at the next page of standings here. And Daquan, any big surprises here for you? Anyone you're still pulling for, hoping to see in day number 2?
Yeah, I think Longo had a little bit of a rough start early in the day. It looks like he did pick up a couple of wins there. So hoping he can get a couple of wins as the weekend progresses here. But, kind of running out of time. So we got to get a couple of wins here in these next 2 rounds.
I was wondering why we were lacking some cat content on the stream. It's because Miko Erikssonen is at 1 and 3. He's become a mainstay in these Arena Championships as well as his kitties, but unfortunately not having the greatest day. And let's take a look at our final page here. These players, just one person so far has been eliminated, so hanging on by the skin of their teeth there. So best of luck to all of our players. It is 7 rounds today, so you know, you're gonna have to fight it out if you want to try and make it into day number 2. It's not going to be an easy feat. There's still time. There's still time.
We're gonna start losing a lot of players here these next few rounds, either losing them to the 4th loss, or they don't get to play because they did too well. That's gonna start happening really quickly.
I prefer the latter of those 2 reasons.
So do those players, yeah.
Well, friendos, if you would like to find yourself in the position of our 37 players here this weekend, well, you should come and play the qualifier. The Arena Open is going to happen next weekend, August 16 through 17. You can win some cash from the comfort of your home, compete in there, and then also get an invite to the Arena Championship 10 qualifier weekend. So if you like money and then playing more Magic for more money, go play in the Arena Open, right? That's how that works, Corey?
Oh, 100%. These are the GOAT events, in my opinion. They are the absolute most fun, highest value, being able to translate this sealed deck building from day 1 and then transitioning into draft of the format. There's no better feeling than waiting for that second draft on day number 2. Let me tell you, you get those anxieties up, you get excited, and the pressure's on.
I've never made it to draft 2. I've made it to draft 1, and then I died. I just want to do more drafts. That's all I want in life. It's just more drafts. Daquan,
yeah, because if
you can relate, right? More drafts.
Yeah, because if you have to jump into just a casual draft after that, that's not the same. It's not the same.
I've been lucky enough to actually cash one of those when it was standard, believe it or not. So
Yeah.
there's something I need to tell people though about that $2,000.
Yeah.
It spins real nicely, y'all. Like, I'm just saying, if you want a chance to just make yourself feel good, go play one of those Arena Opens, and then you can actually qualify for one of these, and you can come play in the Arena Championship. So, like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you can get money. Oh, sorry, my bad. When you get money earned and money won in the same thing, like that is, there's nothing better.
Nothing at all. So that is the events that are happening this weekend. There's also the Arena Direct if you just want to win collector boosties, and who doesn't want to? Go check that out. But for now, we're going to focus back on the competition for this weekend. It's Arena Championship 9. Let's take a look at our head-to-head. We're going to check out a couple of 3-and-1s, see who else we can retire from the day 1 competition. Matt Carwin up against Peter Gregg, and we tried our best, friends, to not show you Is It Cauldron Mirrors, but alas, well, you know, statistically, it was bound to run out, and these are probably the decks we're going to be seeing a lot of going forward. Matt Carwin says he was taught to play Magic by his wife on the first day that he met her, which is super sweet and cute, and that it's adorable, and I hope that his wife is real proud of him for making it into the championship here this weekend. Let's take a look at his deck list. Now, Corey, I got to peep these just before, and they're pretty similar, these 2 lists, but the removal package is slightly different. Who do you think might have the edge depending on what they're playing?
You know, it's so minor. You got to play the key cards here, so it's really hard to tell. I would think the person who maxes out on a Braids, that ends up being kind of the bigger factor. And I gotta say, I mean, that's awesome. Matt ended up marrying the woman who taught him how to play Magic and married the game. You know, I mean, that's just, that's really impressive stuff.
Hey, when they say married to the game, it can have a whole different meaning now.
Exactly.
Oh, for sure. Magic doesn't change your life. Well, I guess some people are luckier than others in that regard. His opponent, Peter Gregg, also playing Is It Cauldron, says that his qualification memory was playing the limited format for the first time that weekend and not even knowing what he was qualifying for. So nothing kind of like fumbling your way into, or stumbling your way into a championship, huh? That could get you to the Pro Tour, get you to the World Championship even. So let's take a look at Peter's deck here. Daquan, tell us a little bit about his iteration of Is
this
It
one
Cauldron?
feels just a little bit tighter than the other list. You know, it doesn't have things like the one of obliterating bolt. I think the other list might have also had a Barrage main deck. Like some of that
Yeah.
stuff's not here. This is a little bit tighter, but again, not drastically different. I think these are kind of right in the square space of what you expect these decks are going to look like that you see the rest of the weekend.
All right, well, friends, let's get into the nitty-gritty here of Is It Cauldron. Let's see who gets the bigger VV and can ding their opponent to death the quickest. Corey, Daquan, take it away, friends.
Thank you, Ailey. All right, let's dive on in. This is going to be fun. Yeah, we couldn't avoid the cauldron mirrors forever. Now, y'all, we get the cauldron mirrors. I think that's how I want to look at it. Don't you, Daquan?
Yeah, we had to put it off for some point. I mean, it's half the field, so no matter what you do, whether you're looking at winners, people playing win and ends, people that are on the verge of elimination, at some point, some of these were going to run into each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when it comes to the mirror match, there is a lot of that element where it's a little trickier to have a profitable plan to interact, as, you know, some of the absurd draws on the play just aren't that easy to interact with. You know, these are just two extremely powerful decks that both do a lot of proactive things. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. It is very close. If one player stumbles, the other one usually takes full advantage of it.
Yeah, and that's sort of what we're looking at here in the opener. Greg's hand here actually has 2 Makos early, though Carwin did pick up on that first draw a Mako, which is going to be huge to help him out here.
That was gigantic.
Especially since Peter has to play a tapped land here, so he won't actually be able to abrade it.
Yep. Yeah, anytime you start with Mako, that's how you kind of decide what your nut draws are. Every single nut draw that you can have with the deck involves turn 1 Mako, as that's really the only one drop that you can play from the deck. So, you know, once you go from there, then there's a lot of different avenues that you can pick as far as really powerful draws, either profs or FOMO, discarding VV, all these different avenues, but they all start with Mako.
Yeah, also says a lot, too, that Peter didn't want to attack there. He said, you know, it's worth holding back, knowing that you have a Tursa in hand, get to discard likely 2 things here, and just attack with a pile of 3/3s on this turn.
Yep. So here is one of the very powerful starts. Being able to go Tursa here, attack for 9 is extremely powerful. And I think Peter just has to bite the bullet here and discard the 2 non-VV cards, as much as it pains you to discard a Braid because it's so powerful. I think it's either that or you discard just Island, but, you know, losing out on that 2 additional power can be a bit of a big deal.
Yeah, and there's an interesting thing here. Had Carwin not played the Cauldron there, is it possible that Peter would have discarded a VV?
Yes.
Or are they both worried about that enough in the matchup that you're not willing to even risk giving the VV to the opponent?
Yeah, 100% that. Because when you play that Cauldron on 2, you're representing, hey, I'm going to do something that's going to draw some cards and put a VV into the yard, and then the Cauldron does the VV thing. So you want to be able to prevent that as much as you can. You know, Peter doesn't know what we know, that that's not possible. That's not happening this turn unless you surveil a VV into the yard right now, which would be, you
That
know,
would've been
just
sick.
horrifically brutal.
All right, we got a Prof's Eidetic Memory, and we're going to get to put 1 counter on the Mako. And there's no creatures in the graveyard, so no other real counters coming here.
Yep. And now not really a great turn here from Peter, you know? I mean, this is just I have an Abrade to deal with one of the cards, or just play you know, a sad VV, I would say, a VV where it's just an 0-3, you're passing the turn. And the, you know, air quotes, sad VV plan can be a liability up against this Soul Cauldron. You know, if your opponent kills your VV and then eats it, that's the train wreck scenario.
Yeah, you wouldn't want your opponent to play something small, abrade your VV, and then just get the counter and start going off.
Yeah, that's getting your cake and getting to eat it too, I believe.
Right here, we're getting into the red zone here for 7, so putting Carwin down to 6 real early here on turn 4.
And if we did do the play of, you know, discard the Abrade earlier, it would be Matt down to 2. But, of course, that Mako would still be around. Peter would have the next card deeper into his library, so things would be different. But that was the big decision so far from Peter.
Yeah, now what type of lines does Carwin have here? Not even to win at this point, but to just not lose.
I think we're almost at the spot where you have to kind of gamble and go all in for the VV plan. And that would involve just Winter Night Stories, hoping you hit both an untapped red source and VV into the yard. It doesn't look great, but like you kind of just got to go for it. So
Yeah, it looks like he's going for it.
well, that's a tapped canal, so no matter what, we're not doing the thing. And that is the problem with this Is It deck. You know, there is a lot of Is It guild gates in the deck. You know, like past turn 3, you don't always have that perfect ability to play that 4th land untapped, as you probably have 2 Thundering Falls, 4 canals, 2 to 3 starting towns. So it is a turns. There we go. There's Is It guild gate.
Yeah.
We dusted off of our graphics there. That card hasn't been put on screen maybe ever.
So here's a good thing here, right? You managed to get a Mako down. You got 3 counters on it. It's a 4/4. So you could at least have a solid blocker here to stay alive, you know, like maybe at 2 life. You do still have a creature in the graveyard that, well, your next land's going to be tapped. I was thinking you can make a dragon there, but that wouldn't help.
Yeah, God, anything closes the door here. I mean, so many cards. Any way to discard would close the game. But as it stands, you know, Matt is full on stabilized here. Going to 2. 2 is not 0. And I actually like Matt's chances in this game.
Yeah, which is wild considering how those first 4 turns went.
Yeah, they did not go well.
All right, so we're just blocking a 2 power creature here and not Tursa.
Okay.
All right,
One is a little bit rougher. Now if I'm Peter, I'm like, yeah, I'm never playing that VV until I have a spell to immediately win on the stack. If that wasn't, you know, if Matt was at 2, maybe you just play the VV and you have to hope because you might need that as another lethal attacker. But yeah, this is still a game.
All right, there looks to be 2 Winter Night Stories that you have access to here. So opportunity. This could still be a big turn.
Oh, definitely could be, and I would think might be a pretty high chance of it because, well, you know, we have dug pretty deep into the deck. You statistically have to find a VV eventually.
All right, discarding Winter Night Stories and a land to find a VV. Now we got to get the other one in the yard.
Yeah, I didn't love that. If you're just going to draw a card, you could consider playing the other profs first or discard the Winter Night Stories, because if this happens, the best case scenario that you wanted to find the VV, you've just put yourself in a spot where you actually can't take advantage of it.
Yeah,
you know?
True.
Yeah. And now you lose the game to any spell.
Yeah, another interesting thing to point out about Carwin's block last time is by not blocking Tursa means you couldn't keep both Makos and play another haste creature here.
That is true. Yeah, I think this has to be a cycle and just hope for a one drop spell to close this game out. Otherwise, next turn, it could easily be GG. When you have profs, when you have VV, when you have Cauldron, and you have a FOMO online, it's pretty tough to come back. But here's the biggest cycle of Peter's young career, I imagine.
There's a little bit of pause here from both sides. Oh, just a land.
It's another Is It Gilgate.
Yeah. All right. I mean, Matt's at 1. 1 is not 0. So, I mean, this still could happen.
Yeah, it definitely could. But next turn, the game could be over. And, you know, has a pretty solid chance for it to be over because at end step here, you can torch the tower, one of the threats, getting rid of your Prof's Eidetic Memory, and then play Prof's Eidetic Memory plus a Winter. Well, you got to start with Winter Night Stories, but start with the Winter Night Stories, do the VV thing, then play Profs, and then all of a sudden you're adding at least 3 counters per attack step.
Okay, so pumped up your creature there so you can just get some extra mana, I think is what we're doing.
Yeah, and you just have it. You know, you don't need to give your creatures haste twice, so might as well be mana efficient here. But now it's time to tell a story of how the good old VV went to the yard but still won the game.
Yep. Then we're just going to kind of go through the motions here for a second. Gonna exile Vivi, which means you have just tons of mana because both creatures have counters already.
Yep. And then you get to start by playing Vivi. That's usually, when you have this much mana, it's pretty trivial. That way, when you get Vivi, the real one, going in play, then you have the ability from the Vivi Under the Cauldron and the Vivi itself. So every spell counts for 2 mana.
Yep. And then you're gonna get 3 more cards here.
And there's the way to clear both blockers. So we are all done. That'll be game number 1 being snuck out here by Matt. Impressive.
Just kind of goes to show you, right? The way it started, Peter had a pretty solid first 4 turns, but he didn't have a Cauldron. He didn't have Propsydetic Memory, and those cards ended up being the big difference here.
Yeah, really was. You know, Matt's wife is standing off count and be like, yeah, no big deal. I taught him everything he knows.
I think Matt's just trying to decide which way he wants to go about business here.
Yeah. It gets to this spot where, you know, like you can split hairs. What is the technical, you know, maximum efficiency ways to do it here? And that's where I find half of the fun comes in for the deck. Because remember, Draconautics Engineer is underneath the Cauldron as well. So you get to give that new FOMO haste. So you now get to take 3 combat steps, which you've drawn 4 cards. So Propsydetic Memory gets to add 4 counters 3 different times.
That's so silly.
Do I dare continue? Or, you know, Vivi's going to have haste too. I mean, we can deal about 1 billion damage here.
Yeah, I think once you get down to where you just clear the blockers, that'll probably get the concession.
Yeah. And you got to feel for Peter here. This was a frustrating loss. You were just so close. 2 turns in a row, drawing anything, basically. You know, I mean, had to have been like 55, 60% each draw step, which, you know, I'm no mathematician. I'm no Frank Karsten, but that's a pretty high percentage when you put those numbers together.
Yeah, any non-creature spells. All I was looking for that whole time.
Yep. Peter's seen enough.
Now their sideboards look very similar here, so not gonna get too many surprises, I wouldn't imagine.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so either. I like the annuls, abrades. You know, if you're on the play versus the draw, you can consider leaving in torches. You know, sometimes I leave them in on the draw. I like to take them out on the play when I want to be a little bit more proactive. But, you know, you can just get beat down by Mako if you're on the draw. So that's one that you can think about leaving in, but they both agreed on the annuls and the abrades. And Spell Pierces. Spell Pierce is a card that can be amazing, can be a dead card real quick as well.
Yeah, and Peter being able to play, look at he's following your line of thought there. Out go the torches and bringing in the abrade and the barrage, actually.
I love this, that all the Draconautics, I guess Peter left in one, but the Draconautics coming out. And this is why I like Jan's team cutting them all together, because if you're expecting this much mirror matches, the card can just be a liability. And let's get real, the Draconautics Engineer was not needed to win that game from Matt that turn. It just did an extra cool thing. So I'm on team no Draconautics as well.
Yeah, especially in a field where you think there's going to be a lot of cauldrons.
Yeah.
You're giving your opponent a lot of extra value by letting that get hell on 3 creatures, sometimes getting counters and getting extra dragons and triggers and whatever.
Yeah, it can be pretty nice against like blue-white control, other decks that have a bunch of sweepers, as you know, you can take over the game and win the game a lot easier on the same turn than you can without it. But that's really the only place I like it. So I like not playing a lot of them.
All right, so it looks like we have a Mako here and having a null to back it up. So I don't know. We'll see if that matters or not.
Yeah, it could be a null, could be Spell Pierce. So, you know, trying to play around that the best you can if you're Matt. And the best he can to play around it is say go and have an abrade on your opponent's turn to tax their mana. Really smart play from Matt, even though, you know, we know the Spell Pierce isn't there. But looks like every spell would have got countered by that annul anyways.
Interesting. We didn't try to play the fear of missing out pre-combat to get another point there. Maybe you want to hold all the cards in hand.
Exactly. Also trying to hold that interaction. And both players trying to be a little bit more reactive, which totally happens in these post-board games. Games slow down a bit, and you just try to not... The whole point of the game in the post-board games is just don't let one of the VV turns slip through. Make sure you can cover that, and you have a chance to still take down the game. But even if one time they get one of those Cauldron VV activations, even if you got 2 extra spells, you just get buried in card advantage too quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't take a lot. I mean, we saw that last game where Carwin was way behind, and then going into his turn 4, I guess it was, and then just ended the game basically on turn 6.
Yeah. And here's Matt playing around Spell Pierce. But a Null don't care. A Null just gets you good. That's why that card is a lot better than Spell Pierce, in my opinion, because Spell Pierce just gets so invalidated so quickly.
Right. Now we have an opposing Cauldron. This feels like the safe spot to go for it. You can pay for a Spell Pierce, so why not?
Yep, I agree. Play it, and then we'll see if this Abrade's going to come back. You see a lot less of the Cauldron VV activations in the post board. Both decks are very good at stopping it. Some / most go up to 4 Abrades. I think the MVP is on the stack in the post board games. It's Profs.
Yeah. And there was some respect paid there to the spell counters in the post board matchups here, because he could have went for the Abrade and said, "No, I'm good. I'll wait."
Yep. Respect for the Spell Pierces and respect for the game. Go, Matt.
And this Mako's still trying to get work done 1 point at a time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, getting rid of the opposing Soul Cauldron from the graveyard. Which, while it doesn't seem like much, it does potentially turn off Delirium down the road.
Exactly. Anytime you can eat a card, you might as well do so. If there's 2 Cauldrons in play, then you got to be a little wary, because you don't want your opponent to be able to blink second, essentially. You don't want them to be able to eat something as you just turned your Cauldron sideways.
Right. Going to go for the Sphere of Missing Out finally. Discarding the Barrage to find a VV. All right.
Okay. Pretty solid, but a pretty sad draw so far here from Peter. Mulligan has all the reactive elements. The 3 drops that loot are still some of the most important cards in the mirror match, just like they are in basically every match. The Scholars, the Tursas, they're phenomenal. And that is why Jan and his team all ended up playing, I believe it was like 3 Scholars, 3 Tursa, where I would say the stock going into this is 3 Tursa, 1 Scholar for whatever reason.
Yeah, another thing to note here is you still only have 1 creature you could even potentially put a counter on right now. And Carwin's hand has lots of ways to deal with that.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. So we're going to start seeing some fireworks here. It's pretty tempting to play VV here, because with just 2 blue mana available, the only thing you can have is into the Flood Maw. Now, of course, if it does die to like a Barrage after Peter untapped and then put it under the Cauldron, it would be, devastating. So I understand the holding of it back, though.
All right, removing a land. All right, have a little bit of action with the Winter Night Stories to go with the VV here.
Now from Peter, I was going to say the VV looks pretty solid as you have that into the Flood Maw to basically counter an Abrade, as you can get that counter on it in response to the dealing damage, where this plays into the Spell Pierce, but I wouldn't say bringing in Spell Pierce is always stock from the Cauldron players.
Yeah, and this is just a case of you're not going to have a lot of opportunities to use it, so you might as well. Who cares? They can replay it out of the yard.
Yep. And I think that was Peter trying to say, hey, I want to get Delirium here. I want to be able to do a couple attacks, maybe find a Profs, and go from there.
And then Carwin picks up Winter Night Stories, so it looks like he might get to attempt it here.
Big draw. Yep, I think it's time. VV, and then you're able to... you're able to play some stuff. Here's the Torch the Tower test. But to be honest, if your VV gets torched here, you don't mind as much because of the Exile clause. So your opponent can't eat it with VV. So I think this is a really, really nice time to do this.
All right. Have enter the Flood Maw. Looks like we're just going to go ahead and bounce the VV here.
Yeah, and I think Matt will take that as a win. You just got your opponent to cast a spell that you're going to then cast next turn. And you get to still put this Profs counter on your Fear of Missing Out and get in a chunk of damage here.
All right. This still stands to be a pretty big hit here for 4 damage.
Yeah, still a little ways away from Delirium, but next turn, if we're able to go VV plus Winter Night Stories, get Delirium, start packing, all the Prof's Identic memory counters onto VV and attack with FOMO twice, that's when we start to do some disgusting things.
Yep. And Carwin decided not to attack there. So it looks like we're going to just spend our turn trying to play this Winter Night Stories out of the yard.
Because it's VV time. The Cauldron VV shenanigans is going to happen from Peter. Peter does not have the luxury anymore of not going for this. Like if you have the any of the one drops, the Into the Flood Maw or the Torch Tower, you got it, but right now Peter has to do something to get back into this game. And I think this is a great way to do it because you can also Prof's Eidetic memory here. And then if you want, you can then go to combat, put 4 counters on it, and now Peter has 7 mana to work with. Or you can cast this pre-combat, which I like a lot less.
Yep, making sure you got your mana right for what you want.
All right, let him cook.
All right, that's not bad.
That's great.
Got a Tursa, got a Mako. Like there's a lot happening here.
The one thing that's a little brutal here from Peter is Peter has to use these instants at sorcery speed if he does want to use them, maybe Into the Flood Maw bouncing FOMO. I would think you kind of have to do that because things can really slip away if your opponent just goes Winter Night Stories ×2. All of a sudden, with 2 combats, if you can get Delirium, you might just die.
Yeah, I might even try to get a little greedy here with the Tursa if it was me. Like I'm way too eager to get in there sometimes.
Yeah. Now this, I mean, you get to discard some cards, so you get to still keep going a little bit. But I was gonna say, if that was the end of your turn and you just want to hope for a blocker, this could be brutal.
Yeah, still have. I guess. Again, you're right. Having to use this as a sorcery is an issue if you're going to play this Into the Flood Maw.
Yeah. So still leaving 1 mana floating. I would think it seems like Peter's going to Into the Flood Maw this, and I think he should.
Yeah. This force your opponent to show you they have some way to stop you next turn.
Yeah, and he is just so far ahead now. Like I was saying before, if you ever get that Cauldron VV turn, even if you get the 2-3 extra spells, you just put yourself at such a great position. Like now we have the Abrade to deal with the Cauldron, but the damage is kind of already done.
Yeah, and this is sort of what we were talking about, right? You only need 1 turn. I mean, it looked like there wasn't much happening there, and then 1 opportunity, now you've got a whole board stacked up with a little bit of backup to possibly be able to just win next turn.
Yep, pretty much. It really is the new Splinter Twin. Cauldron and VV.
And Carwin might have had an opportunity here had he been able to find a Soul Cauldron, but unfortunately misses here on this Winter Night Stories.
Yeah, almost had to have that to be able to get back into it. As it stands, you can abrade down the Cauldron. But
yeah, that's your best action.
Yeah, but with the double attack here, it seems pretty easy to, if not win the game, force a chump block, decimate your opponent's battlefield, and force them to, play a VV and have to top deck a Cauldron and then start doing absurd things as well. And even then, it's probably too late with this annul that Peter is almost assuredly going to leave up 1 blue for.
That's also true. The annul is also what kind of stops this whole plan.
Yeah.
All right, drawing with the fear of missing out, discarding a Mako for another Prof's Eidetic memory. Sure, why not?
So now I would think I just Winter Night Stories from the graveyard, tapping the small fear of missing out, go to combat, leave 1 blue open, and be happy.
Yeah, that might be what happens here.
Also reasonable to maybe just play the Profs. It's even reasonable to just, end that as your turn and leave a braid and a null up. But I would do the stories here. If you're putting 4 counters on your creatures twice, hard to think you can't lock it up.
Yeah, I was figured it had to be one or the other, but either way, it doesn't matter too much here. You're getting to attack for 14 and eventually get to attack with one of these again.
Yeah. If that Mako had 3 more counters on it, it would be 9. You'd be forced to chump that the second time. 17. Yeah, actually not doing the Winter Night Stories play means Matt gets to live. If you do the Winter Night Stories, you put the 4 counters on Mako. You can't block the first time because, well, the second creatures get bigger the second time.
Oh, yeah.
So we do play on because Peter did not do that, but you know, it's really, you know, pulling hairs here. It would be very shocking to see Peter not win this game anyways, but that was
Yeah.
Miss Lethal.
Also, with Peter leaving all his mana up, he kind of guarantees the annul will resolve, right? He doesn't have to worry about having to pay 2 or anything else for it.
Yeah.
And actually, Spell Pierce got drawn here, so there you go.
Yep. And that's going to be it. So far, kind of the games that we thought in what direction they were going to go, they kind of went the other way, you know, and that's the explosiveness of this Cauldron deck. You're never really out of it, ever, in any game, in any matchup.
Wow, annulling a fear of missing out. That's rough, but hey, doesn't really matter. It's going to get cleared out the way one way or the other.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, well, Peter takes that one, so we're going to be going to a game 3 here. And I don't expect anything to change sideboard-wise. I think both players are kind of set, and it's just a matter of, you know, like you're saying, who blinks first, right?
Yep, looks like it. Looks like there were no changes based on play draw. The one thing I've been toying around with, I don't know if it's right. I definitely don't want to be trying to say you should do this. But when I'm on the draw, I've been trying to take out Makos and just go like full defensive and try to be a little bit more controlling and then have them on the play because they can look a little awkward, but then they can also be the best card in your deck. So it is really, you know, I would say an experimental plan. I don't know if it's good or not.
Yeah, it makes for some really interesting games, you know, because you're really just worrying about how do I protect VV in some cases. But
Yeah.
also, if you do protect it too long, you just get run down. Yeah, right. So it's a tough balance.
Yep, absolutely. But then you look at you know, Matt's hand being on the play. I mean, to be fair, on the play, I'm leaving in Makos no matter what. And you look at a hand like that, that's just amazing. Red mana, 2 Makos, 2 Tursas, as well as a Cauldron. So I mean, if Matt finds land 3 on time and can attack for 9 on turn 3, that's really tough to beat when you're on the draw for sure here, especially when you're mulling to 5.
Yeah, Peter took 2 quick rips on those mulligans. He didn't, first one, he didn't even hesitate. The second one didn't even have a land. So kind of forced to take this one at 5.
Yep.
Though, having it a braid, having it a null, right? You have some early action here that can at least keep you reasonably out of trouble, I would imagine.
Yep. Has the Spell Pierce to fight back a little bit on a potential removal spell or something like that. But Matt's really just thinking, please give me land 3.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here it goes. And this is just what we're saying, right? This could be one of those situations where it's just a beatdown situation.
Yep.
But it was not.
Yeah, not great at all. You know, now your opponent has some pretty clear interaction available. You don't really want to play your Cauldron. These Spell Pierces look like they are going to be able to get some value here as, well, Peter's going to be forced to use his mana here on an abraded end step for one of these Makos, which will get pierced. But I don't think, well, never mind. I'll shut up.
I guess he decided it wasn't worth risking for the Spell Pierce. They're too small.
It's better that he waited. So that was a nice play from Peter. I just wouldn't have had it in me.
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense here, though. So, you know, they're small enough that you're not worried about it. Your opponent obviously missed a land drop, so there's no real threat there. And then you start trying to backtrack, like, what do they have in hand that you would rather worry about?
Mm-hmm. Peter, of course, drew Is It Guildgate in a hat there this card in town.
Yeah, and Matt just had to pass there again, missing on turn 3 and turn 4. So this is starting to get a little dicey for Carwin here.
Yep. Yeah, the post-board games get a lot weirder. Game 1s, you just jam, but...
All right, here's a props eidetic memory it looks like he picked up.
Yep, 4 draw steps, the 2 Pierces, Torch, and then Profs. Just went from Matt having a phenomenal hand up against an opponent who mulled to 4 to all of a sudden, like, just not looking great at all. At least these Spell Pierces, you'll be able to get some value. You have to use both of them, but I really don't like Spell Pierce in the mirror for what it's worth. It gets a little awkward, but
Yeah, but this is the best case scenario for Carwin with, the way his hand was set up. You kind of get to deal with the one thing you could actually deal with.
Yep. Now this is pretty nice because even though you didn't draw the land, which you really want, you can play Cauldron. And now if there's a land on top, you have that whole VV turn going on where, if Peter goes for this line, doesn't draw an untapped land for the Abrade for the Cauldron.
Oh man, I was clinched up for Peter there. I ain't gonna lie. Like it felt like you got to get that land and not let that Cauldron sit there.
The Into the Floodmaw would still do some okay work, so it wouldn't be completely over. But yeah, it's a lot worse if you don't hit that land.
All right, looks like we're gonna discard a Floodmaw and an Annul. Actually, is what we have keyed up here.
So that's 2 instants. You have the sorcery plus the Egg of the Soul Cauldron. That's at least 3. So no Delirium yet. And this Cauldron almost a sure. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I was with you. This is scary.
Well, if Matt draws land number 3 here, the game ends.
All right, here we go. If he gets an untapped land here, this is going to be so sick for Carwin if this is a tap land.
Oh yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's the only 2 Thundering Falls of Tilt that he could draw. I hope we don't cast or curse him. Oh Jesus, 5 bricks in a row from Matt.
That is so rough because there's almost no other window he's going to get with shields down completely here.
Almost fine. You just needed to discard Vivi. It wasn't a land, so I got tunnel vision, but it still gets Vivi in the yard. That's all you need. Now the world is Matt's oyster. And we should be, I wouldn't say completely done here, but I wouldn't be shocked if the game ends because here's what's going to happen.
Well, Tursa's going to put extra counters on the Makos here.
Yeah, Turco's going to put 2 counters on the Makos. That's 8 mana. The Prof's Eidetic Memory is going to go on to the Tursa, which will then be 4 counters. That'll be 7 more mana there. So right now, Matt has 15 mana available from 2 to 15.
Yeah, and this was, like we were saying, like he opted not to get rid of the Cauldron, and now things are just going haywire.
Yep. But to be fair, all this mana and nothing to do with it, as there's no more Winter Night Stories in the yard. So, there's that going, I guess. But now, okay, maybe that's just lethal. That's 18 damage. Okay.
Yeah.
That was just enough.
Crazy.
Wow.
Crazy.
Impressive stuff there. Both players, the obvious emotions on both players, facial expression there. Matt Carwin taking it down and is into the top 16. Just marked his ticket into the Pro Tour here in Atlanta a little bit later. If you just started playing Magic, wife taught you how to play. Guess now it's probably time to learn how to play Modern. That's probably not the format you start with. So that'll be a fun one there for Matt. So congrats.
Imagine that game though being in Carwin's seat, right? You're stuck on 2 land. You're dejected. You're just going like, oh God, how does this happen right now? I'm 1 win away from going to the Pro Tour. And you're like, oh, I drew a fear of missing out. I'm good. And then just win.
Had to be FOMO or land there to be able to put that into the yard. And then you see what happened. 2 lands, having a really sad draw to, I have 15 mana. I'm going to dump my whole hand onto the board. Good game.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, he needs to frame himself fear of missing out after that.
I would think so. So that's going to do it here from our first match here in round number 5. We're going to take ourselves a short little break. And on the other side, more Cauldron Mirrors. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, welcome in Matt Carwin, fresh off a win here in our feature match area. That brings him to 4-1 and moves him into day 2 of the tournament. And this is my absolute favorite part of the job. Matt, congratulations on making it to day 2, making it to top 16, and qualifying for your very first Pro Tour. How's it feel?
Thank you. It feels awesome. This was my first major constructed tournament ever since I learned how to play Magic 10 years ago. The person that taught me how to play is now currently my wife. And ever since then, I have kind of avoided the constructed side until more recently. But this was my first major tournament and my first big win. And I'm looking forward to participating in the Pro Tour here in Atlanta in a month.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hometown for you. It sounds like Magic is giving a lot to your life and kind of helping that out quite a bit here lately. Let's talk a little bit about that match there. I was watching quite a bit of it, and it seemed like you were super patient in a lot of spots. Is that something that's like game dependent, or is that something that you find is very common in the matchup?
I think that's something that's very common in the mirror specifically. Uh, both sides bring in 2 copies of Annul and Spell Pierce after sideboarding usually, and just kind of placing your opponent on those cards and knowing how blown out you would be if you got your spell countered. You kind of have to be a little bit more patient.
Well, Matt, again, congratulations, and I hope you have some time to celebrate with your wife here. But we'll see you back tomorrow. You still got a tournament to win.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Big congratulations to Matt. You got to love those stories. I mean, come on, your first big tournament and you crush it and you get to the Pro Tour. I mean, that's what it's all about. Looks like Matt will be taking his wife out to a fantastic, nice restaurant. Wouldn't you think, Daquan?
Hey, she's earned it.
Yeah. Absolutely. So what we have all earned as well is, since we've just had such great behavior, but between all of us, we deserve more cauldron mirrors. Wouldn't you think, Daquan?
I mean, deserve, but we're getting served it anyway, right? We got to have our vegetables if we want our dessert.
Exactly. And we're already to dessert. Daquan gets it. So let's check out the head-to-head here for our next 2 players and see what we're going to be seeing. It is a Cauldron Mirror here with Cypress Tron up against Devor to Technic. We are going to be jumping into this match. Both players have played a ton of games, been around the scenes here for quite a while. So let's jump on in and see if we see any big differences between these 2 decks. Daquan, anything really big standing out to you here in this mirror match?
Not really. I mean, these decks, the main decks anyway, are virtually the same, I believe, minus 1 or 2 lands. One of them's playing a couple more, I think, starting towns versus the other. But otherwise, these are going to be pretty close. The sideboard has a few cards difference. But yeah, we're going to see kind of the same thing from both players here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right, let's jam on in. Looks like we have Devor up a game here.
And looks like both players kept here. So this should be a good, solid game at least.
Yep, both players kept and pretty solid hands from both. Devor with really no interaction. So it's going to be a lot of sorcery speed jamming. So I would say maybe a slight disadvantage there to Devor, especially being on the draw. But finding a land there is excellent.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of ways to get extra cards here too from Devor. You got 2 FOMOs and Tursa and Prophetic Memory. So even if any of these get dealt with, like you'll be able to keep applying to the board while getting piles of cards here.
What a time to be alive where Annul is a good sideboard card. When was that card originally printed? Like 1993? I don't know. I feel like that is...
No, not that far, right? Like 99, 97?
Okay.
Like
it's still
that.
the 90s. So I mean, that says a lot. You got to love when a card that has that simplistic design to it makes it this long into Magic's history. Magic's great.
Yeah, I feel like you just called me out for being old there. Like I'm supposed to know that answer.
Urza Saga. Thank you, chat. Okay, appreciate that.
Yeah, that's around that time. 97, 98. Yeah, it's in that window.
Interesting. I thought Urza Saga was, from one of the Modern Horizon sets. But yeah, what do I know? Just kidding, chat. Just kidding. I know that's a set.
All right, casting a Winter Night Stories here, and we're going to be discarding, it looks like, a Mako and holding on to everything else.
Okay, both players kind of sculpting their hand, both looking very strong. And now really comes out to how can each of these players get ready to have a VV turn? How can you best do it and do the thing? Or, in the form of Devor here, how can you prepare against a possible VV turn?
Yeah, and I like this option here, right? Just go ahead and play the Cauldron. You've got a Spell Pierce backup so you can defend against a Braid, and then just see what happens on your next turn.
Yep, and now it just comes to Devor's like, do you want to aggressively eat the Winter Night Stories, or do you want to be a little bit more patient? If you eat the Winter Night Stories and you had no other interaction, the Punisher case is fear of missing out, discard VV, play a Cauldron, pop off,
Sure.
But with the Spell Pierce, you kind of have that line on lockdown, but it's also impossible to cast the Winter Night Stories until there's a creature, so no point in doing it now.
Yeah, that's the tough part about this matchup that makes it so complicated is that you're dancing around a lot of cards the whole time because
Yeah.
just like we saw in the previous matchup, literally tapping down and not getting rid of one cauldron for one turn was a difference in the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. You let one thing slide or you try to get a little too aggressive in a spot, you know, there's an extent where the power and toughness of your creatures doesn't matter that much. That's of course not fully true, but the fact that if you have a gigantic battlefield, that doesn't mean you're going to win the game for sure. If you tap out and you go with shields down, if your opponent has a cauldron turn, it puts big creatures to shame very quickly. It's just that powerful.
Yeah, and you kind of see it from the players here where Tron has an opportunity to try to use the Abrade, and he says, "Well, no, it's not worth the risk," knowing that you could have Spell Pierce.
Yep. And maybe you wanted to have Fear of Missing Out get played there from Tron, but it's not worth the fact that if there was an annul there, now you don't get to interact with the Cauldron. So I like this play from Cypher and Tron just saying, okay, let's go to your end step. If anything, if you don't do anything too crazy, I have an Abrade on the Cauldron, and if it gets countered, whatever, I can untap and then do stuff.
Yeah, but this is a good example. If you notice how even the plays that seem obvious, Divorce still going like, do I really want to tap out here? Like, do it?
Yeah.
Am I going to leave just one mana open? Yeah.
Yes. I mean, you can kind of see from Devor's perspective here, right above, the cactus avatar there. You see those cards. You don't get to see them face up. I know this is shocking news, but it's much harder to play against those cards when you can't see them.
Man, if I could see my opponent's cards, you know how much easier the game would be?
I would win maybe 1 to 2 games more, let me tell you.
All right, looks like we're just going to pass here, and Abrade is going to get fired up.
Yep, looks like a pretty forced Spell Pierce. It gets invalidated pretty quickly, so I would assume we're probably going to jam it. And just keeping the Cauldron in play prevents the Cauldron from popping off from your opponent. So it's like a preemptive hate card. So I love protecting this.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, yeah, I guess if you'd have had something like a null or something in hand, you'd feel better. But, this is fine.
Yep.
And you get a little closer to Delirium. So take that up to 3.
There you go. There you go. And, top decked, you guessed it. Is it Guildgate?
Yeah. Yeah, all right. So what is Tron looking to do here, right? Like you could dig for some cards. You don't want to tap out completely because you're now in the danger zone with the way Devor's board is set up.
Yeah, it is a little scary here. I think I would start with Fear of Missing Out and probably just discard Mako since you're a little short on red mana, and then play the Falls and hold up into the Floodmaw as your piece of interaction. But okay, actually this is probably better because if you get an untapped land, then you can play Mako here and get a counter on it plus hold open Disruption, but didn't hit it, so probably just has to go land and pass.
Yeah, and it's funny because I think people who are just walking into this matchup might see this as going like, why are they not playing their spells? Why are they not doing something? Like, because they're both worried about the other person's hand and the other spells because one opportunity is all it takes.
Yeah, if you're just joining and you are wondering that, go watch the VOD and scroll back to just the end of that last match, and you'll get your answer pretty quickly of why these players are doing that. It is a snowbally effect that gets pretty wild if you don't keep the combo in check.
Okay, didn't pick up a land, but a little more defense here in the Abrade.
Yep, and you gotta know, Spell Pierce and Annul do not counter Tersa's Light Shatter, so that one is free and cannot get countered. But, it's not as exciting as if you don't draw a untapped land here. You would almost rather cast the Tersa. So I think I would have liked to see the Tersa instead, but it's close, of course.
Wow.
Not when you draw Spell Pierce, though.
Yep, I was just thinking, took a chance to discard the Agatha Soul card. Says, okay, I'm just going to assume I don't need this other one. And actually drew Spell Pierce, which is good at protecting the situation here.
Yeah, okay, never mind. Forget what I said. That's why I'm in the booth with y'all or with you instead of down here competing, Daquan.
Hey, I feel you. I'm sitting right here with you. All All right, so now you do have the situation of there is the end of the flood maw, but do you risk using it to protect your fear of missing out at this point?
I would think yes. I think Devore is just so low on mana, and you already have the Cauldron in play to be able to interact with your opponent's Cauldron, and Spell Pierce's validity is going to go down significantly as these turns pass. So I'm snapping off a Spell Pierce on whatever my opponent would play this turn.
Oh, here it comes into the flood maw. Nope, pump fake twice. Nope. There we go. It had to just spin around the rim a little bit before it dropped in.
Exactly. And we'll see. We'll see if Devore agrees to kind of snap it off. Once again, easy for us to say, hey, you should cast that Spell Pierce when your opponent has 5 red creatures in hand. But, that's not always the case.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not really, the damage is big here, but it's not impossible for Tron to find another red land, or even with what's on board, end up playing a couple of creatures that have a pile of counters on them next turn, and you won't be able to punch through.
Yeah, totally agree. And Devore with the decision here, do I want to get in 2 more damage by exiling my own fear of missing out in the yard since there's no other creatures? And I love not doing that because that also puts the shields down for any Cauldron shenanigans from your opponent, which is, I feel, the only way Devore loses this game.
All right, so we have a Mako coming down here. All Tron drew there was the Spell Pierce, which isn't going to do much in this scenario. So just trying to build up a board to not die here.
Okay, so Tron gets to do this incredibly powerful thing of essentially, make a 3/3 and then a 5/5 and put a 5/5 on one of the creatures. And then it'll be Devore that has to break through the 5/5. That's the big thing. The 3/3, easy. You have it a braid, but if Tursa attacks, I think the match was over. So good no attack.
Yeah. Ended up discarding 2 FOMOs there. One's going to get removed here with the Agatha Soul Cauldron. Probably, I'm assuming, pumping up the larger one, maybe, so you can keep attacking.
Yeah, this could still be GG here. As you do remember, get 3 combat steps. So, if you abrade the 3/3, and then you put a Cauldron counter on the 4/5 fear of missing out, that gets to attack twice. That gets to attack 3 times.
This is crazy of how this game has gone, and both sides are still on the edge of winning.
Yeah, I'm glad Devore put that back because let's do this math together. If we abrade the 3/3, then we Cauldron the FOMO in your opponent's hand, you attack with just the 5/5 or 5/6 fear of missing out and tap itself. You can't really block it. Then you attack with both of them and use the 2/3 FOMO to untap the 5/6 FOMO. They block the 2/3, but they take a total of 10 down to 4. And then you attack with the last FOMO. They're forced to chump block.
And I think that's what he was just looking at. So let's get that out of the way. Let's go attacking. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yep, just one creature there. There you go.
Yes, great line, Devore. Great line.
And nothing wrong. I think sometimes people watching might just say, like, what's taking them so long, whatever. But, they're playing for a lot here, y'all. So I don't blame them for taking just 2-3 more seconds. Let me do the math. Let me make sure this is where I want to put the counter,
Yeah, the rope hits a little different when you have a down payment on a house on the line,
Yeah, for sure. Not just that, you're talking about possible world championship invite, pro tour invites. Like there's a lot riding on these wins.
Yeah, absolutely. So I still think, if you turn this Soul Cauldron sideways, of course, your opponent can have the VV draws, but you need to be putting the counters on and you need to get aggressive here to force the chump block.
Yeah, and it looks like that's what's going to happen here. Yeah, just make it into a 5/6 and say, all right, are you willing to survive this 3 times?
Yep, exactly. Yeah, so now if you attack with both, the second fear of missing out trigger gives you that 3rd combat step, and it will get eaten by Tursa, but then Tursa will get eaten on the final bout here.
And interestingly, even if Tron were to draw a VV here, there's nothing for the VV to do. There's no Winter Night Stories in the yard.
Yeah.
There's no instants or anything to play here, really. You just have a reactive spell pierce. So it's not all that bad, really, even without any interaction from Devore.
Yeah, that's why I love Devore going for that, because yeah, exactly right. Like, you have to have a creature, the Cauldron, the Vivi in hand, and then something to do with it. There were 3 cards in hand. You just couldn't have that. The only way that would go bad for Cyprin here is if he literally just had it all, and he just didn't play the game like he's had it all throughout. So Devore made a fantastic play there. Really, really nice stuff.
Yeah, now Tron is on the back foot pretty heavily here. You just 5/6 just going to be so big to deal with.
Yeah.
And every attack is lethal at this point. Well, Spell Pierce still has some value, oddly, on turn 7.
Right? I guess you just Tursa here, though, and it should be all good. If you Tursa, their Spell Pierce doesn't work, Annul doesn't work. You could only have something to bounce. So love going for this. It just plays around the 2 counter spells. And
yeah, it'd have to be exactly into the Flood Maw, and you can still just put counters on the other creature.
And this looks like Devore is locking up his spot here in the top 16 and played this game masterfully. Just really recognized what was important, what you could have, and went aggressive when he had to and played defensive when he had to as well. Fantastic work.
And truthfully, played this game most of the way only casting 1 spell a turn.
Yeah.
Not something you really see out of these decks. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it wasn't really no VV over the top turns or anything like that. Just good, clean magic and taking advantage of your fear of missing out being, well, a pretty good card, to say the least.
Yep, he's just saying GG's. I don't have it.
And that is Devore Technic going to the top 16 and just locked up a spot here at the Pro Tour in Atlanta next month. Huge congrats to him. Not done yet, though. Still will be playing for that top 2 slots going to the World Championship. You always got to play for the carrot at the end of the stick. And, well, yeah. Devore got 1 carrot. Now got to get that second carrot there, Daquan.
Yeah, and I will say that matchup was interesting, especially that 3rd game where we didn't necessarily, like, we'd seen kind of all the different iterations of this VV deck, this Cauldron deck. It was, the combo out on a single turn. We've seen you play the super aggressive game.
Yeah.
But this was like the first time we saw both sides with a lot of interaction, and, everything was very methodical and one thing at a time and trying to answer your thing.
Yeah.
And, you had the Cauldron, but you never really comboed out. It was just good for a couple of counters, and that just made all the difference.
Yeah, as much as we can complain about this being a lot of one type deck, and all the joking aside that I make, of course, this is a huge percentage of a field that is very telling. It is an extremely powerful deck, but the mirror matches are actually pretty awesome, and I think that's a big thing for me. If the best decks mirror matches are at least fun to play, that's at least something, So and I enjoy them. Maybe that's not. Everyone enjoying them as much as me, but we'll see here. But sounds like we got some more magic. But first, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back here at Arena Championship 9. All right, everyone, welcome back to coverage here of Arena Championship 9. Corey Baumeister, Daquan Watson, and we're going to bring you one more match here from round number 5 before we get out of here and we get Arya and Hayu back in. And this one is an exciting one. We got Jan Moritz Merkel here coming in to try to make it into day number 2, as well as Juan Garcia Escardo trying to do the same. Both players playing Cauldron, kind of no surprise there. The Jeskai Cauldron there for Jan is really just for the dragon there, so it really is it as well. So let's take a look at both of their deck lists as we get into the feature match here. Any big changes here? And we're entering as Jan picked up game number 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of subtle differences here. Well, first off, they're both playing the Quantum Riddler, which is actually really cool. So we're kind of excited to see that card again.
Oh,
but one of them is playing the Room, which is also really cool. To be able to remove stuff and whatever. So there's a lot of things happening here. So this is going to be could be potentially different than the other matches we've watched, especially again talking about Jan playing the dragon as well. So there's a few different iterations of this deck that we're getting to see at least.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of the Quantum Riddler, by the way. Like, I think that card is extremely powerful. It does some really disgusting things, and it actually helps you out when you mulligan. If you get low and you're ever able to, like on turn 4, warp a Riddler, draw 2 cards, then play a FOMO, draw 2 more, all of a sudden you're just like, wow, this is completely broken.
Well, yeah, especially if you already have your Prophetic Memory happening and, all kinds of things start popping off then.
Yeah, and it's another card that doesn't get countered by any of the counter spells that your opponent's bringing in. The spell pierces the annuls, so it ends up being pretty strong there.
All right, looks like both players hit their early mana here, and we're going to have another matchup here where we're probably going to have a pretty slow, I would assume, first 3-4 turns here.
Yep. Or we see John really jam this Tursa here, because that is the card that is just, impossible to counter. There's ways to kill it. If there's an Abrade or whatever, you're still fine with it, as you get to discard 2 lands when you're a little bit flooded. And without Jan having a Cauldron in play or the ability to do it, I could have saw that play. But looks like we want to get value with the Spell Pierce instead.
Yeah, again, I think you're seeing a lot of that this weekend so far from the Izzet players. They're being very patient with their spells, like trying to not leave any shields down, trying to make sure you're getting the most value out of your cards. And it's probably, again, I think over the course of the weekend, that's just going to be the difference in these matchups. Some slow games, but it's important.
Yep, absolutely. Got to play some tight Magic. You can't really let one of these Cauldrons slip, as we've kind of seen what's going to happen. So yeah, the mirror match is kind of like just walking on eggshells, basically every turn from turn 2 on.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice of discard there from Jan. He got rid of a land. Fortune drew another land anyway. Yeah. But that's telling you how much he values those other cards in his hand.
No, it's telling you how much he hates Izzet Guildgate, just like I do.
Well, yeah, a little bit of that too, I'm sure, sprinkled in there.
Yeah, their team actually played 3 Thundering Falls, which was slightly surprising to me, but.
All right, well, Johan looked like he was a little bit flooded, got rid of those lands, so now he has some real action in hand. Picked up a Prophetic Memory and into the Flood mod. Oh, he already had. Oh, another Spell Pierce is what he drew off that.
Yep. So got a lot of Spell Pierces. So Jan is going to look to try to play around that and annul as much as possible, and it's impossible. Cannot play around both of them right now. So just has to jam some stuff.
Yep, keep some value off of them here. Just fewer cards is a good thing right now.
Yeah, great use of a Spell Pierce here, especially with the second one. Hard to not put that on the stack as fast as possible.
All right, so just picked up yet another land. So he's done a good job drawing lands. Now it's just got to get the key pieces now.
Yep.
But he says, okay, is this a window where I could sneak through an Agatha Soul Cauldron since I can back it up with the Spell Pierce here?
It sure is, but I don't remember seeing a VV in any of the yards yet, but I did not.
There was not.
I didn't think so, yeah. So it's not anything too impressive, but it does start eating away at Delirium. It eats that Winter Night Stories and kind of gets that going to start it off.
All right, so Jan's down to 14 and at least has a way to get rid of the Tursa here, but it's not a lot else happening.
Yeah, it's kind of brutal because you really would like to, steaming Sauna here, but that's just too slow. It plays into a null. It plays into Spell Pierce. Too risky of a play. Oh wow, never mind. I'll never question Jan. I love it. Just absolutely jam. And your reward is you get to chill in the sauna.
And it was funny because if you saw Jan's face here, he almost just, gave you the facial expression that matches YOLO, right? Like, like that's pretty much what that looked like.
And then he almost looked offended that it resolved. Like, what? What's in
Yeah,
your hand?
exactly.
And all right, that makes sense.
But that does tell him, all right, if you're willing to do that, then you probably don't have an annul or anything else over there. So information was acquired.
Yeah, and that is really what separates the good from the great players. Like sometimes you have to have those clench your teeth moments and jam. If you play too defensive, sometimes you can lose the game no matter what. But if you play in a certain way, a certain aggressive fashion, maybe that's your only chance to win. And Jan, our most experienced player in the field, our most experienced player in most fields, to be honest, has the highest win percentage in standard at 73% on Arena Lifetime. No big deal.
Which is insane.
It is insane. Anything north of like 65% is truly, truly amazing.
Now, I will say this. We talked about how knowing the annul wasn't there. Coincidentally, that last extra card that Yuan actually drew was an annul. So this is actually a pretty interesting situation here if Jan thinks he can go for the Steaming Sauna again.
Yeah.
But he decides to go for a Winter Night Stories instead.
Draw some cards out here.
All right. Found the Soul Cauldron, but a little bit weird when your opponent already has a Soul Cauldron.
Very true. Yeah, not the best play to just jam that out there. We'll see what we do. Yeah, and this is going to be tempting to, you have to discard the two cards, so you can't really play the Roaring Furnace, but I was going to say it's pretty tempting to play it if you can destroy this, but wow, this is going to work out so much better for Jan as, that Roaring Furnace would have got annulled for sure.
Yeah, I think the idea here was it also turns on Delirium as well by getting rid of the Agatha Soul Cauldron there. And lets him get a little bit more damage in here. If you're just saying, hey, I don't think I'm going to combo anytime soon.
Yeah.
Let's just go ahead and try to put this away since you've shown me you don't have any threats either.
Yep, absolutely. And no, nothing there. That is really, really brutal. Kind of the whole world here for Jan.
Oh boy, and here's a Vivi. Lots of options here, right? You've got a Braid that can get rid of a Soul Cauldron, or at least attempt it, right? Then you have Vivi that could also deal a point there. You don't have anything in the graveyard, nothing fancy. So you're just kind of running out of, as we'll say, a naked Vivi here.
Yeah.
With nothing to do with it, really.
Yeah, I do like this quite a bit, though. Like, you wait till end step, you go for Agatha's Soul Cauldron to eat something, and then if you care about your graveyard at all, you fire off on a Braid now. I guess there's no point. If you fire off a Braid now, you're not using that 1 mana, so there's no point in acting right now. I would wait till my opponent does anything, and if they do nothing, I would do nothing as well, because you don't want to fall victim to you playing a spell, aka blinking first, and then your opponent has the Abrade to kill your VV. Then all of a sudden you feel like, what was I doing, you know?
Yep. And there's another Prophetic Memory, which just draws an island. So yeah, this is actually starting to turn pretty serious here.
Yep, and I think Jan will make the play of like I said, of course, just casting the Abrade now, YOLO.
Yeah, but I kind of get it. Like at this point, you haven't played anything else. You're not really showing me you have anything that stops my cards. Like, what are you holding? You know?
Yeah. The only thing you're playing around by holding this is playing around the Abrade, but hey, just it seemed like the way that we played it, we just do not have Abrade.
Can't quite activate the I guess you could activate land and then still trigger VV at sorcery speed to bounce something with the Flood Maw if you wanted to.
Yeah, definitely can if you're interested in that. I mean, if this happened, you're pretty content doing nothing. Otherwise, you take 5/6. Yeah, it's not lethal yet, so probably just sigh, play the Sanctuary, say go. Force him to do anything here. Needs
Yeah,
a big draw.
if the Sanctuary would have connected, you could have had lethal there. But yeah, not much happening here. This is kind of it for a Squirtle, I think.
I think you're right. And I think Jan and his adorable little pup are heading to Sunday competition. Really no surprise to anyone who's in the know as far as someone who's been watching Jan play Magic here the last couple of years. He's made it through so many generations and still proved that he can kind of do it all the way across the battlefield. Jan takes it down and is going to be automatically into the top 16, which means Jan's back on the Pro Tour. Big stuff there. Really exciting, Daquan.
Yeah, and again, I think this is another one of those games where we kind of saw this was going to be slow and methodical. As much as these are combo decks, you get into these post-board games and it's not really a combo situation. It is if you catch your opponent shields down, but generally you're trying to find other ways to get there.
Yeah, exactly. And, I kind of like how Jan plays the game there, especially with his build, just trying to fire stuff off as fast as you can. And normally you're a lot more patient, but with Jan's build specifically, when you fire stuff off, if they get countered, sure, but then you top deck that late game Quantum Riddler, and all of a sudden it looks great that you threw your resources away because, well, you get to restock them up. You get that bonus extra card, maybe extra 2 cards, and you can really kind of catch up on resources and kind of pop off. So really impressive stuff. Jan into the top 16, so big congratulations to him. He'll be joining Daniel Getchell, teammate. Both those players had the highest standard win rate, so they'll be celebrating and getting ready for day number 2. But you can't go anywhere because we got plenty of more players to get locked up into the top 16. We're going to take ourselves a short break, but on the other side, Arya Karim Chandani and Hayu Yu will be bringing you coverage here of round number 6. Don't go to her.
Hey everybody, joining me right now is Davor Detechnik, fresh off a win in our feature match area, bringing him to his 4th win of the day, putting him in the top 16, and putting him into day 2. Davor, congratulations. I know this isn't your first Pro Tour that you qualified for, but they're all still pretty sweet, right?
It has been a while though, so it feels fresh. It feels really fresh, and thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you were telling me in prepping for this event that you've been focused a lot more and limited lately, and now you are having to play some of the highest pressure constructed you've ever played. What was that preparation like?
So basically, since I'm streaming a lot of limited, it helped me reach to people. Basically, others reach to me, so I could prep with actual competitors on today's tournament. And the Cyprian, so Tron, we played in the last match actually. So I won versus my teammate basically. So that felt a little bit off. But I mean, we prepped basically 4 people, really locked in. I tried a lot of decks and I wanted something new. I wanted something fresh, but Cauldron is just so good. Like nothing, like I kind of conceded the last out of the team to jump on the train basically. But yeah, the prep was awesome. It has been like pre-COVID I played like competitively standard, and I really never it changed a lot, so I never really got that into it as now. So it was exciting actually.
Well, that's refreshing to hear. That's nice. Hopefully your teammate can get his 4th win in the next round. Now, we talked about, you've qualified for Pro Tours in the past. I'm looking at your past accomplishments. You have a pretty nice resume throughout your career, and comparing it to some of the other players in this tournament, you're one of the more qualified players in this event. Do you think that, having that to pull back on, having that experience maybe helped you out a little bit in this tournament so far?
It's weird because I'm completely out of comfy zone playing this exact deck since everything, like I think I'm pretty good at like strategical play, like tempo and like building on to like layers of magic, which comes from experience, I think. But in this deck, it happens everything like in one turn, and I swear I still don't get it. So it's sometimes I mess up the maths, like sometimes the timer is too quick. So it's wild. It's wild. So I don't think I think newer players, actually players that maybe come from games like, I don't know, even like Yu-Gi-Oh or like games that are more less layering up, but kind of scaling. How do you say that? Like I'm looking for a word, but I cannot find it. But you get the idea.
Right.
I think they would be better suited for this sort of deck because my brain doesn't operate like that.
Sure. Well, it seems to be operating pretty well so far here today. Hopefully a little bit better tomorrow as well, because you still got a tournament to win. Devor, best of luck and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship number 9, everybody. I'm your host for the weekend. It is so great to have you watching wherever you are around the world. It is now time for our penultimate round of the day. We're going into round 6, and that means Arya and Hayu jump back in the booth with me. Hello, friends. How are you doing?
Pretty good. How are you, Ailey?
I'm VV'd out. I don't know how you guys do it. And unfortunately, our next mirror it's another mirror match. Sorry, friends. We're trying, okay, but everyone came a little. How do you beat this card, man? Arya, what do you do to beat Vivi?
Well, Vivi by itself is like a pretty beatable card. Like, I mean, people are playing it in Nizza Prowess this weekend. People were sideboarding it out in Nizza Prowess back in the day. But Vivi plus Cauldron is like a 1-2 combo. It's really hard to beat because, I mean, normally the way you beat Vivi is by removing it. You play a cheap indirection spell and you end up ahead on mana. But when it's even better in your graveyard, it's a pretty tough order.
Oh boy. Okay, we'll figure it out. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, friends, if you would like to join us for the next Arena Championship, be sure to sign up for the Arena Championship 10 play-ins. Mark your calendar for an upcoming play-in event on August 16th or 22nd. Demonstrate your mastery of Edge of Eternity's Limited, and you can compete in Arena Championship 10's qualifier weekend. So, it'd be awesome to see you here. Best of luck. Go and try your hand at Edge of Eternity Sealed and Limited and Draft, whatever, because it's actually a really, really fun format. I've been digging it. Hayu, you been playing a bunch of this format?
I've been playing a little bit. I'm definitely enjoying some of the cool stuff. I like the warping. The warping's fun.
Yeah, warping is kind of cool. I like it more the I play it. I'm not so sold on the spacecraft though. Anyway, I digress. Let's take a look at our standings, see who's made it into day number 2, into our top 16. All of those, friends, 7 slots locked up thus far. So congratulations to those 7 players. They are good to go. They can chill for the rest of the day. Let's take a look here at page number 2, just to see who else is still in contention here. That'll be duking it out in round number 6. As we head towards the final round of the day. So good luck to these players. It's going to be pretty stressful at this point in the tournament, right, Arya?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. This is the last round in which players can guaranteed or close to guaranteed make top 16. If you get to 4 wins this round, then you get directly to top 16. But if you make it to 4 wins in the last round, you'll likely have to do a playoff tomorrow. And for people who are 2-3, your backs are really against the wall. This is the most stressful period, right? Because it's easy to feel defeated. You need to win a match. You need to win a match to get to 3-3, win another match to get to 4-3, win another match, and then after all of that, you're just in top 16. So your back's against the wall. It's really stressful. I mean, I've been in the spot many, many times, but also, I mean, for many Magic players, like, this is the zone where you really live, you know? Where you're really on the edge of your seat. Like, sure, you're almost down, but you're not quite out. And there's nothing quite like just fighting for those last few wins.
Crank up the AC because those players are gonna be sweating it out. Let's take a look and see our players in our head-to-head here, who probably aren't sweating as much as those who have 3 losses. Cyprian Tron up against Makoto Atsuchi, both on Is It Cauldron, and I believe both playing for a win and in. So going for their 5th win to lock up that top 16, like you mentioned, Arya. Let's take a look here at Cyprian Tron. He really likes cat oven style shenanigans. So as I mentioned, the Cauldron is right up his alley, I'd say, as he's getting ready to make some extra copies of Vivi, huh? I guess, Hayu? Take a look at the list here from Cyprian. And nothing really too different about this list, barring maybe the Draconauts Engineer.
Yeah, well, Ailey, you know what Julius Caesar said when he crossed the Rubicon? Veni, Vivi, Vici. And that is what Cyprian and the rest of it are trying to do. Yeah, I had that one.
That was a stretch, but I appreciate it. Oh
great.
my.
It's just Vivi is a great card. No one can argue
It's
with
a
that.
good card. Yeah, I mean, we can't argue with it. It's an annoying little wizard, and it's gonna be here for a while until something is printed that can take him down a few pegs, I'd say. Let's take a look here at the opponent, Makoto Atsuji from Saitama, Japan. Says that his qualification memory in the final match with no room for error was able to find a way to win with stock up. It's not very uncommon that you can win with a stock up. Hey, Arya. Pretty good magic card. Let's take a look here at his list. Any major notes here on his build of Cauldron?
I mean, there's one Draconautics Engineer. We saw that. We talked a little bit about that, how it gives you more of an explosive finish with Cauldron rather than just making a bunch of mana with Vivi. I want to shout out the one copy of Wild Ride.
Yeah.
The relic from the old, like, Is It Prowess decks, where that plus Vivi led to some really explosive turns, and definitely gives the deck more explosive turns here as well. It lets you kill from an empty board a lot more often. A lot of the games we've seen, the deck kind of has an empty board, plays Cauldron, plays some cards, makes a bunch of mana, and then assembles a big board and passes. With Wild Ride, you're passing a lot less often. You can just kill your opponent from an empty board when you draw most of your deck, so pretty powerful card on that axis. And then 2 copies of the Quantum Riddler, the most I think we've seen main deck from any of these decks, and that card's been really, really impressive this tournament. Really, really strong with decks like this that have the ability to like draw and discard so many cards, churn through the deck so quickly. It's pretty easy to trigger the Quantum Riddler several times in a turn.
Woo! Well, let's see who can out Vivi, the other player here. Will Quantum Riddler be the card to beat this weekend? Who knows? As we're getting into the nitty-gritty of it. We're going to find our top 16 very soon. Arya and Hayu, take it away. Let's see who comes out on top.
It's win and in time for both of these players, both at 3 and 2, hoping to lock it up this round. You do not want to be going into that 7th round, still maybe trying to get a 4-3, maybe play off for that qualifier slot. So, Arya, the mirror match. We're finally here. I know our audience at home and our lovely friends Corey and Daquan have already seen some mirror match action, but for us, it's the first time doing it. What are we looking out for?
So I know this is a phrase you love to use, Hayu, but there's going to be a lot of jockeying for position in this matchup. There's a lot of back and forth as the decks try and like balance the aggro aspect with the combo aspect of the deck. You really want to kind of apply pressure to your opponent to sort of force them to blink first. Prophetic Memory particularly powerful here because it's kind of a piece that lets you apply pressure, sort of gets your wheel spinning without exposing you to liabilities, whereas Soul Cauldron is pretty good. But unlike in other matchups, you can't just freely dump your VVs into your graveyard because your opponent could exile them with Soul Cauldron. So it wouldn't be shocked to see a lot of players just like Soul Cauldrons just kind of staring at each other, no one activating because you don't want your opponent to be able to respond, exile the thing you're activating, and then get a VV under their Cauldron.
All right, well, let's go down to the opening hands. And looks like we have a 2-lander here for Makoto. And Cyprian working with 3, both of them with the 1-drops, with the Marauding Makos. And Cyprian has a bit more at the 3-drop slot with the Steam Court, Scholar, and Tursa as well. But Makoto is the one with a VV.
Yeah, and VV Hardcast is pretty good in this matchup because it's a little more awkward to put in your graveyard with Soul Cauldron being on the opposing side as well. You actually don't want to just dumpster your VV as quick as possible in this matchup, unlike other ones. And what that means is you want to hardcast your VV, and then VV gives you all the mana you need to sort of get ahead in this like mid-game back and forth and make sure that your opponent can't really interact with what you're doing, or you can outmaneuver them with all the extra mana VV gives you. So sticking VV pretty important here.
All right. Well, Makoto has a Marauding Mako, and Cyprian has a Marauding Mako as well. And now we're looking, in this kind of cagey mirror match where you really got to be thinking about what your opponent's doing, playing around all the different possibilities. Like, are there any kind of rules or you kind of heuristics that you can use, or is it kind of, or do you have to just adapt to every situation?
It's a lot more adapting to every situation than there are like firm, tried and true rules. There's just so many different ways this matchup can play out. Like every combination of draw and discard spells, every combination of interaction plays really differently. So it's a lot of really tactical and agile play that it's about, rather than trying to stick to broader strategic notes. The one thing I will say is you got to make sure your opponent does not get a VV under their cauldron. That means no discarding VVs when you don't have your own cauldron tags on them, and that means like trying to keep up interaction where you can. There's abrades in both these decks, I believe, and there's also that dodge the tower, which notably is a way of answering VV that does not put it in the graveyard if you have something to sacrifice to it.
All right, well, we're going to see Fear of Missing Out be played here by Makoto. It's going to be pitch the land, get Winter Night Stories. So 2 copies of Winter Night Stories for Makoto. That's a lot of potential card advantage in the future.
Yeah, and the thing I want to point out here is Makoto can remove Cyprian's VV, but the reverse is not true. Dodge the Tower can sacrifice Fear of Missing Out to get rid of VV, FOMO being an enchantment that can be sacrificed to bargain. But there's not any interaction for VV from Cyprian, and that is really awkward if Makoto decides to just take the risk and run it out.
It's so interesting. There's just so much to think about. Like, I think a lot of the time, I feel like in Magic, I'm kind of a coward. Like, I'm kind of conservative, and I try to hold back, and I'm too worried to run things out. But I think bravery does get rewarded a lot, right? But this is one of those matchups where it could just go either way.
Yeah, I think it's really tough because the punishes are so brutal here too. Like if Makoto plays out VV and then Cyprian went untap land, abrade your VV, put it on the play cauldron, put it on the cauldron, then the game just ends. So while the ceiling of plays like just playing out VV is high, the floor is pretty high too. And the floor is pretty low too.
Right, like. And you've got to be able to deal with those swings. We've seen it before. We saw it actually in that last feature match that Corey and Daquan had. Like just the tiny decisions about when do you deal with your opponent's stuff, like when do you develop out your own stuff. Just very, very difficult to get right. And here is Eidetic Memory for Makoto. Could sacrifice it, but doesn't. As in to deal with the Mako, but doesn't. Instead, it's just going to torch the Scholar, get in for 3, and we're back over to Cyprian, who does not find a 4th land.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about beforehand, right? Well, a lot of what this matchup is going to come down to is who can apply pressure early so that they can force their opponent to blink. And we're starting to get to the stage of the game where one of the players is going to have to blink. One of them is going to have to play out their VV because the opponent is just applying too much pressure and you can't afford to just sit back forever. Amusingly, neither of them has interaction for their VV. So the player who plays out their VV first may well be rewarded for it. But yeah, particularly if you're in Makoto's seat, it's a pretty tawny spot. There's a lot of damage coming your way. I believe there's 8 damage this turn. And you're running out of time to like stabilize in any form when the marauding Mako is quite so big.
There's a Quantum Riddler, which doesn't help Makoto that much right now. And yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? You hold your VV, you don't want to burn her into removal, and then you hold it for so long that your opponent actually draws removal, even though they didn't have it before. It's just the calculations are tough, and Makoto really, as you say, on the back foot with just a 3/4 Fear of Missing Out. Sitting back against that 5/5 Marauding Mako is already going to be a bit of a challenge. Winter Night Stories can help refill the hand though.
Yeah, notably over here, Makoto has what, 12 damage? Unfortunately, 12, not 17. But Fear of Missing Out, definitely nothing to be scoffed at in this deck.
Yeah, so now, forced to discard the Vivi.
And there it is, right? We talked about it. Being forced to blink is really, really tough in this matchup. Makoto blinked, and now there's going to be a Vivi under Cyprian's Cauldron.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot of damage incoming, but as you say, not that helpful. And Makoto's going to see the bad news here. Put that Agatha's Soul Cauldron down. It's going to be taking out his Vivi in the graveyard. You can see that. Look at that little sigh there from him. If the players know what's up, I mean, they've prepared this mirror match. You know, this is probably the match you prepare the most when you come to an event like this. And Soul Cauldron now with the Vivi underneath, and Cyprian gets to play a second Vivi, followed up by Pross.
Now, I will note that there's not actually anything to be done with all that mana for Cyprian. It needs to be something drawn off of either this Pross or this FOMO. But 2 looks for something or quite a few looks, so...
That's not nothing. Okay, land doesn't help. But Cyprian does get to look again. And, I mean, if there's anything... Into the Floodmore, of course, that would be the straight-up win right now card. But there... Oh, and is that just Basic Island?
That's Basic Island.
Oh, I mean, obviously the most powerful card in Magic, but not really going to be helping Cyprian on this turn.
Yeah, and now I believe Makoto just gets to double Edict Cyprian, forcing 2 chumps against his Fear of Missing Out.
I mean, that FOMO is going to get real big. Okay, here's Basic Island from Makoto. He wanted to see that Basic Island a lot more than Cyprian did.
Yeah, notably, no longer Delirium for Makoto is pretty big. Agatha Soul Cauldron exiling Vivi hit the only creature in his graveyard.
I guess you could do something like Winter Night Stories, pitch the Quantum Riddler, bounce something, question mark, profit.
Yeah, so what can happen is like the Quantum Riddler can let Makoto flashback Winter Night Stories, which can discard Vivi. So if there's a Cauldron drawn, maybe that's something. Yeah, I think Makoto gets 3 looks for an Agatha Soul Cauldron here.
All right, well, here we go. Oh, no Cauldron. The thing is, you also don't want to be pitching your extra copies of Vivi. That's what's crazy in this matchup.
Yeah, I have a hard time imagining how Makoto comes back from here. He gets to force a double jump here, but this still doesn't really do anything against Cyprian. I suppose Cyprian could just whiff again and not find anything of relevance. And then the Vivi could get bounced with Into the Floodmaw. It's still going to be a big ask to make it out of this.
Okay, I mean, let's one step at a time. So the Prostate Desert Memory, that's going to be putting a ton of counters on this FOMO. And then, so it's going to be lethal. Cyprian needs to block.
Oh, the other thing that Makoto was drawing towards that we forgot was in his deck was a Wild Ride. Wild Ride on the Quantum Riddler would have ended the game there. So there were actually like a solid several different draws that could have got it for Makoto, but just completely missed on them.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, it's gonna be Vivi jumping in front. Does make sense. Smallest creature. And then Makoto. But can Makoto even get in?
So I think in this spot for Makoto, you have to pass, and then when Cyprian goes to combat, bounce something.
Okay.
So you bounce, say, the Tirsa, and then there's not really good attacks into your 17 toughness fear of missing out. The problem is each and every single one of these cards, each and every single one of these cards in play, when bounced, let Cyprian look at more cards. Because all of them rummage either with cycling or on ETB.
Okay. This. I guess Makoto can also force the chump and then bounce something.
Yeah, so in this world, Makoto could bounce the fear of missing out and try and take 6 from the Mako.
Right.
It's a
Okay,
little
okay.
awkward because any way of drawing 2 or more cards is game. Any way of discarding 2 or more cards is also game.
Yeah, the fear
Any
of
way
missing
of
out.
drawing 1 and discarding 1 also game.
All right, let's see what it is. Oh, it's Vivi. That's
Vivi
not
does
helpful.
absolutely nothing here. That's
Oh my
complete
goodness.
blank.
That does nothing. Oh no. Okay, but now what?
So now into the flood maw bounces fear of missing out, I think. All bounces whatever's targeted by fear of missing out in this spot. Yeah, so second combat happens, but it doesn't matter. Makoto goes to 2. And then Makoto needs to, and then Cyprian needs to find 2 spells by rummaging with fear of missing out. So you put Vivi into play, right? Oh wait, 1 spell with fear of missing out, right? Because Soul Cauldron puts another counter here. So Makoto goes to 1. Cyprian plays Vivi, plays fear of missing out, adds a bunch of mana with Mako, has all the mana in the world, and needs to find a single non-creature spell to deal lethal damage here.
Okay, all right. I mean, we've seen this before. Makoto's ready with the GGs. Fear of missing out. Draw a card. Oh, Sphinxic Mountain this time. That's another brick.
What a brutal series of draws for Cyprian. Brick after brick after brick.
Oh my goodness. Brick City for Cyprian. Makoto is I think, counting his lucky stars here. Counting his lucky stars. What a metaphor. Thanking his lucky stars with and now gets to untap. Has the giant fear of missing out. Now can Makoto win this turn?
Probably. You can give. Yeah, you can play. Fear of missing out gives you Delirium. You Draconautics Engineer. And you get to basically get 3 combats with the 17 power fear of missing out, and that'll do it. So first one you attack with just the 17 power fear of missing out, it untaps itself. Then you attack with the 17 power and the 2/3. The 2/3 untaps the 17 power. And then the third combat, Cyprian will no longer have any blockers, and you will have lethal.
Okay, all right. Yeah, put the counters on the fear of missing out. Attack with. Well, you can send. Oh no, you have to just send the one.
You have to do this 1 combat at a time. If you send 2 FOMOs in the same combat, you don't get a third attack with the 17 power FOMO, and you probably lose the game. So needs to be played really meticulously. But assuming that happens, I mean, Makoto obviously didn't get here by accident. Gonna find a line. That's gonna do it.
Wow, look at this. The 3 attacks with the giant fear of missing out, and game 1 goes to Makoto Atsuji. But it was so close, Ari. It was so close, both ways.
Yeah, you could see the joy on Makoto's face where Cyprian was so far ahead. The game looked completely unwinnable. Had to whiff on like 4 draws in a row. Like got to particularly when almost every card in the deck rubbages. Whiffing on 4 draws in a row with like infinite mana is nigh impossible for this deck. Had to get incredibly unlucky. Drew exactly the wrong cards. Drew land after land after land. And I would be thrilled to win that game in Makoto's seat. Really well piloted, playing this out and recognizing that, okay, if my opponent whiffs these exact 4 ways, I can win this game.
And that's what the great players do, right? You got to play to your outs every single time you're in that position. That's what Makoto did. I mean, he was hovering the GG button, you know? And yeah, managed to get there. So post sideboard now, you know, we're going to see Cyprian on the play. And Makoto has a nice removal interaction heavy hand with the Abrade and the Floodmore, along with Prosthetic Memory. Cyprian has the goods, but the mana looking a little tough, though Island does help.
Yeah, having Cauldron plus VV is huge because having Cauldron makes it pretty safe to run out the VV, so there needs to be interaction on the Cauldron for the VV to be like threatened at all. And then Spell Pierce on top to back it up is pretty sets Cyprian up pretty well, particularly given the lack of pressure from Makoto.
Yeah, Makoto's thinking just don't take any chances, right? Get this Soul Cauldron off the battlefield.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where like just the threat of combo is too big. If you just let Cyprian untap, if you just play Prof's a cantrip to try and find a threat, let Cyprian untap, Cyprian gets to play some sort of 3-drop threaten, discarding VV, and then putting counters on whatever the creature played is to just get really far ahead with all the extra VV mana. So you just have to braid the Soul Cauldron there, particularly when you know the Spell Pierce is in your opponent's deck. And that leaves Makoto pretty far behind because there's just 0 pressure being applied here.
Yeah, very interesting. Pitches that Spell Pierce, as you say. Makoto does find the answer. So Obliterating Bolt is available. Thinking about just firing off the Winter Night stories, though, while the coast is clear.
Yeah, I mean, Makoto really needs something to do here. You really, really need to make sure you have some action, some ability to pressure the opponent. Otherwise, we're going to get in that spot where Makoto got last game, where you're just really far behind, and so you're forced to blink over and over again, and your opponent has a lot of outs to win the game. Granted, it didn't work out for Cyprian last game, but we know, and Makoto knows that he got horrendously unlucky for that to happen. Once you're in that spot where you're far behind, you're pretty disadvantaged.
Oh, and Cyprian finds a Winter Night stories of his own, and it's really hard to overstate how important this card is in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of strong cards here. The like everyone's eye is sort of always going to be on VV and Soul Cauldron, like kind of the namesake interaction. But this deck straight up would not work if Winter Night Stories didn't exist. If there was not a card that turned large creatures into a ton of card flow and selection, this deck couldn't function. Winter Night Stories is the one thing that just ties this deck together, gives you a way to like churn through your whole deck when you do have your Cauldron VV mana set up.
Right. I mean, you know, this kind of card draw with flashback card draw, you know, going back to, I don't know, deep analysis or, you know, memory deluge, it always just feels so sweet getting to do it on the front side and the back side. But in combination with the mana discount, with the discard synergy, it's just such a key piece of the puzzle here for Cyprian and for these Cauldron decks in general. Back over to Makoto, who does not find a threat, but can look again with Prosthetic Memory. When's a Cauldron, though? That's quite nice.
Cauldron is nice here. It's a little awkward. You really don't want to tap out of your own interaction. Like if you Cauldron and then Cyprian goes, end of turn, bounce a Cauldron, untap, play Tirsa, discard VV, activate Cauldron, make a bunch of mana. You're in a lot of trouble. And I think that is in fact exactly what we are going to see happen here.
Well, Makoto can take away the Winter Night stories.
Yeah, taking away the Winter Night story certainly helps and is definitely the reason to make this play in this spot. I think I would probably make it in Makoto's spot as well. Just running your opponent out of cards is pretty appealing. But Cyprian is going to get to untap with a Cauldron and put a VV under it if he wants to.
All right, well, let's see. It's going to be Tursa. Yeah, and this is the problem, right? If you take out that Winter Night stories kind of preemptively, you do leave the Cauldron shields down for your opponent to do exactly this. Play Tursa or some kind of way to get VV in the graveyard, exile VV, and now that VV is safely under your Cauldron, and you can start going off.
Yeah, though it is worth noting, there's only one VV in either player's graveyard right now. So if Cyprian doesn't really get to pop off this turn, if he doesn't draw something relevant by, say, cycling that Mako, then once again, he's not in great shape because that Soul Cauldron can get bounced. When it comes back down, there's nothing for it to hit. And his creatures aren't really doing very much anymore. So he needs to find something off of exactly this next draw if he cycles Marauding Mako. Otherwise, we're kind of back to square one.
Pretty interesting. Maybe is there some world in which Cyprian just doesn't do that? You know, and tries to string together a bunch of things? It's gonna actually just fire up the Soulstone Sanctuary. Get in for 6. Makoto's down to 12, finds Thundering Pulse per turn. Does have a lot of answers, right? Blithering Quick Bolt can deal with Tursa, Torch the Tower.
I really like firing up the Soulstone Sanctuary here. I hadn't even thought of that line, but I really like just applying a bunch of pressure to Makoto, putting him under the gun, so he has to blink over and over. Unfortunately, given what we know of Makoto's hand, that's probably not going to work out.
Fear of missing out on top. Could put that in the graveyard. I mean, it doesn't seem to help him much on board.
Well, it will be a 3/4 with the profs, and it's just like a creature to put counters onto with Soul Cauldron. So it's, I think I'd rather keep the FOMO in the spot. Just getting a creature down is so important, and Makoto doesn't know about that Broadside Barrage in Cyprian's hand.
All right, well, now we're going to see Makoto use a bunch of these removal spells that he was holding. The Blisserating Bolt takes down Tursa, Torch the Tower takes down the Scholar. Cyprian untaps with the Soulstone Sanctuary and finds another Marauding Mako.
Yeah, so notably no way to natively get counters on his own creatures for Cyprian. So I think what Makoto is going to do is wait for the Soul Cauldron activation before bouncing. Maybe ideally get Cyprian to exile another creature with Soul Cauldron rather than hitting one of those Winter Night stories, which is going to be pretty important to Makoto's long game, having that card advantage Cyprian doesn't have access to at the moment.
Yeah, I have to say, Makoto hitting Cyprian's Winter Night stories from the graveyard is starting to look better and better as we get into, you know, the later turns of this game. Just denying your opponent that card flow, card advantage is so key. And it just seems like Makoto just kind of identified that as an axis on which to attack this mirror.
Yeah, I really like that angle of attack from Makoto. It makes a lot of sense and makes the cards line up really well into makes what Makoto's doing line up really well post-board in particular. Like game 1, there's only so much actual interaction for the Cauldron itself. There's only so many ways to like actually there's only so many ways to actually prevent your opponent from comboing. But post-board, there's a lot of ability to sort of there's a lot of ability to just deal with Cauldrons. So comboing becomes harder as like Cauldrons just don't stick around that much. VVs don't stick around in the graveyard that much. So I really like pressuring your opponent's card advantage like Makoto has done. Really heads up play.
Yeah, I love how Makoto has played this. Into the Floodmoor on that Soulstone Sanctuary just feels so brutal. Like Cyprian put so much mana into it. You know, he didn't have a land drop anyway, but bouncing a land of your opponents always feels great. Here's fear of missing out with the free card mode. And Makoto, I mean, if Makoto can find something here, or even just, use these Winter Night stories, like, he could get going.
Yeah, the responding to fear of missing out with Broadside Barrage is pretty tough for Makoto here. But this is both going to grow the Makos, but also mean there's not any interval where Makoto can actually cast the Winter Night stories, given it's a sorcery.
That's pretty brutal. Makoto with 4 mana, not able, as you say, to cast the Winter Night stories from the graveyard. And that gives Cyprian kind of some time to manage those graveyard resources of Makoto's as well, or maybe exile this fear of missing out and get the counters on the Mako. This game of, I was going to say game of cat and mouse, but it might also be a game of chicken. It's unclear. A farmyard game involving the soul cauldrons facing off is it really adds this weird dynamic area to the game.
Yeah, it's. I mean, this is like the dreaded end state, right? There's like so many different possible end states for this, but this is the one you never want to find yourself in, where you're just 2 soul cauldrons staring back and forth, hoping that you can get your opponent to tap out at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's not great. Oh, and Cyprian finds Propsydetic Memory. You can see him sit up.
Is this lethal? I think we're just off. I'm seeing at least 6 plus 8. I'm seeing at least 8 points. So depending on what the draw off the fear of missing out is, it could very well be lethal. I'm seeing 9 points even with the Agatha Soul Cauldron Exile.
Okay. So here's the fear of missing out. Discard. Puts the counters. That wasn't enough.
Oh wait, no, this is lethal, right? You activate the Soul Stone Sanctuary with the VV mana. That's
Right.
9 plus the Agatha Soul Cauldron exiles a creature, makes 10, and then Prophetic Memory
Prophetic.
puts 2 counters, and that's 12 exactly.
Yeah, right. Wow, this Soulstone Sanctuary was great. And by the way, it's now Makoto's time to be like staring at this basic island in hand in despair. So, these things do even out. If you feel like you're always on the bad end of draws of top decks, your opponent's going to get them too. Like, it evens out. And Cyprian's going to be sending it through this just, that's gonna be it. There's still a Soul Cauldron activation available. And wait, is he not gonna go for it?
Yeah, I think Cyprian opting to play around interaction. Oh, actually, you can't actually have lethal here, right? Because there's an opposing Agatha Soul Cauldron. So when he goes to exile the fear of missing out, the opposing Soul Cauldron exiles it in response. There's no counter gained. But that said, it's something of a moot point. With a Soul Cauldron in play and all in hand, the game was completely unlosable for Cyprian there.
All right. Well, that means we get to see a decider between these two players. Now, Ari, I have to say, I really like the way that both of them have been playing. And I feel like their playstyle is a little bit different, right? The kind of axis on which they see this mirror match. We see Cyprian really playing to the board a lot. And maybe it's just the way the draws have panned out. But Makoto, thinking about denying his opponent those cards a bit more. And this time in game number 2, it has worked out for Cyprian, which means that we're going back to a decider to see who is going to take the victory. And remember, this is the winner in. So whoever wins this single game locks up their invite for the next Pro Tour in Atlanta. There are not that many times in your Magic career where you get to play a single game of Magic for such high stakes. And as we get through the weekend, those stakes are just getting higher and higher. But this is the first huge break point for these players.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not exactly the hand you want to be seeing in Makoto's spot, certainly. Like 2 lands is awkward, and no real engine threat to get going is tough. But at the same time, if we see a land next turn, Winter Night Stories could mean an attack for 6, and that would be huge. So if we see something like Spellpiercer or Null into untap Winter Night Stories, discard 2 cards, that could be huge for Makoto.
Oh, that one single mana being left up, and Cyprian, you know, you would love to get props down on 2, right? You would love to get a Soul Cauldron down, but Cyprian might just be passing it back here, holding up the Abrade. There is the third land, though, from Makoto.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be tempting to try and get something down there, but I don't really like the discipline playing around the single blue mana. There's all sorts of blue spells there's all sorts of 2-mana spells Makoto could have played, and the fact that instead a single blue mana was left up definitely signals to me there's either a null or a spell pierce in hand.
Right, and this is the point where you really don't want to get behind. You don't want to be trading down on cards. You don't want to be trading down on mana. Even if it's 2 mana for 1 mana, it can just feel like such a blowout. And Cyprian's happy to just keep taking a couple of little points of damage in the early game to hold up a potential answer for something more problematic. And as we go back over to his turn 3, he finds Broadside Barrage return, another kind of clunky removal spell.
It's just clunky draws back and forth here, where Makoto would really, really have loved to be able to cast Winter Night Stories with some sort of counter magic backup, but instead just forced to keep pinging away.
Yeah, although I don't think you're going to be too upset to have triple counterspell in hand.
Yeah, Spell Pierce at least as a counterspell that certainly starts to get more awkward as the game goes on. So I'm sure Makoto is thrilled for an opportunity to fire it off here. But then at the same time, that means now there's only one counterspell held up on Cyprian's turn. So we might see double threat played out and one of them resolves.
That's true. And that's how it goes, right? That's how it goes in Bloomers. It's really, there's this like real interplay of resources, of tempo, where you've got to be the one leading the dance and not the one following the dance.
Yeah, and one thing I really like about this matchup is just how dynamic it is. Where you talked about the difference in how they approach this matchup. Makoto kind of sees it more in a more controlling way. That definitely stems, at least in part, from a difference in their decks, where Makoto has 2 copies of Quantum Riddler, so has like more card advantage going late game, and is like kind of incentivized to play it more controlling. But still, given that the decks are so similar and given that the deck is so capable of like pivoting on a dime, all the games end up being super determined by what your draw looks like, who ends up drawing the more aggressive cards. And so I really enjoy how you never know, no matter how the deck lists are set up, whether you're going to be playing the aggro or the control in a given game.
All right. I mean, you can definitely see why this deck is popularized by Paolo, right? It really does take one of those great players, I think, to kind of have the chops to both brew this up and have the confidence that you're going to execute it at the highest level. So I think this deck is really sweet. Like, I know we've made a lot of jokes about it's being 54% of the field or whatever, and that is true, but there's a reason for that. And this deck is so flexible, as you say, really does it all.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Makoto, in these both sideboard games, when there's a lot of posturing and holding up removal, it's really, really important to hit your land drops to be able to cast a bunch of your counter spells, hold up counter spells, and keep playing to the board. And Makoto has awkwardly drawn no more lands past the third one. That's really brutal. It's really important in a spot like this to be able to actually like apply some pressure. And instead, these annuls are really good against all the engine cards, but are really bad when you're just trying to play a 1-for-1 game, when you're trying to play out threats.
Right, and Makoto's forced to kind of just play out a Soul Cauldron, try and use up as much mana as possible. Like when you are choked on mana, there is this feeling, this tendency that you should try and use it. Although that isn't always necessarily going to lead to success. We'll see what happens here, though, for Makoto. There is Soul Cauldron still on the stack, and Cyprian's actually going to prioritize maybe taking out one of the creatures instead of the Cauldron. Oh, well, we'll see. Is he not worried about the Cauldron?
I don't think the Cauldron is that much of an issue when there's this much interaction in hand, when you have a way to kill the Mako or bounce the Mako if you want to, and have annul for like a profts. So I like playing it slow. There's really not any rush here to deal with the Cauldron.
I like this though. Annul on fear of missing out. I think Makoto's pretty happy to see that go on the stack. It's an enchantment for the annul part, but it's a creature for the soul cauldron part, which is doubly nice.
And this is pretty awkward for Cyprian, certainly. But all of a sudden, he's kind of out of answers to this Mako. He's taken a ton of damage just being plinked for one turn over turn. And now you have this into the Floodmaw that you really want to be spending on the Soul Cauldron. But then if you do that, you're just taking so much damage off the Mako. That's where the Floodmaw is almost certainly going to end up having to go.
Right.
And
I mean, the Mako's getting huge, right? With this Winter Night Stories potentially discarding 2.
Yeah, this Mako is becoming a really credible threat. So I think you need to bounce it here. But yeah, all of a sudden, Cyprian kind of out of creature interaction. And I mean, Makoto's like long game, play this as a control deck almost plan is sort of working out here.
Yeah, I mean, Makoto did have the 2 Makos and was able to get some stuff going. But it's so difficult now. What do you discard here? Oh, the Wild Ride! Aria, the Wild Ride is here!
The Wild Ride's an interesting one, certainly. It's going to lead to maybe a lot more pressure being threatened out of nowhere. I know what you don't discard, and that's the Draconautics Engineer. You really can't afford to lose a game of chicken around the Engineer. But if you do get that under a Cauldron at some point, if either player does really, now that it's on the table, then that's probably game. So kind of a secret third axis to shift the game around if things don't end up going in Makoto's favor, playing sort of a normal back and forth game.
Oh, how about second annul for second fear of missing out? These annuls have looked so good in the mirror match. You know, we were talking a few turns ago about how awkward they looked, but Makoto has gotten really good use out of all of these 1 mana counter spells. And Cyprian, once again, just finding a land, has an annul of his own, but we know, of course, that that's not really going to be helping out very much. And now Makoto gets to do a little bit of graveyard management, take care of the opponent's fear of missing out. I just want to see Wild Ride happen. I just want Makoto to take me on a wild ride, Aria.
So Makoto is not quite at having lethal, but is shockingly close with fear of missing out plus Wild Ride. That combination can end the game out of nowhere.
Oh, I would love to see that. Oh no, Cyprian. Not the Is It Guildgate.
Yeah, and this feels like a repeat of game 1 for Cyprian, just land after land in a spot where you really need to draw action. Granted, at this point, Makoto's the favorite in this game, but even so, just a really, really tough spot for Cyprian.
Wow, look at this, by the way. Makoto saying, almost trying to bait Cyprian into using his Soul Cauldron, but of course, that is not a good idea when your opponent could just put a BB in the yard.
Yeah, it's the gameplay in these games is so complicated. There's just so many different ways turns can go. Like there's a lot of cards like Tirsa and Steamcore Scholar that like theoretically play pretty similarly, but even though they fill similar roles, the actual gameplay they have is really different. And so figuring out which of the interlocking pieces your opponent could have, be it FOMO or Tirsa or Steamcore Scholar, and then playing around it, making sure your plan is robust against all the possible options or as many options as possible is really, really difficult.
Yeah, okay. Well, Makoto's going to just keep playing it slow and steady, getting that Draconautics Engineer in. And, you know, he doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, so yeah, this is the prudent way of going about things. Towards the tower now for Steamcore Scholar. But that does mean that Cyprian gets to look at a bunch more cards. Oh, no.
Yeah, yet more lands is brutal here for Cyprian.
Yeah, more lands in a useless cauldron. We're coming back over to Makoto's turn.
Yeah.
Is Tursa and Wild Ride lethal here?
It's pretty close. In and of itself, it's only 9 damage, but I believe the Draconautics Engineer activation puts a counter on it, so I believe that's 10. But then you're tapping out, which is pretty risky. So it's all up to what Makoto is willing to chance, and I like playing it safe here because you're so far ahead on cards and damage. There's just no reason to make risky plays here.
Yeah, of course, with perfect information, we know that it would have worked out, but Makoto has been very, very diligent throughout this match. I've been very impressed with his play, and it's really working out for him. Obviously, it was pretty lucky in that game number 1 to kind of fade the outs from Cyprian, but now here in this game 3, it was pretty stuck on mana for a while and has really played his resources to the best of his ability, and that's gonna do it. Makoto Atsuji is gonna be the one to go to 4-2 and lock up that Pro Tour invite, lock up the top 16. You can see how much it means to him. Arya, it's just so awesome to see players making their dreams come true here at the Arena Championship.
Yeah, I've been in this spot a bunch of times, and there's really nothing like it. Just knowing you've locked up PD qualification feels so good. So really happy for Makoto, and wholehearted congratulations. Extremely well navigated.
Yeah, that was some difficult magic, right? And I think when there's a deck that's dominant in the field, kind of one of the things that you can hope for is for the mirror match to be fun. It's for the mirror match to be interesting and difficult, and for it to be intricate. So we are definitely getting our fill of that, and we may be getting even more fill of that after the break. We'll see you soon.
Hey everyone, welcome in Matsuko Atsuji, fresh off his 4th win here in the feature match area, getting very, very close to locking up for sure a spot on the Pro Tour. And since I've seen that you haven't done that yet before, this would be your first qualification. What would it mean to you to get that?
今もうただドキドキしています。
I'm just really excited. Like my heart is pounding.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I remember my first one, and it was huge for me as well. Coming in this tournament, we see that a lot of people are playing Is It Cauldron. You're playing that as well. So there's going to be a lot of mirror matches here this weekend. How many of you played so far, and did you have a really good plan coming in this weekend for that mirror match?
ミラーマッチは3回、いや、4回か、いや、3回ですね。いや、4回やってるか。とにかくたくさん当たりました。プランとしては、そのコンボ、ビビを使ったコンボを、サイドボードの後に、実行するのは難しいので、自分はビビを抜くプランを用意していました。ですが、それがあまりうまくいかなかったことに途中で気づきまして、プランを修正して、なんとかうまくいけています。
I think I played 3, 4. I'm really not sure. It was a lot. But my plan essentially was to have kind of like a combo with Bibi, and I was just going to put it in the sideboard, from the sideboard. So I imagined having it removed and putting it later. It really didn't work out, so I kind of changed my game plan, and then it kind of worked out after that.
Well, hope it works out a few more times for you here this weekend. Thanks for telling us all this information about your deck and your sideboard guide, and best of luck.
ありがとうございます。
What's up, gamers? Welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9. Lovely to hear that from Makoto. And Ari, I think you can tell, like, definitely quite a personality, and I'm excited to see more of him at the Pro Tour. Now, we do have more magic from round number 6. Of course, this is a key round for these players who are hoping to lock up their Sunday play and lock up their chances of moving through to the single elimination portion and towards those World Championship invites, which is, really the pinnacle of play for every Magic player. So let's see who we have this time competing for that chance. We have Felipe Carlos on the one side up against Peter Grieg. And oh, Arya, Philippe has almost 10 times the arena games compared to Peter.
Yeah, that's a truly astounding number of arena games and a really impressive win rate given that massive sample size.
Yeah, Philippe, and Peter both with the Is It Cauldron decks. Let's have a look at their decks side by side so we can see whether there's, really any difference between the two, because these two look very similar to me, like almost identical, perhaps.
Yeah, these are much closer to similar than our last matchup, than our last few. In fact, I can't actually spot any differences between these deck lists. There maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, I think it's maybe the 75 or maybe 73 card or something, Mirror. So why don't we just go down to the action? Let's just see what happens. Let's just find out together. And what we're finding out is that Peter is going to be mulliganing. Well, actually, maybe you keep this one?
Yeah, I mean, double Mako, pretty scary start if you do draw lands, gives you something to do with your turn 1 if you miss land drop, but with your turn 2 if you miss land drop. But I mean, obviously, Peter was never going to miss the land drop. You just got to believe.
Yeah, I mean, Spire of Canal, sometimes it's a Guildgate, sometimes it's Volcanic Island, right? And Peter's just has it. Just the Mako into Cauldron, no fear, gets the Cauldron down. And now we're back over to Philippe, who has the Steam Core Scholar potentially, plus Prophetic Memory this turn. So much more of a slower kind of curve out draw, but still very, very powerful.
Yeah, and really respecting the combo from Peter here. Philippe could have just played the Steam Core Scholar, put some counters on it, but in that spot, if Peter had had a way to discard VV plus VV, you basically lose the game. And in fact, Peter did have that. So really disciplined play and working out for Philippe, certainly.
Yeah, and we've been talking about these mirror matches being able to turn on a dime, having that mental flexibility of going from one strategy to the other is certainly something that is favoring the players who can do it. And we're going back over now to Philippe's turn. I mean, Peter has a lot in hand, but also has had to slow down, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little awkward for Peter where there's a lot of action, but you can't really run it out into a Soul Cauldron. There's a lot of interaction, but you really don't have cards you want to discard here with Terza. So a little awkward to have that plus VV in hand at this moment.
All right, well, Philippe's just gonna go digging, set up the hand. Steam Core Scholar finds land, Drake, Nautic Engineer. Pitch, perhaps Profs number 2 and Island.
Yeah, and in this spot, notably, no creatures in the graveyard to threaten exiling with Profs, so there's not going to be any back and forth exile at end of turn to try and put a counter. If you respond, I'll put a VV into play. At this point, there's nothing Peter can really do to gain any advantage with the Cauldron at end of turn. Even the Starch the Tower is going to put Steam Core Scholar into exile rather than in the graveyard.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting how much things change when you have this Cauldron face-off. You can't really pitch your Winter Night Stories very well. You can't really pitch your BB. You really have to just change the game plan pretty significantly. And we're back over to Peter now. Thundering Falls for turn. Is it Slam Terza time?
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Time and time again, it's what it comes down to. You apply pressure early, you put your opponent in a spot where they have to blink, otherwise they're just going to die, and then you get to combo them, and it's really looking like that's what it's going to be for Peter. There's going to be an attack for 9 after playing Terza, and so that really forces Philippe to try and play to the board in some way or the other, and if Philippe can't do that, then the game's basically over. Putting VV in the graveyard means that Philippe is no longer allowed to tap his Soul Cauldron. Otherwise, a response tap Soul Cauldron from Peter puts a bunch of mana into play.
Right. This is kind of interesting. You get to use that Cauldron as kind of both a shield and a sword, right? Like you can put your VV in the graveyard and just say, I'm ahead on board, so what? You can't tap this Cauldron, but also you might have to stop me doing other stuff or to get your own things going. So a very interesting dynamic here. Peter really very far ahead with that double 1-drop draw and, keeping the one lander triple 1-drop. It's worked out beautifully.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth here with like Into the Flood Maw, but then a threat to like respond to Into the Flood Maw with your so both players have basically the threat to Into the Flood Maw their opponent's Cauldron, but then if their opponent tries to exile, if their opponent tries to do stuff where tries to VV with Cauldron, you can respond by into the Flood Mawing the Cauldron, or if your opponent doesn't respond, then you can activate your own Cauldron. With them both having Into the Flood Maw, that was a very real threat. But yeah, at this point, you don't even need to do that in Peter's seat. You can just hit your opponent for 9, and generally that does it when they're at 9 life.
Yeah, generally speaking, it's a good idea. It's a valid strategy. Peter's gonna follow that strategy and take down game number 1. So the double 1-drops do it for Peter in that first round, and we are going to go to the sideboard now. Now, is there some kind of dynamic where you want different things on the play and draw here?
I don't think it's going to be that different on the play and draw. It's much more about what you think your strategy in the matchup is and how you're approaching it. It looks like both players are kind of thinking about it from a more controlling perspective, sort of like we saw Makoto do, where game 1 you get to apply a lot of pressure and there's not that much interaction for the combo pieces themselves, so you can sort of put your opponent under the gun and then threaten combo and try and win that way. But yeah, post-board games, the ability, just like there's so much interaction flying back and forth. You really want to play almost a more controlling game or still apply that pressure, but make sure you literally always have answers up. And then the game sort of comes down to who ends up having more card advantage over a longer game, or who can assemble some sort of engine with profs and something that discards to apply a lot of pressure very quickly.
All right, well, Philippe does get that props down early in game number 2. Peter answers with Soul Cauldron. Philippe does have a Soul Cauldron of his own, but lots of options in hand with both VV and Tursa. But you can't really develop out this VV now that your opponent has the Cauldron.
Yeah, developing VV pretty much a non-starter in this spot. It's just way too risky into opposing Cauldron. Now, you could play out the Tursa if in Philippe's spot you want to be more aggressive. What Tursa lets Philippe do, and you can see him considering it, is lets him just attack for 5 here. But the problem is that's so bad into opposing discard VV, you really just never want to go shields down in this matchup, and that's what Tursa does.
All right, well, the shields are back up, so we have got the Soul Cauldron staring match. And we'll see, later on how that develops. But for now, Peter has the 3rd land, has a couple of copies of Tursa, to play with as well. Do you kind of just jam here?
So there's not really any opportunity to jam, I think, against an opposing Cauldron. There's just too much risk of something like Into the Flood Maw bouncing your Cauldron and losing you the game, which is in fact exactly what Philippe has. So yeah, pretty complicated spot where neither player can really afford to blink.
Okay, well, Philippe is going to jam his Tursa. Didn't find an untapped land for turn, which not great if you're in his spot.
Yeah, the thing about this spot for Philippe is you're just like not allowed to discard VV.
Yeah, I mean, Tursa didn't find a 4th land, did find another Tursa and another profs. This is an attack for 5. Peter has the answer.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Tursa go back to hand. You just can't be taking 5 damage. You gotta deal with that Tursa at some point. And now in this spot, Peter's sort of wondering whether he's gonna get to draw VV, because VV is pretty close to game, right? You discard VV to Tursa, make a bunch of mana, profs, put a bunch of counters on Tursa in the game, and like you win on the spot. But barring a VV, there's not actually a way to punish Philippe for not having a Soul Cauldron or any interaction.
Right. Well, let's see what Peter finds. It's going to be a pretty key draw. It is Thundering Force, so more mana for a later turn. But as you say, no VV for the instant punish. And this is the other side of the coin, right? Like sometimes you risk it and your opponent doesn't have a way to punish you, and then you just play on.
Yeah, I think Philippe didn't really have much by way of other options in that spot. You really have to play to the board, and he wasn't going fully shields down, right? He had the Soul Cauldron. He needed his opponent to have a punish for the Soul Cauldron, a discard spell, and then a removal spell for the Soul Cauldron, a discard spell, and also a VV to discard as a real punish. And Philippe, pretty unlikely to have all of those things, so definitely worked out.
All right. Well, Philippe does find Basic Island, which is looking good. I mean, that the mana issues are starting to ease a little bit. There's nothing worse than having a handful of great cards and no mana to cast them with. I take that back. It's worse to have no cards in hand and a ton of mana.
Yeah, we saw last match quite how that played out. So I think this is definitely the better of the two options for Philippe.
All right, well, here's Tursa. Once again, she was, of course, returned to hand. Returned to hand. Thanks to Into the Floodmoor. And she's once again at 5/5.
Into the Floodmoor so powerful in these mirrors. Just being able to threaten interaction for basically any piece of the combo for just 1 mana is pretty backbreaking, and yeah, really working for Philippe here. Letting him really freely deploy to the board in a way that Peter doesn't really have the ability to do right now.
And if you look at the 2-drops that these players had, right? Like Peter's 2-drop was Soul Cauldron, which, kind of the namesake of the deck. That's what you would think of as maybe the most powerful card. But Prosthetic Memory coming down on 2 for Philippe was so huge. Just making sure that these Tursas are must-answer threats that are going to take Peter down to 0 very quickly. And it just the different edges, the different dynamics in this game are just very intricate. Here we go with Winter Night Stories, though, for Peter.
Yeah, and the Tursa getting pretty big here is nice. I believe it's going to be 4 counters on it, but Into the Floodmoor is so backbreaking here. It's just gaining Philippe a ton of life, meaning there's no actual pressure from Peter. Philippe is pretty confident that Peter doesn't have VV, because in the spot if Peter had VV, he would just discard it. So Philippe is kind of safe to go for stuff on his turn. And in this spot, we might see a VV cast, we might see a Profs cast. A little awkward that there isn't 1 more mana. VV into Profs would have been particularly terrifying. But yeah, the ability to do something, play something like VV and still have a null up, really, really scary.
Yeah, I kind of like this, though. I kind of like just playing the Winter Night Stories, getting more set up for the future turns. Because your opponent has 4 cards in hand. Like, the games, it's hard to... It's not that easy to rush into a victory here, right? Even if you're Philippe's seat.
Yeah, I mean, Winter Night Stories and VVs, dissimilar as they may be, are kind of a similar angle of attack here. Either way, you're just spending your mana to play to the board and apply more pressure. So this also makes sense. It has similar effect to playing VV, generates less mana immediately, but does leave Philippe the opportunity to hit land drops and keep developing his mana. So I like this play quite a lot. And yeah, this is 8 damage coming in from the Tursa, so that's a really clean 2-turn clock.
Yeah, just thinking about what to pitch here. You don't want to pitch that Engineer while your opponent has a Soul Cauldron and you don't. And Philippe really would have liked to find another untapped land, but did not.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Philippe here is really far ahead on board, has a bunch of damage, but notably does not have meaningful interaction. Soul Cauldron and Profs are both already in play, so the Annul is not doing that much. So if there was a VV drawn, then we might see we could see Peter just kind of run away with the game here, have a really explosive turn. And by putting all those counters on Tursa, Peter's kind of been put in a spot where he doesn't really have the opportunity to wait. Like if he can go for it, he has to go for it because he's just dying
Right.
otherwise. So yeah, Marco here into Winter Night Stories, puts a bunch of counters on the Marco, digs 3 cards deep for a Vivi, or Tursa instead of playing out Winter Night Stories has a similar effect.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same amount of cards discarded, right? But still no Vivi. More just only red creatures for Peter. But
Yeah.
Marauding Mako is a possibility. I had to imagine that Peter wants to hold up this annul though.
Yeah, holding up annul pretty important when you have a Soul Cauldron and your opponent doesn't, so I imagine that gets held up here. But certainly it's a little awkward that you could just die to a couple of interactive spells from Philippe in the spot.
Yeah, I mean, Philippe, it is a little awkward for Philippe. Even just adding this number of kind of creatures or chump blockers almost, it's it just, if your plan is, okay, I don't have a lot going on, I don't have the cauldron, it's hard for me to combo, I really just have to aggro them out, like being held back by even a turn or two can be backbreaking.
And 3 more looks for Vivi and 3 more whiffs. Like a Vivi that post combat also probably wins the game. You just get to put a counter on your Tursa, and now suddenly you have like 10 mana that you can do whatever you want with. But yeah, just whiff after whiff after whiff for Peter. And pretty brutal here, where now there's a Soul Cauldron coming down, so your outs to combo are getting a lot lower.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for Peter is that he wasn't dead immediately, right? Like it could have been Torch the Tower end step, untap bouncing thing or whatever, but did at least does at least know that Philippe doesn't have some kind of 1 mana interaction for a blocker. That doesn't mean that Philippe doesn't have stuff going on though, because Philippe has a lot going on.
Yeah, and this spot's pretty interesting because now that neither side is really comboing, the question becomes like who's sort of better situated going into a mid game, and I think it's really close, where Philippe has the advantage in terms of just life totals, like being able to pressure your opponent and abyss them turn over turn is really important. But Marco notably does grow faster than Tursa because it kind of grows doubly off things like Winter Night Stories. And there's enough creatures that there's not really that much threat of an immediate death. Like Peter can pretty safely just jump this Tursa here. And turning the corner with these decks can be really, really fast.
How about Draconautics Engineer? That maybe that helps.
Yeah, the problem is this is yet another turn where Philippe is tapped out and Peter gets even more looks to try and find a combo kill.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see what happens. I mean, Peter is a game up. So if Peter finds the combo kill this turn, that would be locking up Day 2. That would be locking up Atlanta. But Philippe looks like he's kind of in the driver's seat right now. But had to have gone shields down in order to do it, and doesn't even attack, like doesn't even force the chump here. I kind of love that from Philippe.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me here. Like the getting rid of 1 Marco isn't really doing that much, and there's just a lot of damage being threatened by Peter in the spot.
Let's see Peter play out the second Mako. And we see these players do this a lot, I feel, where instead of, you could cycle that Mako, right, and just keep looking, but the Mako is just such a big threat and gets so big so quickly that having multiple of them on the battlefield is such a huge advantage. And that into the Floodmaw, what a draw for Peter.
Into the Floodmaw, pretty big. I think we're still a little bit off of even threatening the lethal here. This is going to be, 4 counters from Prof, so that's 6, 7, and 8 is 15 is less than 17.
Right.
Maybe 16, I guess, with the Agatha Soul Cauldron. So a little bit off of threatening lethal. And you do get to just hold up a pile of interaction here.
Put them all on one. Just make one big one. I love that. Hey, maybe your opponent gets tempted into a double block, right? You never know.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you just you got it, but yeah, like we know that Draconautics Engineer, while being in play, is really not something Philippe can leverage that well. You just can't let your opponent have that under their Soul Cauldron. So knowing that and being able to attack accordingly, definitely a good deal of power for Peter.
All right. Well, let's see what Philippe can put together. I mean, the engineer. You could make a big hasty dragon, but that would use up all your mana, and that doesn't seem like a winning line, Arya, since it's not lethal.
Yeah, I think you need to win here, or you need to win here to take a line that isn't at all interactive, because almost certainly Peter's going to win on his next turn. There's good.
Right.
There's like a lot of cards. We know about the Winter Night Stories in hand, which that's going to put 4 counters on each of the Marcos, and then another 6 counters on something else. Dig 6 cards deep for a VV, which just wins the game. So just like a lot of different things, in a lot of different ways, threatens a lot of different lethals.
All right. Well, here's Winter Night Stories tapping the engineer. Finds Broadside Barrage, and is that a Braid?
Yeah, I think that's an Abrade, but I suspect it might be a little too late. I mean,
I don't think a Braid really helps, right?
Yeah, Philippe's at 5 at this point. We know there's an Into the Floodmaw in hand. We know there's an Annul in hand for if a Cauldron comes down. I just doubt there's going to be enough blockers to cut it in this spot.
Yeah, like what can
Okay, so
Philippe do?
So this line is lethal if there's nothing in hand for Peter, but we know Peter has an Into the Floodmaw in hand. So the idea
Right.
is draw a bunch of cards, make a dragon, give the dragon haste, put counters on the dragon. But yeah, we know about the Into the Floodmaw in hand, and I believe this game and match should be going to Peter as a result.
Yeah, you can see it there on Philippe's face, but he had to, right? The cards off the top didn't really help him. There was no way of putting the combo together. And even though Philippe was pretty far ahead in the early game, Peter really managed to kind of just put down these macros, start building up the board presence, and getting himself into a position where he could leverage that Soul Cauldron advantage. And now this is more than lethal, especially with Philippe tapped out. And that's going to do it. Peter Grieg winning the Is It Cauldron Mirror in round number 6, locks up the top 16, locks up the Pro Tour invite. And you can see how much it means to Peter. So we're going to be seeing him play tomorrow in the single elimination for his opponent Philippe. It's not over yet. You know, there's still one more round to play. There's still potential to make it into tomorrow and battle for those World Championship invites. Arya, what a day it's been for us.
Yeah, hell of a day. I mean, we saw a lot of Cauldron. We also saw a good deal of other decks, and viewers, don't be too dissuaded. While some of those other decks are no longer showing up because things didn't pan out, some of those other decks also didn't show up because they already made top 16. Like the Team of Ferocious deck from earlier, that's already locked. So we're going to be seeing some like interesting magic. But I mean, if I was to pick a deck that was this large a percentage of the field, as a viewer at least, Is It Mirrors are really interesting to watch. I mean, I have to imagine they're nightmare to play in terms of how difficult and complex they are, but that complexity makes for a fantastic viewing experience because there's so many high tension, small decisions that make such a big difference in how the game turns out.
Yeah, it's definitely a rather you than me scenario. You know, definitely I would rather be in this seat than in that seat. All right, my friends, we are going to go for a quick break. And then after that, it's going to be round 7, which is the final round of Swiss with Corey and Taquan. And then after that, we'll be finding out who makes it tomorrow and who has to play in tomorrow to make the top 16. So don't go anywhere. Round 7 coming up.
Hey everybody, I'm being joined by Peter Gregg here, fresh off a win in our feature match area. That moves him to 4 wins and into day 2. And Peter, this is likely going to get you a Pro Tour berth. You know, I don't want to say 100% just yet. Some stuff could happen with some tiebreakers here, but you were telling me that you've never qualified for Pro Tour through playing online. It's always been paper for you. What was like the main difference for you this weekend? Did it feel different? Was preparation different? Like, kind of walk us through that.
Yeah, I don't think I've played any like big online tournament at all, and the stakes felt just strange because I was in the comfort of my own home. I'm used to playing like random Moto leagues and arena, just all the random arena stuff. So on my computer, and it's so casual. So the fact that I had to like get up and this is really high stakes, and that juxtaposition is a lot different than in person when I'm flying there and it's, you know, you getting ready and you're already amped up, and that the excitement almost masks the anxiousness. I feel like I think I was more nervous in this than I've been in any tournament, just from it's weird being in my normal life and doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, you know, being a little different and, you know, the stakes being a little higher, I was watching some of your match here, and right away in your match to get your 4th win in game 1, you had a pretty hard decision for your opening hand, for your mulligan. You ended up keeping a 1-lander on the draw, and ended up, you know, working out for you. But what was going through your head with that? Like, what helped with that decision to be made? Because in that spot, I would not have wanted to be in your seat.
Yeah, I mean, it was a Spire Bluff Canal, so that's really good. And then I had 2 Makos and 1 Torch and a Soul Cauldron. I just felt like the 1 drops and the 2 drop, and I think I had 1 or 2 of the 3 mana discard stuff too. So it was close. I'm probably supposed to mulligan. I tend to lean on the side of keeping, and my friends would give me a hard time. I've qualified before on really aggressive keeps, so I think I maybe got a little lucky, but it felt worth it. And if I did draw a land, I felt like I was just pretty far ahead in the dark with the Soul Cauldron on 2 and then if I draw a 3rd land at any point, I feel like I just kind of win aggressively, which is what ended up happening with the Tursa and the 2 Makos.
Well, Peter, it sounds like you're willing to take some risk when you need to maybe get you a little edge in the tournament, and maybe that's what you're going to need to get you through tomorrow. So best of luck, and I hope we get to keep talking to you.
Thanks.
What's cracking, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 9. We are 6 rounds done and dusted. 1 more round to go. Only 3 spots left in the top 16, though. Corey and Daquan joining me for this next round. So, fellas, let's chat about how things are going to shake up here. But first, before I do, let me tell you about the Arena Open, because I'm a good host and remember to do the things I need to do. You want to earn some cash by winning games of Magic from the comfort of your home? Well, compete in next weekend's Arena Open, where winners can receive up to $2,000 dues and an invite to the Arena Championship 10 qualifier weekend. So you could find yourselves in the very stressful situation that the 12 remaining eligible players, find themselves in right now, Daquan.
Yeah, dollary dues, dinero, it's all still cash, and it all still spends the same. So go get you some. It's actually, they're fun events, honestly. And you get to play them from home with the chance for winning thousands of dollars. So why would you not at least try it at least once, you know?
Yeah.
It's the absolute greatest event. You know, it is not just a sweet event. It is the best event that you can play from home. On any client, any digital client, it is the absolute tip of the top. It's my favorite event by far.
My only wish, Corey, is that they would do constructed every so often. They haven't done a constructed one in years.
Yeah.
The reason I want a constructed one is because that's the one I got money in. Okay.
Yeah,
All
we're
right.
dabbling it in there, you know, but you do get those qualifier weekends that are constructed for the kind of fix that way. But Arena Open, Standard, Limited, Historic, Alchemy, whatever. I'll play any of them. Any of them.
Alrighty, well, good luck to everyone who is going to take part in that. We are still in the thick of things here, though, this weekend. So let's take a look at our standings, see who's locked up their top 16 spots. So congratulations to everyone there in positions 1 through 13. They made their 4th win before round 7, so they are good to go. They get to chill, relax, think about tomorrow's single elimination. That's not stressful at all. But if we take a look at positions 14 through, 26-ish? No, 25. Those players are still in with a shot, but they have to win twice.
Yeah.
So, talk to me, Corey. How's this working?
Yeah, so basically what has to happen, they need to win this round to get to 4 and 3. That is the basic prerequisite. Then in the morning, they have the great joy of going to play one more match. And if you win that one, you're into the top 16. So that is really brutal for the players that didn't get that 4 wins before the last round. That's kind of the price you pay for not getting them early. And let me tell you, the one time I qualified, Arena Championship 7, I was in the spot of 3-3. But that was the last round, you know? So I love this way more as you still get to play for it and not leave your life up to tiebreaker type thing.
Yeah, tiebreakers suck unless you have
Unless
really good
you're on the
opponents,
good half
I've
of
heard.
them, then
Yeah.
they rock.
Yeah, I suppose, but it's always nice to just have a clear answer, you know? You don't want to be sitting there chewing on your fingernails and eventually getting through the... Just,
they're gone.
Just
so.
decide it for yourself, friends. Just win. It's easy, right? Just win.
That's exactly it.
Anyway.
If you win, it solves all your problems. And and I want to say this for the viewers: if you're confused and you happen to be an NBA fan, these last couple of seats work exactly like the NBA play-in.
Yep,
so
exactly.
there you go. It's the easy way to remember it. Those last few spots, they're going to play a little mini tournament, and the winners are going to get into the top 16.
Okay. I'm
Sports ball. I know you're a big fan.
Yeah.
I know.
You and I, we got some beef over sports ball there, Corey. So let's not
I'll
get
lace
into
up
that.
anytime. One ACL or not, Ailey. I'm coming.
Just get a brace, man. Just get a brace.
Let's not get too physical here, okay? It's a good thing that they have a separate this weekend. Just saying. Anyway, our feature match for this final round of day number 1. Let's jump in here and take a look-ski who we are hanging out with. It is going to be Justin Allenbach versus Eugenio Toschetti. Ooh, Boris Mice versus Demir Midrange. Hey, look, friends! No cauldron! Heck yeah, that's awesome. So we're very happy about that. And
Whoa, speak for yourself.
Huh? Oh, you be quiet. You don't count, Corey. You like these things.
Yeah, I love them too, yeah.
Justin's qualification memory says, day 2, playing from a hotel room on his tablet. Yeah, been there, done that. I'm pretty sure quite a few players have qualified on their phones before, so yay for mobile clients. Playing Demir midrange, let's take a look at this list here. And which of you like Demir more? Corey, Daquan?
Ooh, I'm a fan. Demir midrange is
okay.
what I played in Arena Championship 7. I got absolutely crushed though. But this is just a very powerful deck that I kind of expected to be much more played. Like, I truly think this is the second best deck in the format. I think it has good game against the Cauldron decks, and it's really hard to argue with the power of Spyglass Siren into a 2-drop into Ninjutsu Kaito. I mean, just tried and true. It's extremely powerful, and we have a Tragic Trajectory as our new Edge of Eternity card that ends up, you know, kind of looking like Fatal Push in a hat, as it ends up being extremely powerful here. Big fan of this deck. It looks great to me.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like the whole warp thing and things that care about that. It's like Revolt Light, right? Or
Basically the only difference is the lands don't trigger, you know, so a fetch land, you don't trigger Void, but outside of that, it does trigger when you kill something of your opponent's, so it's kind of super Revolt, but, you know, has its limitation as well.
Up against his opponent here, Eugenio Toschetti from Italy, playing Boros Mice, giving these little aggro rodents another run in the sun. Says his proudest achievement is his qualification for this championship. So let's see if we can get into, you know, top 16. That's a Pro Tour qualification right there. We can update that statistic here for Eugenio. Let's look at the list that he's brought. Daquan, what do you make of this?
I will say I am kind of just pleased that we just have good old Boros Mice trying to put up the fight this weekend. Yeah, I think this matchup's going to be interesting because it's a little tough because the Demir removal pairs up very well against the Boros deck here with a bunch of 1 and 2 toughness things. Those -2, you know, removal spells are going to just hit just about everything. So there's going to be a lot of interplay going on here where Toschetti's going to have to be really careful about how he puts stuff out there and what he leaves kind of just bare to get dealt with. So it's going to be an interesting bit of back and forth because both sides have a lot of removal that's effective against the other deck.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to see which creatures actually stick, who can get the job done here between these pretty low to the ground lists and between our feature match players. Justin Ellenbach, Eugenio Toschetti, Corey, and Daquan have the call. Let's get round 7 underway.
All right, thank you, Ailey. Let's jump on in. And Daquan, I gotta agree with you. I mean, I think the great removal from Demir is, you know, very problematic. But I will say, cut down is not a thing anymore, and that used to be the best card. A sorcery speed cut down is definitely not as good.
Man, cut down just made so many cards so bad. Any of your 1/3s, whatever, just couldn't get anything done. At least now that card's gone. You force them to use some type of real removal, which is back to being somewhat of a normal bit of standard Magic.
Totally agree with you. I think I put a small edge, but I might actually put the edge here to Boros Mice, but only time will tell as we dive on in. All right, now I'm for sure putting the advantage to Mice as he's on the play with a good hand. That looks excellent.
Yeah, this compared to when we saw Tachetti play earlier, he never really got the 1-drop, 2-drop type start. And here he has that turn 1 mouse into the double striker with the manifold mouse, and you still get to follow with the Screaming Nemesis. This is a very good opening hand.
Yep, absolutely. And pretty solid hand there from Justin as well. Did mulligan, so maybe not as great. Plus that duress. If we fire that off right away, that could be brutal.
Every time I'm playing my creature decks and somebody duresses me, I just get to do the happy dance. I pat my feet like a little dog ready to go get a treat. Let me tell you.
Oh, yeah. I audibly yell at my computer. All right, maybe not yell, but I'm like, that resolves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, now I will say this for Allenback, though. His hand has a couple of removal spells here to kind of keep Tachetti from really getting out of the gates.
Yeah, really solid so far. Has that nice reactive plan. And then if you can follow it up from Justin to find that curiosity, maybe Kaito as well. But the one problem with this matchup for Dimir is Kaito is just not good. So that's going to be a card we'll almost assuredly see sided out. And when you got to take out your arguably, maybe not that arguably best card, it ends up being a little rough.
Yeah, and here's an interesting thing, right? If you think your opponent has removal, are you going to just run out the Screaming Nemesis, or you just force them to deal with the manifold mouse here?
Really tough call, because this could also be a drowner. So
yeah.
I would think I would jam the Screaming Nemesis. There are 3 Shoot the Sheriffs and there are 4 drowners. So I think I would play the numbers game here, even though if I had perfect information, this is the play I would make. So big heads up there from Taschetti. That is some nice stuff.
Yeah, and this is kind of where you can tell the players have played these matchups, really put their time in, not overcommitting here and just saying, fine, if you get my mouse, you get my mouse, but I only have one other real threat left and I don't want to run it out there.
Yep. Absolutely. And that was not a criminal mouse, not an outlaw, so easily killed by Shoot the Sheriff. But Shoot the Sheriff does not kill everything. There are a couple cards in standard, Mako being kind of the big one that dodges that removal spell, which can be a problem.
Yep, and Allenback now has decided probably a good time to play that duress now that we've cleared the way a little bit, and does actually get to hit a spell this time.
This was the only good time to play that duress, so really nice heads-up play there from Justin, as that was the perfect and only time that card would have been good.
I'm going to go ahead and crack the map here and just get another land, but next turn you do have Kaito queued up, it looks like.
Yep, Kaito to just be able to jam in there for 3. I mean, Justin's had such a healthy life total. It's not great quite yet, but, getting this in there, Kaito can do a nice little job of icing down the Screaming Nemesis for a couple of turns, but.
Yeah, and that might be worth it.
Yeah, I think you'll pretty much have to force Taschetti to Lightning Helix the Kaito instead of saving it for the face.
Allenback looks like he drew a Cecil there, so lots of options post-combat here for what he wants to do.
Yeah, Cecil's a card that I kind of thought was going to be better in this deck. It's still totally reasonable, totally serviceable, but usually you just don't get to that point where you flip it and then it has an impact. But in this matchup, it actually might flip a little bit faster and be a little bit better as your opponent is dealing you so much damage. Or it gets taken out because it deals damage to yourself. We'll see what Justin actually does.
Yeah, I was going to say, there could be times where it's also a detriment, right? If you end up taking 6 from it over a couple of attacks, it could put you closer to being finished off with the burn spells.
Exactly.
Right, so we now have 2 Lightning Helix here. So even after discarding one, found 2 more. I'm assuming one's going to go at Kaito for sure here.
Yep, I would assume Kaito for sure. And if I'm Taschetti, I am letting this Cecil connect. Every time it connects, that's a free shock.
Yeah, exactly.
If I have to kill it, I'll kill it when it's about to flip would be what I would have on my mind if I was Tuskegee.
Yeah, and as long as you have 2 mana open, you'll always be able to deal with the Cecil, so you don't have to worry about it too much, and you are getting some life back from those helixes.
Yep, exactly.
All right,
Now
well,
the one disadvantage of this of not killing it as well, you just get to Kaito and then play both of your 1-drops. So this was kind of the Punisher, but I still would have did the same play.
yeah, this is a little bit of a rough turn too, because you just killed a Kaito, he rips another one. Not a lot you can do about that.
Yep. And to avoid any confusion, Justin's record there above his name, 2-3, it is 3-3. Doesn't count the buys kind of on the graphics there. So if you do get a buy, kind of not factored in. So both players at the same record here.
All right, so Kaito is deciding to surveil, since you still have the Screaming Nemesis locked down for another turn. And plussing also means you can't get hit by a Lightning Helix.
Yeah. Wouldn't be able to do that. Don't really want to put the more stun counters on Screaming Nemesis. No point in doing that quite yet. And so far, the top of the deck has been nice to Justin and to Sketty so far, not drawing the cards that he really wants. You obviously want those Lightning Helixes at some point, but you really want the Screaming Nemesis, the Manifold Mouse first, as they snowball damage and then finish the game off with Lightning Helix. But never mind, we're going to keep drawing Lightning Helixes
Yeah, apparently.
until morale improves, okay? Randy Bueller would be very proud of all these top deck Lightning Helixes.
Hey, if 3 is good, 4 is better, I think is how that goes.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, this is a little tough here because with the Drowner now being in hand, any threat really doesn't even get to do anything for a couple of turns. And Kaito still is going to get to attack and lock something back down. So this is starting to look real bad for Tashedi here.
Yeah, it's brutal here. I don't even know what you really want to do. Double Helix on Kaito is one of the plays of all time, but it is not a very solid one. But outside of that, letting Kaito connect and do the thing is equally as bad. So yeah, this is not looking good at all here for Tuskegee.
Yeah, and even worse, you have to do it now if you're going to do it.
Yeah.
So you don't even get to play with like mana up or even kind of put on like you can do something else.
Yep. And, you see Justin's like, okay, you drew a lot of Lightning Helixes, but that wasn't a lot of concern in the look of Justin there. Totally fine. Maybe even just animating this Soulstone Sanctuary. You can attack, or, you sack this map onto something and you just drown down this Nemesis to prevent it from attacking for 2 more turns.
Yeah, and this is actually not the worst spot for Tashedi, as it turns out, because you did get 6 life off of those helixes. Like, you do get a little bit of extra time. You just need Allen back to, draw a brick for another turn or 2 here.
Yep, 100% agree. Little interested why we played the island instead of the Soul Stone, or instead of the starting town, if we're going to drown her anyways, but whatever, it's so minor.
Well, Tashedi picked up a mountain, so that does not help his situation here. And which is tough because he even has the land queued up. So if you got a mouse, you could give it haste, but just nothing here, unfortunately.
Yeah, Emberheart Challenger there would be excellent. The Emberheart Challenger kind of combos with Rockface Village, while they got a little bit worse because you don't have cards like Monstrous Rage, you don't have some of the other powerful elements that this deck lost to the band. But they get better in the sense that your opponent's removal is worse. So you kind of get to do the thing more often if you can find it.
Yeah, and this is the tough part here where you might decide to leave back Screaming Nemesis, and then we're going to find out some bad news with the Drowner.
Yeah, and now since there was no attack, there's no reason to drown now. Use your mana efficiently and go with the Soulstone Sanctuary and go from there. Tidebinder here is also pretty cute, as if you do attack, the Nemesis trigger you can counter, and you can just essentially trade your Soulstone Sanctuary for the Nemesis pretty much freely here, which is kind of cute.
Yeah, that's a fun little play. All right, getting in there for 6, it looks like. Going ahead and try to block the land. Taking 3. And I think we're going to see exactly what you were talking about here, Corey. We're going to probably save another creature here, I'd imagine.
And you prevent that life gain, or that, excuse me, the clause of no gaining life anymore, which not the most relevant, but with Cecil, that is a lifelinker ability in this deck where, you know, most of the time Dimir did not have that whatsoever.
All right, so Cecil doesn't die here, but Allenback does go to 13. But 2 more attacks or even any more damage happens to Allenback, you'll be able to flip that Cecil. And unfortunately, Chiketi picks up another land. So looking pretty grim here.
Just looking so grim. Just every time we've seen Tuskegee on camera, you know, so far it just has not been going well. The deck has not really agreed. That being said, Boros Mice does kind of need to draw its cards in a good order. Where other decks, you know, like is it Cauldron, the cards are good at all stages of the game. So that is a little bit of the problem of these aggressive decks just in the metagame in general right now.
Yeah, looks like Allenback has a Restless Reef he picked up on that last draw as well. So next turn is going to be set up to be huge.
Yeah.
And still has the Drowner. Like we still haven't played this Drowner from 3 turns ago.
Yeah, I don't know what a game looks like here where Tuskegee comes back. I guess it's Emberheart Challenger to start. It's probably not deal 4 damage to your opponent.
Yeah, that's not damage to a creature, unfortunately. It's only to a player.
Yeah, now we'll see, though. Maybe Cecil stays back. I mean, if it does go to flip and Justin goes to 9, you have a Boros Charm putting Justin to 5. Now, there's no one spell that wins the game, but there is something like the Challenger plus a burn spell, you know, something like that. But
yep, here comes a vampire. So we have Preacher of the Schism here.
Yeah, and I will say, even with Cecil flip now and the card's going to win the game next turn, you don't need the lifelinker to win the game next turn. So in turn, Cecil has just done 6 damage to Justin, you know? So it doesn't seem great to me in this matchup, but who knows?
Drew
That's
a
what
bunch
we
of
needed.
burn spells and lands, unfortunately. No actual bodies to fight with. Yep, and it looks like that's going to be game 1 done and in the books. Moving on to game 2.
All right. Now kind of looking at the boards here. What Boros really has. I mean, not a lot. This is definitely more focused sideboard against Cauldron, which makes total sense. That's kind of the deck these players would be expecting, but we'll see exactly what they decide to bring in. All right, the Forerunner. I'm here for it.
Yeah, that was a card I had to double check. Like, is that the card I think it is? We actually are playing that. Okay.
Yeah, Bloomborough Limited All-Star.
Yeah, but if your stuff, you actually get to look at the top, how many cards? Top 5 cards.
Look at the top 5,
Yeah.
yep. And you reveal a creature with mana value 3 or less from among them. You put it onto the battlefield if it's your turn. If you don't put it onto the battlefield, you put it into your hand. So just a nice way to basically have another Emberheart Challenger. Just another way to gain card advantage. So looks great to me.
Lynx is another good card here too. Just late in the game, a lot of times you're going to get to do 4+ damage with that. So other than just being a big body, it can end up finishing stuff off here too. So there's a lot happening here with this sideboard. I like it.
Yeah, I like it as well. So we'll see how it works out here. I guess we have our question answered here from Justin leaving in Cecil. I really could see it going either way, so makes sense to me.
Yeah, and Tuskegee has another interesting start. However, this time it's some opera love songs in hand.
Yeah, a nice versatile card. You know, if you can ever get that mode where you target 2 of your creatures, you get 2 Valiant triggers, that's always really, really powerful. Or you just have the buyout of drawing cards with it with the other mode.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of tough to decide when you want to do it, especially right now where you're like, okay, I kind of know what I'm going to play over the next couple turns. I'm probably not using them here. But later in the game, it does make blocking a bit tough for your opponent.
Yeah, it definitely does. And if you opera love song this early, I mean, what if you just hit 2 3-drops? You know, like there's a solid chance that that's a 2 mana cycle essentially because you're only utilizing 1 card. So makes perfect sense to play Hired Claw here, Screaming Nemesis next turn, and then start singing some songs after that.
Yeah, you know what card that hits for me a lot is Inti. actually, where you have to really decide if you want to discard something. Will I be able to play it or not? Or do I just want to get the counter? And it sort of feels a little bit like that. Of I want the cards, but it's got to be the right cards.
Yes, absolutely. NT was always that card. Be like, I always felt like I played it wrong, you know?
Yeah. Right. Looks like we got a nowhere to run here. So and alongside the end, so lots of removal starting to stack up here for Allenback.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is Manifold Mouse. So, there's that extra text on the Swordmaster as well. So you have some nice stuff that's going to be happening with this opera love song. And the Manifold Mouse giving something double strike and trample. So a lot of good stuff here. We'll see how Tuskegee wants to sequence this. I think I still just like Screaming Nemesis. Hard
Yeah.
to argue with that and being mana efficient, but we shall see.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I would like to have Manifold Mouse. I was gonna say kicked, but offspringed, I guess,
Close
to be able to get 2 copies if possible. Assuming you draw another land, and if not, then you can use Opera Love Song, try to find another land, and go from there.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with you too. I think I'm making this play, only attacking with the Screaming Nemesis. I guess it still trades with Cecil. I mean, it would trade with the whole battlefield of
Yeah.
Justin, and Justin still might do that. So I don't think this is an automatic take it, but we'll see.
Yeah, if
Creature
I'm
coming down
Tusheti,
next turn is nice for Justin.
yeah, I'm okay with either option there if I'm
Yeah.
Tusheti. Worst case scenario, they just have a removal card for your Screaming Nemesis, and the board looks the same at the end of the turn.
Yep, and Nowhere to Run was the card left on top, which looks excellent.
Well, we found another Manifold Mouse, did not find the land.
Yeah. Just another game where Tuskegee's draws are just a little bit awkward, just got to be running a little bit not so great here, as every time he wants a land, it seems like it's a spell, and vice versa when he needs a spell. So maybe the camera curse?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and unfortunately, the mouse that's out there right now doesn't even have a huge power boost, even if you give it double strike.
No, not really. Yeah, it's close, but I think I'd be trying to sing some songs. I feel like you're behind enough where you got to try to get lucky to get a land, cast Manifold Mouse, and then you play those cards until your next end. Oh, yeah, because you do get them exiled that turn. Yeah, that play's not great. For whatever reason, I thought it was the following turn, but
yeah, that's what I was saying. It's tough, but I'm greedy. I would still be trying to dig for a land so I could just play it.
I think this is perfectly reasonable. Opera Love Song at the end of your opponent's turn. If you hit a Burst Lightning, something like that, great. You can cast it at end step and then untap and hopefully cast the other thing. But
looks like, are we going to move on the... No, we're not going to attack. I thought we might get a little aggressive there and then try to Enduring Curiosity, but no
I
deal.
kind of thought the same too. Looks like Justin is valuing the agency here in the game, being able to have the ability to end some creature if Tuskegee goes kind of wild with this, or just play the Enduring Curiosity if not. So, a land is a big deal. Now you get these 2 roasts essentially, and just get to kill 2 creatures.
I was literally just thinking, man, if Tusheti draws a land here, this changes so much.
Finally, Tusheti drew what he needed to draw on a turn.
Yeah, we might just be an albatross for him. I don't know.
Yeah. So, the one thing, though, this could be unfolding tragically for Tuskegee because, well, board's clear, right? Might as well get on in there.
Yeah.
Or are we going to see a discipline no attack?
You got to do it, but...
Hard not to, but this Curiosity is just going to be devastating.
Yep. And it's going to get to come back for 4 damage the next turn and a card.
Yeah. No, just absolutely backbreaking here.
Yeah, it's tough. Not a lot you can do with the way the game's gone,
Yeah, I mean, you're the aggro deck if you're not attacking, or, think if your opponent just had 2 removal spells there, then not attacking there would look pretty foolish, but that is what it is. You're playing against a 4x Curiosity gamer here. It's not too out of the realm to have one of those for sure.
Well, there's a counter and another Curiosity. So this is starting to become a very big hill for Tusheti.
Oh, and now there's the interference to just deal with that. Like, this is just seeming like this is Tuskegee Arena Championship 9 coming to an end.
Yeah. Now you're tapped out. I mean, I guess you could save it to block. I mean, like, there's attacking doesn't do much here for 1 point.
I mean, yeah, you gotta attack. You're not just chump blocking. That's not how you win. That's how you play to not lose instead of play to win. And, unlike last turn where there was this possibility of an ambush block, there isn't for 2 mana. The only ambush that you can have is a Drowner, but you'd be fine trading that.
Yeah, and then it might just be a pile of cards if Allenback wants them here.
I mean, I think with how the game has played out, I'm pretty fine playing that Sanctuary and playing Curiosity to draw 2 there. And then maybe I have a 1-drop to interact with. But, Justin has been playing this game very defensively. No real reason to change that trajectory right now.
Yeah, and I don't think Tuskegee has anything in his deck that can protect a creature. Nothing to give something hexproof or anything like that. So your removal is going to hit when you decide to use it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, outside of a bunch of monstrous rages here, and last time I checked, I haven't seen one of those in a while. Doesn't seem like this deck is able to get over and get through damage at the level it did before,
All right, so we get to give double strike to this mouse that's going to get bonused up now that we have a token, I believe. Is that the one? No, that's the ones if it's targeted. Never mind.
Yeah, if it's targeted. So,
Yeah.
and it only targets once per turn. So it's a 2/2 double strike.
Yep.
It's a trade with this creature, which
reasonable.
Fine. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to trade with this. Justin has so many resources. If he's able to, just keep blocking your opponent's creatures while drawing 2 cards a turn, Justin's going to win that game. And here I love attacking. And if there's no block, second Curiosity, because you can find so many 2-drops to be able to interact.
Exactly. And you can't really block here in Tushegee's seat.
No,
because
can't.
any removal means you just don't have a board.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This Boros deck just doesn't block very well.
Well, these creatures aren't meant for blocking.
No.
Right. Yeah, lots of choices here for Allenback, though, on how he wants to proceed with this turn.
Okay. That is interesting.
A land could have been hugely useful here, though, for Tuskegee being able to play like Mabel and something.
Yeah, Mabel plus maybe Equip could be big. Still a lot of options here at this point. None of them just look overly exciting. But, playing this, offspringing it, targeting both of them does pump your creatures +2/+0. I don't know how good that is. It's not horrific.
I mean, that could help you in an ambush block situation, I guess.
Yeah, it is the best against an opposing Curiosity or an opposing Soulstone Sanctuary, which is face up. So, I mean, that play looks very tempting to me if I'm Tuskegee. And it is actually going to work relatively okay. Like, this Curiosity can get in front of one of them, but then Justin will take 3, not the absolute worst.
Yeah, I wonder if the plan here from Tuskegee is, if we don't attack, can we just set up a bigger attack between Mabel and Opera Love Song potentially next turn?
Yeah, it's reasonable. You got to be wary of any kind of sweepers. Gix Command, no longer a card that these, basically would just shut every door. Whenever there was a Gix Command, the game ended basically 99% of the time. So you don't have that effect anymore. But I'm sure we have access to some sweepers here. I guess not a lot. Neutralize the guards. Looks like maybe the only one in Justin's board.
All right, let's see what Allenback decides to do here. We're gonna. Oh, actually, looks like Tuskegee just says, "Hell with it. We got to get in there and try."
Yeah, love it. I think this is a really solid play from Tuskegee and the best play with knowing what's in Justin's hand. So yeah, you just kind of got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, ended up having to target the other mice to get the bonus, it looked like. So it does still allow you to trade, though. So I understand why you had to do it.
Yep.
All right, but like we were saying, the way things lined up here, still not terrible, right? You're at 8, opponents at 10. If you can get Mabel and a love song to go through, there's something here.
So I want to bring some attention back to that last turn. If we did Curiosity pre-combat, we would have drawn that extra card. It would have been Shoot the Sheriff as a piece of interaction. So that's maybe one spot where being a little more proactive would have yielded some good results. Just imagine if Shoot the Sheriff was available plus the Curiosity last turn. Would have basically been GG.
Yeah, now the tough thing here is Tashetti doesn't know that we're staring at 2 removal spells, and Allenback has 6 mana, can easily pick what he wants to do on the next turn.
Yep.
Actually has 7 mana, so he can actually play the Schism here and still use the end if he wanted.
Yep. Love this play. Just saying go or firing off a removal spell right away.
Saying, yeah, you're going to find another way to target these creatures.
Yeah. It's not a lot of ways of like protecting. I guess there are Boros Charms, so that is nice to be able to get that avenue gone.
All right. Well, we found one of our sideboard cards, but other than just being a bigger body, I don't know if it does much here at this point.
Yeah, none of this really does a lot. So we can either just jam the Forerunner, say go, because you can't attack, or you can Opera Love Song, pump your 2 creatures, then they get pumped again. So you can get your creatures up to 5 power, but that just doesn't really do anything either. So, I mean, I think you just have to Forerunner or maybe draw 2 cards off Opera Love Song and try to find something there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about what's the best things you could find here that could, over 2 turns, maybe, eke out a win.
Yeah, I think it all involves this, and then hope you get to do something really powerful, like Love Song, and, get a creature like a Manifold Mouse onto the battlefield, give something double strike while also top decking a removal spell to clear the way. Like, that's kind of the ridiculousness that we're at already and how far behind Tasketti is here in this championship.
Now, if Allenback doesn't kill the Forerunner, there is a chance you get a free body onto the battlefield.
That is true.
Right? So there's a few things working here.
The nice thing is Justin gets to kill this creature and take a peek at what's in hand and then make the best decisions from that point. So this card is excellent at really everything it does, but mostly giving yourself all that information really helps when you're the Dimir reactive deck.
And also remember, every creature that connects is going to be 2 cards here as well.
Yep. Now I'll be interested to see if this Preacher is going to get in there because, well, it does cost you a life. At this point of the game, you'd rather have the Vampire, but...
Yeah, this is kind of tough, right? Because you're already staring at the Opera Love Song. You wouldn't have enough land up to actually... Well, you'd be able to still play the Curiosity.
Yeah. That was a great draw as well. And I think if I'm Tasketti, yeah, love it. Take it. And I'm going to try to win the game next turn.
Like, any chance you have 4 lands there? That's all you're hoping for.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well,
that
not really. Like that's pretty tough. Yeah, you got a Deep Cavern Bat, but you don't even probably just to play it for the Opera Love Song. You don't really care about Mabel here, even.
Yeah, we'll see if we even play it or if you just leave up the Tidebinder as a blocker. Plus, it counters the making of the equipment.
Well, if there's the land, looks about 2 turns too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now you need to produce 3 blockers that you just don't have.
Yeah, maybe even 4 if you can.
Yeah, really, because you can flash in Tidebinder, then activate your Sanctuary. So
yeah, and almost 2 Sanctuaries. Really nothing was going Tasketti's way, and looks like this is going to be the end of the line. And Justin Allenback has got to take this down, put the finishing touches on it, and then win in the morning. And then Justin will be in to our top 16 as well.
Man, insult to injury. Tidebinder didn't even let you make a little artifact. Just
yeah, I know.
You get nothing.
Come on, give me something here.
Yep, this is gonna be it. Being at 2 life, there's 0 outs here, unfortunately.
Yep. And it was all that curiosity turn. That curiosity block just really led to just such a devastating effect.
Yeah, and then it just, I was gonna say it became a must block, but you were in a situation where you couldn't even afford to block it. So
Mhm.
you had to just take it and give up those cards each turn.
Yeah, and as much as we saw this Boros Mice deck on camera, and it did do a lot of losing when it was on camera, well, every other round he won. So, this deck was doing some nice stuff. We just happened to kind of see the bad part of it.
Yeah, just bad timing when the cameras were on.
Yep. And that's going to do it. Justin Allenbeck advances here to 4-3 and is in our soft 16, I will say, as you got to play again tomorrow to lock up one of those final 3 slots. But congratulations to Justin at keeping the dream alive there, Daquan.
Yeah, hard beat there for Tachetti. Just nothing really came together in either of those games. And the deck really does show better than that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But hey, he still gets $2,000 consolation prize, right? Even picking up your 4th loss there.
Yeah.
But hey, Allenbeck also gets to play tomorrow morning and see if you can get into the 16 and get that invite to the Pro Tour.
Absolutely. So good stuff from both players, still walking away with some cash. And good stuff for all of y'all, because we're going to have some more Magic on the other side. And we're getting ready for ourselves for an Is It Cauldron Mirror. Just kidding, y'all. There's no Cauldron in our next Win and In. So stay tuned. We'll be back for some non-Is It Magic here. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everybody, welcome back in. I've got Justin Allen back with us. He just got his 4th win here in the feature match area. And Justin, I'm taking a look at your player card here. I've got some information on all the players, and I'm looking back and I'm like, all right, what are his past finishes? What's his path like in Magic? How did he get here? And I'm taking a look at this. You're relatively new. Is it correct that this is your first Magic tournament ever?
Yeah, that is a correct statement. First tournament ever. I've never played it in person, anything like that, just the arena.
All right, so I have to ask this. Like, you qualify for the arena championships. When you found out you qualified for this and you see the daunting task ahead of you, what was it like to prepare for your first tournament ever when you've only ever played arena?
I mean, it felt pretty daunting. Luckily, I found a couple other guys who were playing in the tournament, took me under their wing, I think, a little bit, let me into their group, and we all play practice together. So that was a really great experience.
Yeah, hopefully I'm not dissuading you a little bit too much here, but if you were to qualify into the next day and make it to the Pro Tour, that means you're going to have to play paper Magic. I would love to be able to tell a story that your first real paper Magic thing ever is an actual Pro Tour. That would be a great story. How are you looking forward to that? Is that something that's, again, just, hey, it's daunting, but I'm going to get it done? Or, what's going through your head?
Yeah, no, that sounds extremely daunting. I don't even own a single paper card, so I'd have to go out.
I own too many.
Yeah.
You're probably in a good spot.
Yeah, so I'd have to probably go out and buy a deck and hopefully find someone to play with. I know in my hometown there is a store that does a few small local tournaments, but maybe go play a couple of those just to get my feet wet. I don't know.
Yeah, but I have to actually draw the card myself. Hold on. Yeah, exactly. Now, you're actually playing Dimir midrange here this weekend. Before we get you out of here, I wanted to know what made you pick that deck for this tournament. We've seen VV Cauldron everywhere. Why did you buck the trend?
The reason I picked Dimir is that's the deck I used to qualify for the tournament. So I figured stick with what I'm comfortable with. I tried playing Cauldron a few times. Being my first tournament, I thought it might be a little too complex and I might make a lot of mistakes. I know there's tons and tons of decisions, so I stuck with what I was comfortable with.
Really good answer. Justin, look, I'm rooting for you a lot. I hope you get to make your first Pro Tour and you have to play some paper Magic. Good luck the rest of the day.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, nice stuff here from Justin. Nice happy guy. Gotta love it. Qualified with Dimir as well. So hey, keep it going. Keep playing Dimir. If you get there within the first place. So let's set up our final match of the day, y'all. We have made it here. So let's take a look at our 2 players that we're going to be seeing here. And we'll have Michael Lacey on that Jeskai Artifact deck that we saw, which looked really cool, against Jongwo Cho playing that Sultai control deck, which also looked really cool. I don't know who to go for here, as both of these decks are kind of the heroes of the tournament. So let's take a look at these decks here side by side. And Daquan, walk us through these a little bit.
Yeah, these are both pretty interesting decks. Normally, you don't really see a lot of green showing up in the control decks, but there are a couple of, I guess you want to say, search spells and some good sideboard cards. Not to mention, you have Necropsy there that can actually be a multiple removal spell, which is really good. So, Joe's putting in green for a lot of different work here. And Lacey's deck actually probably could have a really good long term advantage if you can get that weapons manufacturing down, right? So during the course of these turns, it's going to be a fairly long game if Cho gets to have his way. You know, getting those little instances of 2 damage could make a big difference here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really is going to come all down to how well are you at destroying artifacts and enchantments. And the card Urgent Necropsy looks amazing. I'll tell you that. That one looks pretty strong at doing exactly that.
Yeah, and Cho is also playing a couple of Disruptive Stormbrood, which is able to kill artifacts and enchantments when it enters as well. So
Oh,
he
yeah.
has a few answers, not to mention the counter spells that are in the deck.
Yep, Disruptive Stormbrood we saw a lot of in the Insidious Roots deck, which was extremely powerful for exactly 2.5 weeks.
I think Cho's going to have a lot of fans in chat today because lots of people don't like playing against Synthesizer. You see that a lot on the ladder on Arena these days. So I think I know where loyalties lie in this one for the audience.
I don't know. I think both of them are fan favorites from the audience. They are not Cauldron, and they're both really cool decks. So no matter what, we're all winners here at the end of this match for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm a fan of this particular build. Honestly, I'm not the biggest simulacrum synthesizer. Wow, why is that hard to say today? It's been a long day, but I'm not the biggest fan of that deck. But I do like this build. You know, being able to play the Legion Extruder and the weapons manufacturing, and just getting that little extra value along the way.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you get to compare your cards to Collected Company and Birthing Pod, I mean, come on. Your deck's got to be awesome.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, so we're gonna crack a Fable passage here, and it doesn't look like a whole lot's going on here. Might just draw cards with that Meringue River Regent.
Yeah, just do a little bit of sifting here at end step. That makes a lot of sense. Also has the counter spell available. And, you know, I got to say, I was right away thinking Mike's deck is going to be very difficult to interact with, but it is a sorcery speed Collected Company deck. It's a sorcery speed everything deck.
Yep.
And when, you know, you just get to react to everything, maybe this is a little bit of a rough matchup here for Michael Lacey.
Now, this is an interesting thing here. There was an opportunity to counter the synthesizer, but I think because Cho is already holding 2 of the Necropsy, he's just figuring, all right, I'll just use one of these.
Yeah. Yeah, because you get the creature and the artifact as long as you can collect enough evidence with, which it looks like we have 8 pieces of evidence. Man, this deck is great at collecting evidence with all the different cards that kind of cheat on being expensive. The Rishkar's Bargain, for instance, counting as 6. All that kind of stuff really adds up.
Yeah, now you're kind of down if you're in Lacey's seat to saying, all right, well, we could try our Collected Company, you know, right?
Yeah, and that's the problem. Looks like going for nothing. And look at that face from Mike. Mike was like, all right, as long as, you know, you don't use your mana at end step, this is a good play. But that's the classic kind of squeeze that these decks would put you in when we had like Memory Deluge, for instance. It's like, all right, I have to jam because if I give you that Memory Deluge turn, it's so much worse. And it's kind of the same with River Regents and Consult the Star Charts.
Yeah, Consult the Star Charts is a new card from Edge of Eternities, but it is so good. For 2 mana, they're getting to look at 4 cards. Like, just such a huge advantage there, getting to dig deep and get your best card almost every turn, you know, from your next 5, sometime late in the game when you kick it, you know, 2 cards out of like 6 or 8 cards.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, it's better than Memory Deluge, and in a couple of ways, it's not as good as Memory Deluge. But the flexibility of it costing 2 or costing 4, I think, is a very big deal for that card. We're going to see a lot of that card here in Standard's future, I would imagine.
Yeah, now it starts getting tough here as, you know, Cho's going to get to start clamping the screws down a little bit because now you've got counters to stop the artifacts. You've got removal for the artifacts. You can return stuff with Meringue River Regent or just get more cards here. So he's kind of got a whole plethora of choices.
Oh, yeah. This just looks horrifically bad here from Michael Lacey. You know, shield your children's eyes, as this should have a parental advisory warning with this many counter spells and this many non-creature spells in hand from Mike.
Yeah, not only that, you have 2 negates, but also have cease and desist in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Cease and desist is great here.
My gosh, and the Stormbird. Like, so no artifacts are going to stick for at least 4 turns.
Forever. Yep.
Yeah.
That's correct. And with 2 3 steps ahead, 2 negates, discard to hand size. We're I don't want to say fully in garbage time, but we're not in garbage time.
Yeah, I think the thing here Cho is looking for is just finding spots for enough mana, so it makes sense to go ahead and try to play something to close the clock while still having some defenses up.
Yep. And yeah, now that you didn't go for that one play, when that turn where consult the star charts got kicked, at that point now you are really incentivized to just keep saying go. Wait for your opponent to cast spells and start playing something before you kind of just try to go spell.
Yeah, this is just tough. I mean, and again, we're seeing Cho's hand here. Michael doesn't know anything that's happening, but this is just difficult.
Yeah. And now we're going to see Cho just like, all right, I want to get at least 1 counter spell out of my hand so I don't have to discard to hand size when I draw a spell and say go next turn. That's pretty much all it is.
Yeah, that's a rough life, huh?
That is a rough life. You're countering anything at this point.
You're just like, I just want to use a card, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, really rough spot here. But hey, Mike did take down game number 1 as we're in game 2 here. So definitely a hope for the next game. And of course, this game is not over, but it's not looking great.
Yeah, now you can start attacking with a Restless Cottage if you really wanted to. And knowing that all of Michael's stuff is basically at sorcery speed, it's not going to be at risk of anything.
Yep. That seems totally reasonable as well. Not a lot of ways to ever deal with a creature land from this Jeskai deck.
Yeah, this feels like just a tough situation. I'm genuinely going through my head trying to figure out what options there are, but I don't think there are many.
Yeah, this might be the turn where we just double jam, jam 2 United Battlefronts and hope for the best. But, the answers are there. And you get to play Cryptic Command here, where you get to, counter plus draw, plus net a card, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, and the tough thing was, even if that had resolved, there's still the cease and desist.
Yeah.
So it's I get why you counter it, but it almost didn't even matter in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, whenever you get to counter, whenever you get the 5 mana ability off 3 steps ahead with other counterspell backup, it's so hard to deny.
Yeah, and this is the tough part, right? We're talking about things being at sorcery speed. Michael's hand actually has effectively 3 forms of removal, but they're all artifacts. So you're never going to get to resolve them or get to do anything that they want to do in this matchup, because Cho really isn't playing permanents. That's not the type of game he's trying to play.
Yeah, and dealing the 2 damage or whatever with the Legion Extruder, not very good. The sacking your useless artifact tokens to get golems, though, that can be effective.
Hey, look who showed up. Aklazot's
right.
Deepest Betrayal.
Bat God. All right, we'll see if we can do anything for that. But man, still so many counter spells available. We at least have 2 online for this turn, it looks like. But
Yeah.
I love letting this resolve. You have so many ways to free it up later. Like, sure, keep my Alkalots, safe under that snare. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, that's the concerning part. If I'm Michael, of just like, okay, so you have a full grip, and you were just like, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, right. Like,
Yeah,
that-
and just snapped it off too.
yeah, that's
Joe's definitely
concerning.
played his deck a lot.
Those are ones where when I'm playing on Arena, your heart starts to sink a little bit because you're going like,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't really have a chance, do I?
100%. And here you go, just able to destroy it right now. And Mike's deck just doesn't operate at instant speed that effectively. So the Bat God is going to get to feast.
Yep, it's going to be discard here. If it's a land, he will get a 1/1 bat, I believe.
Sounds about right. feel like
All
every
right.
time this card connects, the game is just usually over, and that is the case for this situation. But of course, it's not over this very second.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the best you could do is try to double extruder it,
Yeah.
but that's not going to happen either.
Yeah, it looks like you could even do the super mode on 3 steps ahead here and counter it, draw a card. You can even make a copy of a bat if you want.
All right, extruder is going to try to target the Aclazot effectively. Problem is, we know it won't do much because the second one is definitely not going to get across the finish line there.
Yep.
All right, 3 steps ahead. Going to go ahead and draw some cards.
And it looks like Cho's just having the greatest time of his life here, just in his element, all the options available, just able to just go completely crazy here.
Yeah. Still has a negate backup. You can still get rid of the artifact with the Storm Brood. Lacey's going to have to discard the last card in his hand, unless he just decides to play it here.
Yeah.
But that's actually worse, right? Because it lets him go search a land. No, that one's one let you tap for extra mana.
Yeah, yeah. Either way, this game has been over for quite a while, and we're going to be heading to a final decider game between these two players. And a reminder, they're not just into the top 16 with this win, they're into the playoff, which will be happening first thing in the morning tomorrow.
Yep. There's a synthesizer that's just not going to resolve for sport there. The negate handles that. And looks like that'll be a lethal attack next turn. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. Yeah. Assuming you attack with the land. But
yeah, but why attack when you can just keep countering and drawing cards? But hey, whatever, this is fine too.
Hey, got to conserve your clock. You're playing the control deck.
Yeah, honestly, that is totally true. So that is game number 2 going to Jang Wo Cho. And we're going to head to one final decider to see which one of these incredibly sweet brews is going to get the great joy of trying to take down some of the Cauldron decks tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know if Cho needs to change anything. I mean, that was about as good as that could have gone for him. I can't imagine a better scenario.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, that game was already post-board, so I doubt we will see many changes from that. But, it makes sense how Cho lost game 1. Look at all those cards that are being sided out. None of those cards look good. And I believe that's what we heard from Michael Lacey. Like, hey, in his deck, hey, I have one creature, and it's this, gnome. It's this 1 mana gnome. So all the removal for game 1 is all dead, so it makes sense how Michael Lacey won the game that we didn't see.
Yeah, I would probably, me personally, I'm looking at how many cards don't do a lot in this matchup from Lacey's seat.
Yeah.
I might even have gone as far as to bring in High Noon just for 5 damage late,
Yeah, I don't know if you caught that, Daquan. That was hilarious. Michael Lacey pointed to the camera and said, 1 land, let's go.
Yeah, might as well. And he got there. Well, kinda. It's tapped, but hey, it's a land.
It is definitely a land. I like the keep. Hey, when you got a candy trail, everything will work itself out.
Now, this is a scenario, he doesn't know this, but it looks like you would resolve whatever you decided to play this turn. So it kind of is rough that he didn't get a land there.
Yeah, and you really wouldn't, though. That Dispelling Exhale at the top right part of our screen, ready to go here. And not like this, says Mike. Not like this.
I mean, yeah, play the Relic. You're going to get stopped. That's okay, though. You'd rather that get countered than some of the other things in your game.
Yeah, and you know what? I love it, Mike. You live by the 1-landers, you die by the 1-landers. That's honorable.
Hey, I've done it before. Sometimes you don't love it, but it's your best option.
Oh yeah, I lost plenty of games, even last night in the Arena Direct with some 1-lander keeps. You gotta live a little.
It's starting to get a little desperate, though. All right, let's see if we can draw another card if this gets to resolve.
And yeah, when your opponent's not playing lands, this is a card you would never really fully consider like countering automatically right away, but it does do some incredible stuff in this deck and really gets the ball rolling.
So it's interesting that Cho decided to use the 3 steps ahead there. Not that it matters, he drew another one anyway.
Yeah.
But I guess giving himself the option of negate and such there if he wants it.
Yeah, I like it because this bargain now is going to try to get 1 untapped land and then 1 good card, and then you have negate ready to go. I mean, the thing about, Michael Lacey's deck that is cool, you don't have any creatures, but the thing that is also easy to take advantage of is you don't have any creatures. So negate is the best possible card against you for sure. And just 2 mana, counter everything.
Yeah, and this is where you did get the 3rd land, but now you have to be real picky about what you're going to try to resolve to get there. I mean, the game's still going to go a few turns here, so I mean, maybe there's a world where manufacturing resolving could help.
Yeah, I definitely, don't think this game is over by any means because, well, Mike does have a lot of stuff. Mike is forced to just be jamming cards over and over again because, well, you're finally getting out of that mana disadvantage. And now Cho just has to be a little bit more, I would say, conservative about which spells you want to counter as he is running out of them.
Yeah, interesting. We'll let that one resolve, but we also know because he has urgent necropsy in hand, so yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, at any point, desist, is just so incredibly powerful against this deck. Yeah, probably not expecting to play against a lot of cease and desist decks is Mike Lacey.
Oh, absolutely not. This is just sometimes where the pairings don't work in your favor,
Yeah, this has to be about as polarizing as a matchup really gets in Standard. Is this destroy all artifacts and enchantment deck, with all counter spells? Just has to be an 80-20 in favor of Cho at least.
Yeah, and this is the ideal matchup for Cho because there's no pressure being applied anywhere during these turns. So he can leave all the mana up, take all his time to react, and never be under pressure or duress from anything happening.
Yep, that is totally true. And yeah, there's nothing that's too brutal on the stack. Yeah, instant speed sift, draw some more counter spells, and be on our way. It looks like Cho was considering, oh, do I fire this off? There are some negates in the board, but we haven't seen Mike draw any of those.
You know what's brutal here? If you actually turn that munitions token into a creature, you could lose both cards to a necropsy.
Yep. Or we just picked up a second desist, and you can just desist them away if you really want, but there is no point here. I would like Cho to just kind of say go again, sift again, and then next turn, maybe you get a little bit more value and you can desist here pretty freely, but you can also just jam this river regent.
Yeah, Meringue's just like, whatever, man, just pick those up. Get those off the board. I mean, that is 2 more damage technically down the road. So
and you do get the golem. The way
Yep.
this works here, you do get the golem. That won't get bounced. So, that didn't work out horrifically bad for Michael Lacey here.
And here's the tough part, right? It's tempting to go ahead and exile the Meringue River Regent, but as soon as that gets removed, you now have to deal with Meringue bouncing everything else that survives. So this is just a no-win situation.
Yeah, God, it feels like you should just braided net to tap it down on your opponent's turn and then start getting in some damage. But man, none
Yeah.
of these options look good. If you had an untapped land, maybe double spelling would. I don't know. I'm pulling at straws here. This really just seems so brutal for Mike.
Yeah, I'm with you. Braided Net might be the safest card. I mean, you just go for it, but yeah, if that gets destroyed, your token gets bounced, and then you just not much going on after that.
Yep, and the left land 6 on top to be able to double spell. And while that looks okay, it's nothing amazing by any means.
Nope, looks like the other necropsy's getting fired up here.
Yeah, you get the token for free, which is kind of brutal with necropsies, as you don't have to exile anything to kill the creature when it's a token.
Yeah, that doesn't really seem fair.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't. But nothing about this pairing or matchup seemed very fair, I must say.
Yep. Hey, sometimes the tournament gods are not in your favor.
Yep. And now we do have the double spell available with 3 steps ahead being able to counter one of them, or, Cho just not caring at all and then desisting next turn is probably what we're going to see here.
Yeah, I can't imagine I mean, I guess there is the scry on it. That is a little bit of a concern, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this. Just let it resolve because your opponent is so tempted to play another 3-drop here. And if they do, no matter what, your desist is we'll say 3-for-1 because it'll deal with 3 things, but it's a 2-for-1 as one of them comes along with it. But that's plenty good enough. And that's 2 premium cards from the deck that you get to destroy. So desist looks awesome.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe braided net might have been the option there. And then at least make sure you don't take a 6-ball one time. But yeah, this is still rough no matter how you look at it.
So here's probably what's going to happen here this next 2 turns, and it's just devastating. There's the desist, attack for 6, say go. Mike's going to do the exact same thing. I mean, right now he's pressured into going synthesizer plus net, and then desist number 2 with 3 steps ahead. Backup is going to 100% lock this game out and put Cho into the running here for tomorrow. That's just how it's gonna go.
All right. So now you have the option to tap down the River Regent, so you at least don't take damage one time. But I'm with you. Desist is probably going off here. Yep. Clear the board once more.
Yeah. And our graphics person having some fun there. Back for seconds on the screen. Absolutely.
All right. So you have the option here. I mean, trying to think if these cards survived, you could go get another synthesizer.
Yep. We know this one is known information, and that one Cho doesn't really care about. This one, on the other hand, probably gets countered. But the thing is, countering this, the one thing you lose out on is that clone ability on the River Region is actually incredible. But so is consult the star charts when you have 10 mana.
Yeah, paying 4 mana to look at 10 cards and take 2 of them is usually going to be good enough.
Yeah. This is dig through time, but kind of supercharged. And how about a cancel plus another gigantic 6/7 flyer? Okay.
Yep, and that's all she wrote.
Yep.
I don't think we're going to get anywhere from here.
Is it Guildgate off the top? Is not going to do it here from Mike Lacey, but Mike put on a great show with this really awesome deck and got so very close to competing for the championship here tomorrow. So condolences to Michael Lacey, but huge congratulations to Jongwo Cho, who is going to advance here to 4-3 and have that opportunity to be playing to get into the top 16 bright and early tomorrow morning. So big congrats. Daquan, any surprises for that match? That was kind of brutal.
No, I think it's just one of those cases where, especially after sideboard, there were just so many options that Cho had available. Like, I don't think that's any fault of Lacey or even the deck. I think it's just a case where that matchup just simply did not play into his favor.
Yeah, that's where you go out with your boys afterwards, your testing team or whatever, and be like, I had to play against the deck that destroyed all my artifacts. My opponent played 2 desists against me. At least you get a good story.
Not just that, it's
for sure.
the only one in the tournament you were even going to run into, so it's some bad luck.
Those are probably the only 2 desists in the entire tournament, and you're playing the Artifact and Enchantment go wide decks. So, them's are the beats sometimes, but we are going to be taking ourselves a very short break, and then we're going to be wrapping up the show here in the end step. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here in a couple seconds.
Welcome back to the end of coverage of Arena Championship number 9. Day 1 is done and dusted. We have 13 of our top 16 decided. We got some players who have made it through. Kinda, sorta. Corey, what did you call it? A soft top 16?
Yeah,
I still have
soft
to duke it out
16. That's
tomorrow.
about right.
Yeah. Soft, I don't like that word. It sounds very strange. But
Yeah,
Tomorrow
there's
morning.
a word for that, but yeah, we're a PG show, so you know.
We'll workshop that. Yeah. We'll workshop that. Anyway, the players who have locked up their 4th win in the 7th round here today still have to do battle tomorrow against each other to then determine who takes up slots 14, 15, and 16. So, best of luck to those players. They're going to be sweating it out for the evening, no doubt. But pretty cool day overall, you know. The VV mirrors, you know, they're very interesting to watch. There's a lot of micro decisions happening there. Any big takeaways for the day, Daquan?
Not particularly, outside of, like, there's still some creativity to be had in the format. Like, while there were a lot of people that registered VV, we did see some really cool decks throughout the day that actually have a chance of fighting against those. So as much as there are going to be several of those that make the next day, and, you know, to be fair, they were half the field, like, I think these other decks do still have a chance tomorrow, so it's going to be worth tuning in to watch.
Definitely. Corey, of the other decks that made it through tomorrow, I know you love your VV. Okay, relax. Of the other decks, which one are you most confident in or looking forward to seeing?
Wait, any of them made it through? No, I'm just
I
kidding.
think so.
I'm just
It's not all-
kidding. I'm just kidding.
It's not all VV, is it?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's definitely not.
I mean, the Sultai control deck looks really, really awesome. You know, I think it had a very solid plan. We saw it up against Cauldron, you know, in one of the earlier matches, and it looked very close. You know, Jan ended up just squeaking it out. And, you know, if one of your losses is to a Cauldron player, and it happens to be, well, our most accomplished player in the field, you got to be feeling pretty good about your chances. And, you know, he played really well with that Sultai control deck. You can tell he's very comfortable with it. So that's my pick for the non-Cauldron decks for sure.
And, you know, also for a lot of players, you know, mission accomplished already for our top 16, getting through to the Pro Tour. That is a big dream for a lot of players. And, you know, if you happen to become a champion and make it to the World Championship too, then cherry on top. Friends, if you would... Go ahead, Corey.
Sorry, I was going to say, Paul Cheon still holds it over my head that he made it to the top 16, and I didn't. So, you know, I mean, that's my whole goal to get back here is so I can, you know, tell him to stop.
Good. Do it. Well, friends, if you would like to go and beat some people up, I guess, if you want to win physical Edge of Eternity's cards while playing Magic on Arena, you can do that right now while you watch. Today and tomorrow, there is Arena Direct going on right now. It's happening all weekend. If you win, you get an Edge of Eternity's collector booster box shipped to your doorstep. So go give it a whirl. Best of luck. And, you know, brag in chat. Tell us how many boxes you have managed to rack up in your various attempts. So how you guys doing? Corey, Daquan, any boxes yet?
No, I'm not. But I might get a YouTube video done later and then spend my time this evening taking a shot at it.
I still only played the 3 last night. I got a 5, 4, and a 3. So nothing for me yet, but I've been having a blast playing the format. It's quite fun.
At least you made some jemmies back, okay? The format is pretty sweet. But, oh boy, I can't figure it out. I'm getting my butt handed to me every single time I try that, so we won't worry about that. But what we do worry about is our players, friendos. Let's see what our bracket looks like for tomorrow. This is confusing. Corey, explain, please.
So those 6 players on the far left, those are the players that are fighting for those last 3 spots. And when the winner of those will be playing the number 1, number 2, number 3 seed, essentially. The players that got in at the very beginning. And then after that, single elimination. So it gets a lot easier after that. Single elimination all the way to the finals. That is where those players will be locking up those World Championship invites. And looking at the decks, we see Gruul Delirium made it. We see 2 Gruul Delirium made it. We see Teamer made it, as well as Demir. So, I mean, hey, that's 4 decks that are automatically in the top 16 that are not Cauldron. and there are a solid other 2 decks that are fighting from the outside looking in. So there is a chance that we see 6 out of the 16 decks as the non-Is-It Cauldron deck. So that is pretty good.
Yeah, there's 9 currently locked up, so with potentially 12 if the other 3 Cauldron players make it through. So any other thoughts on that,
It makes me
Daquan?
sad though that we actually had to pair 2 of the other decks against each other, just the way
Yeah.
the bracket fell. But
Yeah,
hey,
let's change
those
that.
are the odds sometimes.
That's just how the cookie crumbles or the pickles. I don't know. There's some saying that is relevant in that situation there, but
nailed it.
that's what we can look forward to tomorrow. Let's take a quick look at our schedule, just as a reminder what tomorrow is gonna be all about. Corey, what can players and what can our viewers expect for Sunday?
Saturday, we're done. We're done with that
Yes.
top line. Now day 2, qualification round. That is going to be those 3 matches of the players just trying to get into the top 16. So right in the morning, 9 a.m. Pacific time, there's going to be 3 rounds that are the finals of Pro Tour qualifiers, essentially, for these players. So going to be some high stakes magic right away, and then we'll be slowly eliminating players until we get to a champion here around 4 p.m. Pacific. So we hope you will join us.
Yeah, and thank you so much to everyone who has joined us today. Thank you so much to our lovely booth pairs, Corey, Daquan, you absolutely crushed it. Thank you to Arya and Hayu as well for bringing us all the rounds, all the entertainment. You guys have been awesome. Good luck in your arena directs this weekend, and we'll see you here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific. Don't be late.
Yeah, this is great. You just say, like, I don't even care about getting rid of the board. I'm at 10, you're at 8. I'm just going to make 4 more dragons. Whatever.
Yeah, don't need to get rid of the board. I am the board.
Look at that. Never punished. Just got another prosthetic memory.
Hey, that's why you play 4 of a legendary card, right? You don't mind tossing it away.
I mean, we've seen this before. Makoto's ready with the GGs. Fear missing out. Draw a card. Oh, it's like a mountain this time. That's another brick.
And I think Jan and his adorable little pup are heading to Sunday competition. Jan takes it down and is going to be automatically into the top 16.
I am the arena champion.
you